Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. The Direction of New Abilities. Level 22. His aura output and potential aura had increased, but the feedback wasn't as significant as during the airship incident. After all, he had previously jumped directly from LV7 to LV18. Such a doubling of levels was unlikely to happen again. Level 22. Morrow stared intently at the numbers on his tree rings tattoo, as if waiting for something. This leveling ability, which came with Death Rewind, was fundamentally derived from Morina's Etude of Love. Though the difficulty of leveling was worlds apart, their essence was the same. And the most crucial aspect of Etude of Love was that upon reaching level 21, one would effortlessly awaken a Nen ability tailored to their personal needs. This mechanism eliminated the most agonizing and arduous process Nen users faced when developing their abilities. Now that Morrow had reached level 22, it was only natural for him to anticipate this. Would he get one? And if so, what would it be? The curiosity and expectation rising in his heart were soon answered. Under Morrow's gaze, the characters at the very center of his tree rings tattoo seemed to activate some kind of switch, their edges suddenly glowing faintly. Then, a tiny orb of light emerged from the glow, connected by a thin strand of light, floating quietly before Morrow like a balloon. Morrow looked at the orb, his eyes reflecting its radiance. The orb's glow was soft, and upon closer inspection, it was composed of slender rays of light arranged in some orderly pattern. Rather than a glowing balloon, it more closely resembled a dandelion illuminated from within by a gentle light. Is this the reward for leveling up? Morrow extended his index finger forward. As if possessing a will of its own, the glowing dandelion lightly touched the tip of his fingernail. Upon contact, Morrow's mind was suddenly flooded with new information. Direction of need, design formulation, development integration. This was the process of creating a Nen ability granted by the glowing dandelion. As long as Morrow input his desired ability into the glowing dandelion, it would automatically generate the corresponding Nen ability. If developing a Nen ability as a Nen user was akin to traversing various paths on foot. Some paths were treacherous, others smooth. These paths represented the abilities themselves. Scaling perilous heights might reveal breathtaking vistas. Walking an easy road might offer monotonous scenery. Their commonality was that they could only be measured step by step. But the glowing dandelion's effect, like programming a script, required only Morrow's mental effort. Not that mental work was necessarily easier, but comparatively, it did save considerable effort. After absorbing the information from the glowing dandelion, Morrow was genuinely astonished. Was such a convenient ability mechanism truly free of cost? He even doubted whether this manifestation truly originated from Etude of Love. Regardless, Morrow would accept it without hesitation. This glowing dandelion before him, embodying the essence of freedom, would be an irreplaceable resource in his quest to kill Phaeton. He would utilize this resource meticulously, maximizing its full potential. Instead of immediately creating a Nen ability, Morrow stored the glowing dandelion away. A Nen ability tailored to his needs. In reality, it was an ability that could completely checkmate Phaeton. This was something that required careful consideration. Morrow suppressed the impulse in his heart, his peripheral gaze flickering toward the corpse on the ground. A ninja, likely from the same place as Hanzo in the original story. In this world, it seemed to be called Japan. As for why this ninja had targeted him, with insufficient information, Morrow couldn't be bothered to delve deeper. From the moment he decided to head to Heaven's Arena, he had already mentally prepared himself for all kinds of attacks, and his attitude remained unchanged. No matter how many came for him. Want to kill me? Then come, fail, and obediently become stepping stones. First, find a quiet and suitable place. Morrow stopped looking at the corpse and instead surveyed his surroundings. A modestly sized lake, forests encircling it. Uncertain which direction to take, Morrow could only choose a path different from the one he had come by. Over an hour later, Morrow found a cave about 10 meters high, nestled into the mountainside. Just as he entered, dark clouds rolled in from the distance, obscuring the moon behind them. Looking back, it was as if a curtain were being drawn across the sky, gradually swallowing the silver radiance from afar. Soon, a fierce wind began to rise, and the vast expanse of trees responded in kind, their canopies swaying incessantly. The weather had shifted abruptly, without warning. Morrow withdrew his gaze, pulling a camping lamp from his backpack. Turning it on, he stepped deeper into the cave under its soft glow. The cave was small, no more than a dozen square meters, but it was enough for Morrow's needs. Placing the lamp on a protruding rock along the cave wall, Morrow sat cross-legged, raising his right hand. With a thought, the glowing dandelion reappeared. The hardest thing about dealing with Phaeton is his ghostly speed, along with his incredibly refined re that keeps up with it. Compared to that, his Nen ability isn't much. A contemplative look flickered in Morrow's eyes. Approaching it from this angle was genuinely frustrating. If the one who had tried to kill him had been Yuvajin, things would have been much simpler. He could have easily followed Kurapika's example, establishing a limitation as a prerequisite to develop an ability similar to Chain Jail, one that could forcibly put the target into Zetsu. With such an ability, dealing with Yuvajin would have just been a matter of waiting for him to charge in. But with Phaeton, the problem became how to catch him. First, consider how to restrain Phaeton's speed. Before that, I need to ensure I have a means of defending against his rapid assaults. His thoughts scattered, the outline of the ability not yet formed, but the sequence of priorities was already clear. A method to counter Phaeton's high-speed combat style was the fundamental prerequisite. Only then could he restrain Phaeton's speed and guarantee a 100% chance of killing him. It was like holding a chain. To bind a hawk, you first had to evade its deadly dive. Once bound, a hawk that couldn't take flight would have no means of escape. Having settled on the direction, Morrow began structuring the ability's framework. When it came to evading rapid attacks, the first thing that came to mind was Killua's lightning speed ability. It was a transmutation ability that allowed the body to reflexively dodge attacks without conscious thought. A shame it was a transmuter ability. However, Killua's ability reminded Morrow of a word. Warning. Morrow still remembered that strange sensation when dodging the sniper shot, as if catching a whiff of death's aura at the last possible moment. Thinking of this, Morrow instinctively glanced at the back of his left hand. There was a red X symbol there. Faintly, Morrow seemed to see a path. 52, roughly like this. A red X. It was the execution sword of the death threshold. Only by killing Phaeton within the time limit would this glaring red symbol disappear. All the information Morrow knew about the death threshold was extracted from this red symbol. The method of extracting information was simple, just focus attention on the red symbol, and the relevant information would be transmitted into the brain like data transfer. But before the information transfer, one had to experience an extremely realistic death replay. Before considering a new ability, and before being inspired by Killua's lightning speed ability, Morrow had never thought of utilizing the X. That's right. Morrow realized that he might be able to use the death replay to obtain a kind of ability material. Thinking carefully now, that indescribable strange feeling from earlier when dodging the sniper. It was almost like a warning of death. Now, what Morrow thought of was to recreate that almost ethereal feeling from back then, and then find a way to strengthen its existence. This way, he could use the concept of death warning as the foundation for a new ability. Morrow felt this idea was somewhat far-fetched, but he believed it was achievable. Because Nen was a system full of infinite possibilities. Abilities like Kaken 4th Prince Tseridnika's Ephemeral 10 Seconds and Morina's Etude of Love were all strange products born from this system. Morrow focused his attention on the red symbol on the back of his hand. In an instant, his consciousness was like a small boat swallowed by a vortex, experiencing a moment of turbulence and blurriness. In just the time it took to take a breath, the death replay began, and Phaeton's figure appeared before his eyes again. A slightly distorted body with afterimages, eyes cold and gloomy enough to freeze everything, a thin sword accompanied by raging killing intent. Before he could see more clearly, the next second was the sensation of the blade slicing open his face. The feeling of suffocation, of death gripping his throat, came back multiplied. Unable to breathe, darkness descended. The next moment, Morrow's consciousness returned to reality, unconsciously reaching out to press against his face, his eyes trembling slightly beyond his control. The death replay brought out by the X was completely like making him die again. Fortunately, Phaeton's blade was fast enough that after the slash, there wasn't much actual pain felt. It was mainly because the death replay was too realistic, but this was also indirectly allowing Morrow to touch the breath of death. One more time. Morrow calmed the palpitations in his heart and once again focused his attention on the red symbol. His consciousness went from spinning to shaking, from blurry to clear. Phaeton's figure appeared again. A flash of sharp blade light, endless darkness descending. Morrow's consciousness returned to reality once more. Again, the death replay started once more. Rumble. Lightning flashed outside the cave, followed shortly by pouring rain. The sound of rain arrived in a jumble, but it didn't affect Morrow in the slightest. One death replay after another allowed Morrow to gradually recapture that strange feeling from before. Correspondingly, Phaeton's face became increasingly detestable. If it weren't for his still insufficient strength, Morrow would really want to go directly confront Phaeton. Time passed. When the heavy rain stopped, the first ray of morning sunlight shone into the cave. Only then did Morrow stop the death replay. He couldn't remember how many times it had been, but effort yields results. The continuous death replays allowed him to truly touch death itself in a meaningful way. But warning alone was not enough. This was just the foundation more needed to be added. Although the glowing dandelion could make the birth of abilities easy and simple, what Morrow wanted was a Nen ability that could both target Phaeton and suit his own nature. Warning, evasion, restraint, counterattack, and it must fit the Nen type. Morrow raised his hand to his chin, recalling his experiences since coming to this world. He learned observation and discernment in the cunning antique industry. He realized the importance of integrating resources during nen training. He experienced the joy and sense of achievement of narrowly avoiding attacks in the heavens arena. He perceived the importance of timing and effective attacks in battle after battle. First is. Morrow finished recalling and summoned the glowing dandelion, implanting the concept of death warning into it. The dandelion's light flickered once. Use the form of warning to enhance the ability to evade attacks. Continue to extend this as a precondition for restraint. But to enhance the effect of the ability itself, before extending the restraining ability, a limitation must be set to prove one's determination. For example, actively sacrificing or weakening defensive power, using the limitation of death constantly accompanying oneself like the wind to exchange for corresponding vow benefits. When evasion is no longer a problem, it's time to connect to the subsequent restraint. This is equally important. Not only to deal with Phaeton's speed but also to ensure Phaeton cannot escape. Morrow initially considered a nen space but quickly rejected the idea. Emission nen spaces mostly focus on movement, unlike conjuration nen spaces which can set up some targeted mechanisms. If it's just a nen space ability with simple movement and traversal capabilities, it wouldn't be much help in assassinating Phaeton. Unless he was a specialist, able to develop a nen space while also incorporating manipulation, emission, transmutation, and conjuration attributes. If that were the case, he could recreate an ability like Obito's from Naruto, evading attacks by phasing through them, then throwing the target into a nen space. But he was an emitter. Abandoning the nen space idea, Morrow had previously considered developing a high-speed movement ability with emitter characteristics. But without matching reaction speed and burst thinking ability, as well as overall body coordination to keep up with aura flow. Under such harsh compatibility conditions, the most likely thing to happen would be him crashing directly into a blade edge at high speed. It can be said that this kind of ability could be developed with effort. But not now. Morrow's time was limited. He needed to consider integrating all current resources and using them to the fullest. So the ability direction he chose was built on the framework of killing Phaeton. Not focusing on nen space or high-speed movement abilities, but still needing to counter Phaeton's speed. Morrow's thinking wasn't fixed. Although the direction was restraint, it didn't necessarily have to follow the literal meaning. What was the original purpose of restraint? To inflict effective damage on Phaeton, for certain. So Morrow naturally thought of directional attacks. The foundation and framework of the new ability were thus formed. Sacrificing or weakening one's own defense in exchange for an ability with ultra-high-speed feedback from warnings would be a star ring that allows aura to spread outward. Using high-risk attack evasion as a precondition to exchange for a directional counterattack ability would be a star mark that can be placed on the attacker. The framework of the ability was roughly like this. The key point was that nen abilities developed with upgrade rewards wouldn't occupy nen capacity. This meant that even if Morrow used this skill slot on Phaeton, he would still have the capacity to develop other abilities he wanted in the future. 53. Hisoka. The morning light dispersed the thin fog. After last night's downpour, the forest was still filled with moisture. The ground was covered with fallen branches and leaves, which had become damp and sticky after being soaked by the heavy rain. Several people with tired faces trudged across the wet ground, soon spotting a small mountain surrounded by forest, with a rather conspicuous cave opening on the mountainside. Upon seeing the cliff cave, the group's spirits lifted. In humid forests, it was often difficult to find suitable camping spots. After enduring last night's storm, this team just wanted to find a safe place to rest properly. The cave high up on the cliff face was a rare and valuable resting spot. A hint of color returned to the pale face of the team leader. Just as he was about to step towards the cave, he heard the sound of flapping wings from above. The team members looked up to see a giant bird with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters descending from the sky, slowly landing on the platform in front of the cliff cave. The next moment, under the astonished gaze of the group, the giant bird suddenly seemed to be extremely frightened. As soon as it landed, it flapped its wings in panic, fleeing from the cave entrance in a rather awkward manner. Seeing this scene, the group members looked at each other in bewilderment. The team leader hesitated for a moment, then took 2 steps forward. As his feet stepped on several damp grass leaves, he suddenly understood why the giant bird had fled in panic. That is, he looked up with wide eyes at the silent cliff cave, and for a moment saw black mist surging out like waves. The aura of death was overwhelmingly heavy. The color that had just returned to the team leader's face instantly vanished. His mind inexplicably flashed back to a canyon bottom he had once visited, where he had seen the ground littered with animal skeletons in that desolate place of death. He still clearly remembered the genuine feeling of being surrounded by the aura of death amidst those countless skeletons. Just like now, it was exactly the same. Turn back. The team leader shuddered, his face tense and pale as he turned around first. He didn't know what was in that cliff cave, nor did he want to know. Getting away from the source of danger became his only thought. Inside the cave, Morrow looked towards the entrance, faintly able to see the silhouette of the departing giant bird. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He had noticed when the giant bird landed on the platform at the cave entrance and was about to use his aura to intimidate and scare away the bird. But before he could act, the bird suddenly got frightened and ran away. Is it because I've used death replay too many times, causing me to unconsciously infuse some negative emotions into my aura? Looking at the small black dot in the distant sky, Morrow shook his head slightly, not dwelling on it further. He closed his eyes, preparing to get some good rest. To develop and perfect his ability, he hadn't slept at all last night. Now he just wanted to seize the opportunity to recover, then quickly continue his journey to leave this forest. Time flew by rapidly. On the third day, the sky was a gloomy gray. Morrow had successively contacted Kanzei and Argo. Kanzei hadn't fallen into a swamp, but he wasn't much better off. He had landed in a rapid mountain river, and after several ordeals, his phone was completely ruined, which was why he only managed to contact Morrow today. After Morrow and Kanzei confirmed each other's situations, they agreed to meet again when they had the chance, then ended the call. Afterwards, with Argo's information assistance, Morrow spent another day getting out of the forest. And, relying on Argo's help to reapply for an online entry permit, he smoothly passed through the border of the Minbo Republic, arriving at the nearest city in the neighboring country, then transferred to take an airship from the airport. All the procedures and permits during this process were handled by Argo. Morrow also got to experience another kind of value brought by intelligence personnel. On the airship heading to the Kyokanyu Kingdom, Morrow put down his phone. Just now, he had sent intelligence about the Phantom Troop's movements to Silva's contact number. However, assassins seem to always use a new number specifically for communicating with clients when executing contracts. So Morrow wasn't sure if Silva would block numbers other than the clients, and even if Silva received this intelligence, whether he would believe it was another matter. For Morrow, this was just a small favor done in passing. Several days later, the airship landed at an airport within the borders of the Kyokanyu Kingdom. Complete documentation and credentials allowed Morrow to pass through smoothly after landing. Leaving the airport, Morrow took a taxi to a city called Kanda. According to the intelligence provided by Argo, after entering the Kyokanyu Kingdom, the Phantom Troop initially still moved together, seemingly unconcerned about the pursuit and arrest from the Navi's country, roaming freely within the Kyokanyu Kingdom's borders. It wasn't until 5 days ago that the Phantom Troop began to disperse, subsequently showing different styles of action. Some members still acted arrogantly, mainly Yuvajin and Nobunaga, who, after separating from the main group, didn't take any disguise measures. In stark contrast were Crollo and the few members traveling with him. They had finally disguised themselves in dress and appearance, likely under Crollo's instructions and requirements, and began to act more discreetly. The city of Kanda that Morrow was now heading to was the nearest city to him at present, and also a city where Crollo and his group had exposed their whereabouts. About an hour later, Morrow arrived in Kanda City. This was a fairly standard modern metropolis, with towering skyscrapers and well-developed supporting facilities everywhere. Compared to the dazzling lights and hedonistic atmosphere that could be felt everywhere in York-New, this city called Kanda had a bright and lively feel, making one feel as if they had returned to one of the provincial cities of the previous life. Morrow sent a short message to Argo. While waiting for a reply, he casually pushed open the glass door of a roadside CAF, walking in amidst the jingling of bells, and sat down on the sofa nearest to the door. A CAF waiter came over. Morrow casually pointed to one of the items on the menu, then lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. By the time a cup of coffee was placed on the table, it was already more than 10 minutes later, and Argo had not yet replied. Morrow wasn't in a hurry. He picked up the coffee and took a sip. Ding ding. The sound of bells jingling came from the door. Someone pushed open the CAF's glass door and walked in, followed by the clear sound of heavy heels tapping on the floor. This was usually the sound of something like high heels. However, the person who walked into the CAF was a tall man with a slender waist and long legs. The nearby customers instinctively looked over, seeing the man's red hair standing up wildly and the teardrop and star-shaped makeup adorning his cheeks. They couldn't help but show a hint of strange expression. Such attire was completely out of place with the surrounding environment. Morrow also looked at the man who had just entered. After clearly seeing the other's appearance, Morrow's eyes changed slightly, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Hisoka, how could he be here? He is here for the Phantom Troop. 54. Morrow's scheme. Departing from Heaven's Arena to the Kyokanyu Kingdom. If all had gone smoothly, Morrow should have reached his destination a week ago. However, an unexpected incident on the airship delayed him until now. If it weren't for his level skyrocketing from LV7 to LV22, causing some changes in his mindset. And with Argo's intelligence that the Phantom Troop was still scattered and operating within Kyokanyu's borders, Morrow might have just turned back to Heaven's Arena. At this moment, Morrow saw Hisoka in the CAF and was surprised, quickly averting his gaze. The surrounding customers also glanced at Hisoka before looking away. The reactions of older customers were relatively normal, while some younger ones started discussing Hisoka's teardrop makeup and his extremely eye-catching pointed red boots. As they talked, they laughed out loud without any attempt to hide it. Hisoka was not far from them and could certainly hear the mockery. But he showed no reaction, sitting on a high stool by the floor-to-ceiling window, elbow propped on the table, palm supporting his cheek, his narrow eyes gazing at the passing crowd outside. Near the glass door, Morrow glanced at the table of young people laughing increasingly loudly from the corner of his eye. These youngsters had no idea they were mocking a psychopath who could crush them effortlessly. Putting aside the urge to help, respecting others' fates, Morrow heard comments like, "Why doesn't he put on a red nose?" coming from that direction, and struggled not to imagine such a scene as he stirred his coffee gently with a spoon. If he remembered correctly, Hisoka should be joining the Phantom Troop this year. And there were normally two ways to join the Phantom Troop. One was to kill a current member of the troop and take their place. However, this rule wasn't absolute. The other way was for Crollo to actively seek suitable new members when a position in the troop became vacant. Among Crollo's skill hunter abilities was a Nen ability that could find desired individuals. With this ability, Crollo could search for subjects meeting his requirements, allowing him to fill member vacancies selectively. It was also with this ability that Crollo, in the original plot, specifically prepared a set of tactics composed of multiple Nen abilities for Hisoka, defeating him utterly. In a fanfiction called The Exorcist, he also collected a set of targeted Nen abilities to kill a powerful Nen user. Unfortunately, in the end, he was thwarted by that powerful Nen user, resulting in the annihilation of the troop. Essentially, the overall composition of the troop as a team was not some haphazard assembly. It had special attack personnel focused on direct combat abilities, information and intelligence personnel to scout ahead, and functional members who could support diverse plans. And Crollo's ability to find people ensured that this team division system always existed. Hisoka joined the Phantom Troop this year, but not because Crollo actively sought him out. Instead, he targeted the current number 4 member of the troop. However, although Hisoka did indeed take the number 4 position in the original plot, he didn't actually kill the former number 4 member. Thinking carefully now, Hisoka's appearance at this time basically confirmed that he would soon target the number 4 member and then join the troop. Morrow then thought about Silva currently hunting the troop's number 8 member, probably having chased them to Kanda City by now. Looking at it this way, Hisoka, who was keen on one-on-one battles, might have gotten an opportunity to duel the troop's number 4 member because of Silva's actions. Morrow lowered his eyelids, stopping the motion of stirring his coffee. He pieced together the scattered information, arriving at a rough conclusion. Then he thought about the established plot development where Hisoka didn't actually kill the troop's number 4 member. So, was there a chance to pick up another opportunity? And was this potential benefit, whose value was yet unknown, worth the risk? Morrow involuntarily considered the feasibility of this matter. It was mainly because the leveling up experience on the airship had been too enticing. It allowed him to rise above level 20 in such a short time, and he received the upgraded Nen ability slot reward. Morrow had a feeling that with this kind of direct and brutal leveling system, he would likely receive at least one more skill enhancement reward as his level increased. Even if not, the direct increase in aura output and potential aura was equivalent to indirectly enhancing the power of Nen abilities. So Morrow's desire for level advancement had actually been fully activated. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? Morrow lowered his head, staring into his coffee cup. The spoon lightly touched the cup side, causing ripples in the dark brown liquid once again. Benefits and risks coexisted. This was the essence of vow and limitation. Morrow made his decision. Sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, then wait patiently for the opportunity to arrive. If it comes, act decisively. If not, withdraw quickly. The Phantom Troop, Silva, Hisoka. Placing these people on the chessboard was precisely the advantage that the information gap gave Morrow. As evening approached, customers came and went in the CAF. The table of young people who had been mocking Hisoka earlier seemed to have had their fill of laughter and finally stopped focusing their attention on him. From beginning to end, Hisoka never acknowledged their mockery. He just kept staring at the crowd on the street outside, as if trying to find his target for this trip among them. It's so hard to choose, Hisoka said, his narrow eyes slightly squinting. The Phantom Troop. This new prey that fascinated him immensely. But he had no interest in team battles. What he always pursued were one-on-one death matches. So he would only choose a target that met the minimum requirements from among the scattered spiders. The sun set, and night fell. The city lights gradually came on. Hisoka suddenly got up from his chair and walked straight towards the exit. The young people nearby watched as Hisoka passed in front of them, glancing at the 2 heart shapes on the front of his clothes, and couldn't help but laugh again. But Hisoka still ignored their existence, pushing open the glass door and walking out of the CAF. Morrow didn't look towards the glass door until the bell stopped ringing, feeling somewhat surprised. Although he knew Hisoka had no interest in ordinary people, to be mocked like this to his face and still remain unmoved. This was quite unexpected for Morrow. Morrow glanced at the group of young people still discussing, shook his head slightly, raised his cup to drink the now cold coffee, and then stood up to walk towards the exit. Just then, a huge sound suddenly came from the distance. The noise was so loud that it startled the customers in the store into reflexive silence. Both Morrow inside the coffee shop and Hisoka on the street outside looked in the direction of the sound. At that moment, the same gleam flashed in both their eyes. Meanwhile, at a fountain square, Silva slowly stood up. In front of his feet was a corpse with a severely concave back. Not far in front of Silva were several members of the Phantom Troop, led by Crollo. They looked at Silva, who had descended like a meteor to take the life of their member, their gazes cold and revealing undisguised killing intent. 55. Clash. 1 minute earlier. Atop a building overlooking the fountain square, Silva stood at the edge of the rooftop, his long hair fluttering in the wind. He took out his phone, glanced at the message, paused briefly, then put it away, his wolf-like eyes fixed on several figures in the square below. As night fell, the towering fountain at the center of the plaza shimmered with multicolored lights. The dancing light show, synchronized with the flowing water, drew the attention of most passers-by. Smiling, they gravitated toward the fountain, even children laughing and running toward it. Meanwhile, the Phantom Troop members, led by Crollo, avoided the crowd drawn to the spectacle. Stepping over the dazzling light effects flickering on the ground, they moved through the elongated shadows, passing the fountain from the opposite side and heading toward the edge of the square. On the rooftop, Silva's gaze followed Crollo and the others, slowly locking onto one of them, the Phantom Troop's number 8 member. Silva stared at the man, his aura surging like a torrent. He raised his right hand, the undulating aura around it instantly sharpening into a jagged form. This stalactite-like sharpening of aura was a phenomenon of a Nen user concentrating their attack power into a single point, a hallmark of an emission ability user before striking. Yet, as Silva gathered his aura for the attack, not even a trace of killing intent leaked from it. His aura was like a raging river, yet utterly silent. This was clearly the result of years of refinement. Then, he struck. Leaping from the rooftop, the sharpened aura around his palm transformed midair into an electrified Nen sphere over a meter in diameter. Like a meteor tearing through the night, he descended with pinpoint accuracy onto the Phantom Troop's number 8 member. Before this trajectory of terrifying destructive force landed, Crollo, Pakunoda, Cordopai, Shulnark, Maki, Omokage, and Lucius, the number 8 member directly in its path, all sensed the fleeting danger. That sense of crisis was like a sudden electric pulse in their minds. Its horror lay in the fact that, even if you saw it, your body couldn't react in time. A deafening explosion echoed across the city. A crater formed in the stone-paved square, spiderweb cracks radiating outward for dozens of meters. Inside the crater, Lucius lay dead, his back grotesquely twisted and caved in. Silva stood beside the corpse, calmly pulling out his phone. The other Phantom Troop members had retreated to the cracked ground, their eyes burning with killing intent as they glared at Silva for his sudden assassination of Lucius. His method of ambush. Speed and power aside, the truly terrifying aspect was the utter silence of his attack. Crollo's gaze was icy, devoid of any other emotion. The other members, however, shifted from shock to murderous intent, their hearts still gripped by lingering fear. They knew full well, if Silva had targeted any one of them, their fate would have been no different from Lucius's. It wasn't that Silva's strength seemed invincible, this impression stemmed more from his unpredictable assassination skills that left no room for defense. Under the deathly stares from Crollo and the others, Silva remained unfazed. With a flick of his toe, he flipped the corpse over, then took out his phone and snapped a photo of the dead man's face. He had deliberately avoided striking the head during the kill to preserve facial integrity. Truthfully, with the reputation the Zaldik family elders had built, such meticulousness wasn't necessary. But decades in the profession had ingrained certain habits in Silva, habits born from professionalism. After sending the corpse photo to the client, Silva dialed a dedicated contact number. The call connected in a second. The job is done. Transfer the payment to the designated account. With that, Silva hung up and pocketed his phone, exuding effortless composure. However, his actions also unmistakably revealed his identity as an assassin to Crollo and his group. Crollo's gaze remained sharp and cold, fixed unwaveringly on Silva. You killed one of my members. Now, you have two choices. His voice was icy. Even with a comrade dead before his eyes, his tone betrayed no anger or sorrow, only calm. Silva ignored Crollo's words and stepped out of the crater on his own. His movement instantly ratcheted up the tension in the air. Maki and the other members, watching Silva walk to the opposite side of the crater, unleashed their killing intent without restraint. At that moment, the stunned bystanders in the square seemed to snap back into motion, screaming and fleeing in panic. In an instant, the square descended into chaos, shrieks and children's wails filled the air. Only the fountain's light show remained unaffected, its dazzling display continuing uninterrupted. Crollo didn't stop his members from venting their emotions, his eyes still locked onto Silva across the crater. In any situation, the spider's rules came first. This was the foundation of their existence. So regardless of strength, the moment Silva killed Lucius, the rule of succession immediately took effect. Crollo removed his disguise, hat and sunglasses, and tossed them aside. Then, in that same eerily calm voice, he continued. 1. Accept recruitment and join my group. 2. Refuse and die here. At Crollo's words, Silva abruptly halted. He glanced back at Crollo, who had already assumed a combat stance. From the undulating aura radiating off Crollo, Silva sensed an unshakable resolve. Impressive aura. This young man isn't ordinary. Silva silently appraised him before turning away again, ignoring the proposal entirely as he walked off without a word. Seeing Silva persistently disregard Crollo, Maki and the others suddenly unleashed their maximum aura output, baring their fangs. But it was Crollo who struck first. Silva's dismissive response was tantamount to refusal. Whoosh! Crollo vanished in a flash. On the other side of the crater, Silva, his back still turned to the spiders, slightly raised his gaze. The moment his foot touched the ground, he too disappeared. The next instant, a dull thud of fist meeting elbow echoed across the battlefield. At the source of the sound, two figures materialized out of thin air, Crollo and Silva. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their fists and feet colliding with such force that ripples of aura erupted with each impact. In just a single second, they clashed over a dozen times using pure martial arts and nen techniques before abruptly separating. As Crollo retreated, his feet scraped against the ground, kicking up white smoke. A bloody gash appeared on his arm, but he didn't even glance at it, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Silva. Silva, too, stepped back to steady himself, but his stance remained as immovable as a mountain. His eyes locked onto the young man before him, who appeared to be around the same age as Illumi. On the streets, the crowd fled from the square in panic, their faces twisted with fear. Yet Hisoka moved against the tide, his eyes narrowed as he stared in the direction of the square. In the distance, Morrow also walked against the fleeing crowd, but his attention was drawn to the nearby high ground. 56. The Great Battle. The fleeing crowd pointed the way for Hisoka and Morrow. Even without encountering this group of people escaping from the direction of the square, Hisoka and Morrow would have been able to find the location immediately. Because it was too obvious. The aura fluctuations coming from the direction of the square, as well as the intense killing intent contained within, could be said to be as conspicuous as a lighthouse in the night sky. Although he hadn't seen the scene, Morrow could basically be certain that Silva had made his move against the phantom troop. This was the effect of intelligence. Of course, Morrow wasn't foolish enough to rush straight to the scene. His gaze passed through the gaps in the crowd, lightly brushing over Hisoka's distant silhouette. The troop, at least 3 or 4 of them must be present. Seeing Hisoka heading directly towards the scene with clear purpose, Morrow could only sigh inwardly at Hisoka's confidence, or more accurately, that unreasonable driving force that sought battle. Averting his gaze, Morrow walked towards a nearby tall building. When he arrived at the empty rooftop of the high-rise, he could see the situation in the square at a glance. Inside the crater violently blasted open lay a brutally killed corpse, most likely the troop's number 8 member. It could only be said that as expected of the current head of the Zaldik family, the assassination efficiency was simply beyond words. Not far from the crater, on level ground, Crollo and Silva were engaged in combat. Around them were several troop members, including Maki. Judging from the aura surrounding them, it seemed they could intervene in the battle at any moment. 6. Morrow's gaze swept over the troop members in the square, their numbers even more than he had anticipated. At this moment, the confrontation in the square was approaching a white-hot intensity. Crollo, who was at a disadvantage in terms of physical combat and nen techniques, didn't stubbornly continue to clash head-on with Silva. Initially engaging in close combat was because in the instant Silva killed Lucius with one palm strike, Crollo had discerned some clues from it. It wasn't simply a physical attack, but rather an emission attack form where aura was accumulated and then allowed to leave the palm. Although it was just for an instant, Crollo had keenly captured this crucial information, so he immediately engaged in close combat. This also demonstrated his confidence in his physical combat and nen technique levels. However, after actually engaging with Silva, Crollo realized that Silva's close combat level far exceeded his own. Not just in terms of physical combat and nen techniques, but even in terms of combat experience and physical toughness, they were not comparable to his current stage. Recognizing this point, Crollo decisively changed his approach. After creating a small distance, he raised his hand and conjured Skill Hunter. Rustle rustle. The black and red book automatically flipped its pages. Crollo held the book in one hand, his gaze fixed directly on Silva. Seeing Crollo materialize a book, Silva stood still in his original position, his peripheral vision sweeping over the other troop members around who were itching to act. Conjured objects usually possess special abilities and mechanisms. So, when facing a conjurer, one can't rashly give opportunities but must primarily probe. This was experiential advice that Zeno had imparted to Silva long ago. Of course, with Silva's current strength, he could completely synchronize probing and attacking, directly adopting emission long-range attack methods from medium distance. The reason Silva hadn't made a move wasn't out of wariness towards the conjured object, but because he didn't want to work in vain. Therefore, even if Crollo made the first move, Silva had primarily been avoiding battle from the beginning, and Crollo wasn't some third-rate nen user who could be easily dealt with. It seems they won't let me leave easily. Silva took in the positions of the other troop members, clearly intentionally blocking all his possible retreat routes. From the start of the battle until now, Crollo's attention had been entirely on Silva, naturally noticing Silva's small movements observing escape routes. Insisting on avoiding battle, Crollo lowered his gaze slightly, his right hand holding Skill Hunter open to a certain page. He saw that Silva intended to escape, so he also abandoned the idea of a one-on-one. Compared to what could be gained in a duel, ensuring Silva could be kept here was a more important outcome. Attack. Crollo suddenly spoke. The surrounding troop members heard this and instantly stirred their aura, entering a combat state. At the same time, in Chrollo's left hand, a bubble gun with a cylinder and a muzzle flashing with rainbow light conjured out of thin air. Fragile item. Pointing the rainbow muzzle at Silva, he immediately pulled the trigger. Instantly, accompanied by a series of sharp rattling sounds, a string of bubbles shimmering with rainbow light flew out from the muzzle, like dandelion seeds blown by the wind, enveloping towards Silva. Looking at the rainbow bubbles flying everywhere, Silva was surprised by the ability Chrollo displayed. But he didn't pay much attention to it, quickly flashing backwards to retreat out of the rainbow bubbles coverage area, then immediately attacking towards Cortopai who was guarding one of the routes. Intending to escape, he directly chose the weakest breakthrough point in the field. Seeing Silva attack towards him, Cortopai was helpless. There was no way he could block it. This was an established fact. Cortopai was very clear about this in his heart, but he didn't retreat at all. Not to risk his life, but because he had complete trust in Chrollo's ability. Snap! The sound of a book closing rang out in the field. It was Chrollo closing Skill Hunter, and the bubble gun in his left hand instantly disappeared. However, the rainbow bubbles that had been fired earlier didn't disappear, still floating in the air. This was the effect of the fragile item ability. Even if the ability user removed the bubble gun, it wouldn't affect the rainbow bubbles that had already been fired. So, Chrollo could, while the rainbow bubbles were still in effect, flip through Skill Hunter again to use another Nen ability. The pages stopped turning, and at the same time, Chrollo was already amidst the many rainbow bubbles, his gaze devoid of emotional fluctuations closely following Silva's movements. In another's shoes, the emission ability activated. In an instant, Chrollo and Silva exchanged positions. Silva suddenly appeared amidst the many rainbow bubbles, while Chrollo appeared a few meters in front of Cortopai. Pop pop pop. Because Silva was maintaining his forward charging motion, after the position exchange, he inevitably burst many rainbow bubbles. As the bubbles burst, specks of water splashed onto Silva's surface aura. Then, as if it were sulfuric acid, it corroded small holes in Silva's exposed surface aura. A conjuration transmutation composite ability that weakens aura defense. And an emission ability that forcibly exchanges positions. Since the latter had the ability effect of force transfer, it meant that it couldn't be activated a second time in a short period. Silva's thoughts turned, and he didn't hesitate at all despite being amidst the rainbow bubbles. Instead, he responded decisively. He directly burst through the nearby bubbles, allowing the water to continue weakening the upper limit of his aura output, and charged straight towards Chrollo's original position. There was almost a gap there. Maki was closest to that gap, her eyes sharp, her hands pulling out fine Nen threads. But just as she was about to block Silva, 3 playing cards came spinning at high speed, passing between her and Silva, flying straight towards Omokage who was nearest and hadn't taken any substantial action. Seeing the 3 playing cards wrapped in aura flying towards his face, Omokage's expression changed slightly, hastily dodging to the side to avoid the cards. On the rooftop of a nearby high-rise, Morrow, who was watching the show, couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Hisoka who had thrown the playing cards. He could see that Hisoka, entering the square from that position, had originally intended to use those 3 cards to greet Maki who was closest. But seeing Maki and Silva about to clash, he immediately turned his aim, targeting Omokage beside them who seemed to be slacking off. This guy is purely a troublemaker. Realizing this, Morrow couldn't help but sigh inwardly. 57. Opportunity. Hisoka was a transmuter, adjacent to the enhancement and conjuration. Theoretically, Hisoka could utilize 80% of an enhancer's precision. When applied to throwing playing cards, the lethality was still considerable. So when Maki faced Silva directly, Hisoka, approaching from behind, was fully capable of assassinating her. This was precisely the most common outcome in Nen combat when outnumbering the opponent, instantly eliminating a normally troublesome adversary in an extremely short time. Yet Hisoka's attack bypassed Maki. From this, Morrow discerned that Hisoka held an almost extreme regard, one might even call it a bottom line, for fair, head-on combat. While marveling at this, Morrow couldn't help but feel a pang of intense regret. If he had been in Hisoka's position just now, he could have taken the opportunity to eliminate Maki and gain a substantial amount of upgrade experience. But afterward, he would most likely face pursuit from Chrollo and the others. As for the rules of joining the troop, forget about ambushing them during a mission. The target would have been one of the troop's founding members, a childhood companion of Chrollo and the rest. In such a scenario, no one would believe in so-called recruitment rules. Morrow had personally verified this truth. Thus, to reap rewards, one had to face risks. Since he hadn't been bold enough to charge into the square fearlessly like Hisoka from the start, he naturally didn't deserve the opportunity to gain massive experience earlier. At this thought, Morrow's regret instantly dissipated. Even if given a second chance, he would still have chosen to position himself on the rooftop of the high-rise. Capabilities dictated actions. The risks of ambushing a troop member in the square were too great. Compared to that decision, Morrow still preferred snatching the head of Omokage, the troop's number 4 member, from Hisoka's grasp. If he recalled correctly, Omokage had faked his death to escape in the end. And Hisoka, fully aware of this, had still let him go. By leveraging this information, Morrow could decide whether to act based on the situation. Though he might draw Hisoka's attention afterward, it was still better than facing half the troop head-on. Morrow reined in his thoughts and gazed at the figure emerging from the light in the distance. Whether it was an illusion or Hisoka's deliberate doing, Morrow couldn't help but feel that Hisoka's gait carried a hint of provocative sway, something that, in the eyes of the ambushed Omokage, would undoubtedly come across as 100% provocation. Being a troublemaker is good. Best to stay the center of attention, Hisoka. Muttering to himself, Morrow kept a close watch on the battle unfolding in the square. With Hisoka's sudden intervention, the standoff between Maki and Silva froze for an instant, while Omokage, now under attack, fixed a cold glare on the slender-hipped figure sauntering toward him. Then, as time resumed its flow, Maki refocused on Silva. Nen thread, net. Maki abruptly raised her hands, and the aura-transformed Nen threads wove into a crisscrossing web. Though she was a natural transmuter, her exceptional talent and relentless training had granted her the ability to wield 100% of an enhancer's precision simultaneously. Thus, her Nen threads carried enhancer properties. Don't even think about escaping. Maki spread out her web of threads and leaped backward, momentarily creating distance while immediately increasing the intensity of her aura output. In an instant, she hurled the rapidly expanding web of threads forward toward Silva. The shimmering web of threads descended like the lines of a chessboard, enveloping Silva. But Silva was not one to be restrained by such a net. Using the footwork technique Rhythm Echo, he left behind an afterimage at the web's landing point while his true body swiftly evaded. However, Maki possessed innate Nen eyes that could perceive aura with just a glance. She saw through Silva's Rhythm Echo instantly and, without hesitation, pulled back on a Nen thread connected to the web. Under her control, the web seemed to gain a tracking function, relentlessly pursuing Silva. Silva glanced at Maki, silently acknowledging the formidable nature of these individuals. Even as he marveled, his hands moved swiftly. He raised his arm and fired a Nen bullet directly at the web. Boom! The Nen bullet struck the web, the resulting explosion obliterating it completely. So fast. Maki's pupils contracted as she witnessed Silva's astonishing speed from gathering aura to firing the Nen bullet in an instant. She now fully grasped Silva's strength. Yet, her next actions showed no hesitation despite Silva's prowess. Almost simultaneously with the explosion, Maki closed in on Silva's flank, the faint glint of Nen threads flickering between her fingers. The shorter her Nen threads, the stronger they became. The earlier expanded web had merely been a setup for this moment. Just as Maki attempted to sever part of Silva's limbs with her threads, Silva twisted his waist with even greater speed and kicked her squarely in the shoulder. Thud! A jellyfish-shaped shockwave erupted violently. Maki grunted as she was sent flying sideways like a cannonball. Silva retracted his leg and steadied himself, only to be momentarily halted by a barrage of bullets blocking his path. Paku was wielding a revolver, firing at him. Naturally, these bullets couldn't harm Silva, they merely delayed him for a fraction of a second. Meanwhile, Hisoka, gripping playing cards between his fingers, lunged forward toward Omokage with his upper body leaning in. Midway, he crossed paths with Maki, who was still airborne from Silva's kick. Their gazes met briefly in midair. Maki's eyes flashed with wary surprise, while Hisoka's held only naked battle lust. The next instant, Hisoka reached Omokage, slashing at him with the playing card as if it were a blade. Faced with Hisoka's swift and fierce assault, Omokage didn't even have time to ask, "Who are you?" before he was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding the slash. His evasion, however, inevitably gave Hisoka an opening to pursue. Hisoka stepped forward, retracting his right arm while driving his knee toward Omokage's abdomen. Omokage's expression shifted as he crossed his arms downward, blocking the knee strike. Thump! A dull impact. Though Omokage blocked the strike, the force still sent him flying backward. This was exactly the outcome Hisoka wanted. He had no intention of joining the group fight, his goal was to isolate Omokage from the battlefield. Boss! Shulnark frowned at Hisoka's sudden interference. Chrollo glanced at Hisoka, who was chasing Omokage like a rabid dog. Considering Omokage's ability to summon multiple dolls, he judged that the situation wouldn't escalate immediately. First, deal with the one who killed Lucius, he decided. Got it. Shulnark and Cordopai unconditionally trusted Chrollo's arrangements and immediately moved toward Silva. On the rooftop of the high-rise building, Morrow noticed Hisoka isolating Omokage from the battlefield and Chrollo's group focusing their efforts on dealing with Silva. His heart stirred. An opportunity. 58. Deception x Ambush. Seeking profit amidst risk. The current developments were unfolding exactly as anticipated. Despite Hisoka's unexpected interference, the Phantom Troop remained focused on dealing with Silva. This decision not only gave Hisoka an opportunity but also provided Morrow with one. The perfect moment to strike would be when Omokage let his guard down, thinking he had successfully escaped. As for whether they'd be disrupted later, being targeted by Hisoka, that was the risk they had to face in this operation. Morrow stopped paying attention to Silva's situation and instead turned his gaze toward Hisoka and Omokage, who were already engaged in battle. He quietly moved closer. On the street outside the square, Omokage was sent flying backward, crashing into a parked car with a deafening metallic screech as his body embedded itself into the vehicle. The sudden commotion frightened nearby pedestrians, who quickly scattered. Not far away, Hisoka approached the wrecked car. Holding a playing card between his fingers, he pressed it against the tip of his nose, concealing his faint smirk. The cooperation from the other troop members had heightened his excitement. This intense, genuine emotion radiated through his aura, exuding a captivating and overwhelming presence. Omokage pried himself free from the twisted steel frame, breaking out of the wreckage. With a sharp motion, he straightened his posture, shaking off shards of glass from his silver-gray hair. "You don't exist in my memories." Standing upright, Omokage glared coldly at Hisoka, who was enveloped in a powerful aura. But asking "why did you attack me" now would be pointless. As soon as he finished speaking, a red glow seeped from Omokage's eyes as he activated his ability under the influence of his aura. Soul Puppet. Dolls stored within his pupils materialized in a flash of crimson light, swiftly manifesting into 3 figures. 2 of them were unmistakably Phaeton and Uvijin. The last was a man with arms as long as an ape's. These were all puppets personally crafted by Omokage. Under the effects of his specialization ability, the puppets could exhibit roughly 30% of their original counterpart's strength, including replicating their nen abilities. If he could obtain the original's eyes, that percentage could rise to 50%, with a qualitative leap in flexibility. As a member of the Phantom Troop, Omokage had secretly created replicas of his comrades without their knowledge, meaning he couldn't equip them with the original's eyes. Still, even without eyes, the raw combat prowess of battle maniacs like Phaeton and Uvijin was something Omokage highly valued. The third puppet, the one with elongated arms, was a complete soul puppet possessing eyes. These 3 puppets specialized in close-range suppression, speed-based harassment, and long-range attacks, respectively. Hisoka observed the lifelike puppets with interest. "Mind if I ask you a question?" Omokage ignored him, issuing a command for the 3 puppets to kill Hisoka. The moment the order took effect, the Uvijin puppet charged at Hisoka first. Big bang impact. The Uvijin puppet opened with its ultimate move, channeling nearly all its aura into its fist, which glowed a vivid red. Though fragments of memory served as the soul's foundation, the puppet's lack of eyes still left it lacking in flexibility. As it attacked, most of its body remained exposed, unprotected by aura. Hisoka was also a battle maniac who reveled in carnage, so how could he miss such a glaring opening that was practically offering their necks to him? Originally, he had wanted to ask how much of the original's strength these imitation dolls could replicate. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Hisoka flicked a playing card between his fingers, and as the Uvijin doll swung its fist, he sent the card slicing across its neck at an even faster speed. Since the Uvijin doll had concentrated most of its aura into its fist, the attack cleanly severed its head. However, before Hisoka could retract his momentum, Phaeton appeared like a ghost, his thin sword stabbing out with chilling glints. Hisoka raised an eyebrow, hastily dodging in a rather awkward manner. SSSSH. In just a second or two, 2 shallow wounds appeared on Hisoka's arm and waist. Quite aggressive, but lacking in lethality. Slightly surprised by the Phaeton puppet's offensive nature, Hisoka immediately grasped its thin sword upon noticing this flaw. Bungee gum. The aura swirling around his palm instantly gained adhesive properties, firmly sticking to the Phaeton puppet's sword. Just as Hisoka was about to destroy the Phaeton puppet in one move, a barrage of arrow-shaped nen bullets suddenly rained down from above. Hisoka glanced up and decisively retreated, evading the area covered by the projectiles. The Phaeton puppet also stepped back. The next moment, the arrow-shaped nen bullets landed like a sudden downpour, triggering a series of explosions. In just a second or two, thick dust filled the air. Hisoka emerged from the dust, and as the distance lengthened, the pink adhesive gum holding the Phaeton puppet sword snapped apart. A standard coordinated squad setup. Seeing that the last doll was an emitter, Hisoka wasn't particularly surprised. He flipped a few playing cards into his hand, pinching them between his fingers. Having confirmed the doll's strength, aside from the earlier emission attack, there was little else to worry about. So now, it was time to go straight for the kill. What Hisoka didn't notice was, while he was dodging the rain of arrow-shaped nen bullets, Omokage used the dust as cover to leave behind a replica doll filled with his artificial eyeball before quietly retreating from the battlefield. This scene was witnessed by Morrow. Perfect. Seeing Omokage leave behind a replica doll, Morrow knew the opportunity had arrived. If Omokage had simply fled, it would have been hard to act. But now, by faking his death in this manner, most of his aura output remained with the doll, leaving his true self weakened. A glint flashed in Morrow's eyes. The battle on the street wasn't over yet. But Omokage had already quietly retreated a fair distance, turning into a one-way alley flanked by buildings on both sides. This place was now outside Hisoka's line of sight. Just who the hell is that guy? Omokage frowned deeply. After just a few exchanges, he had sensed Hisoka's overwhelming strength. To be safe, he had executed a decoy escape. Omokage glanced back in the direction he came from, still unable to understand why Hisoka had attacked him. Shifting his gaze forward, he stared at the silent alley ahead. The fierce battle on the street had turned the nearby living into ostriches, and naturally, no one would be in this one-way passage. Omokage walked up a slightly steep slope, intending to find a vantage point. After some distance, he reached a T-junction and suddenly sensed something. His gaze shifted to the third-floor balcony of a distant building. On the railing of the pitch-black balcony, 3 glowing green nen bullets hovered midair, arranged in a triangular formation. Seeing this, Omokage narrowed his eyes, activating Gyo, just as the bullets abruptly shot downward. He braced himself defensively, but he soon noticed something odd about their trajectory. Judging by the angle of descent, they weren't aimed at him. Who is this? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind before he observed the bullet's path shift slightly upward, now unmistakably heading toward him. Just as Omokage focused on the incoming nen bullets, a figure suddenly darted out from a narrow alleyway in front of him. It was Morrow, lying in ambush. Ignoring the returning bullets, Morrow closed the distance in a flash, his aura-wreathed right hand stabbing toward Omokage's heart like a blade. Shocked but reacting swiftly, Omokage raised his hand and clamped down on Morrow's wrist. Then, he saw it, the glowing green nen bullets coalescing between Morrow's aligned fingers. His pupils contracted. Whoosh! The bullets fired from Morrow's fingertips, slamming into Omokage's chest. Instantly, the impact sent him flying backward, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth midair. From now on, there will be a bonus chapter for every new review and every time the story gets 20 power stones. 59. First deployment of a new ability. This was a premeditated ambush. As he was sent flying backward, Omokage instantly realized this fact. Although he had managed to block the opponent's palm blade with his reflexes, the ensuing nen bullet struck him squarely in a relatively weak spot of his aura defense. Once the balance between offense and defense was disrupted, direct damage was inevitable. The nen bullet forced Omokage to cough up a mouthful of blood, the pain twisting his features almost beyond recognition. Yet he stubbornly resisted the assault of pain on his consciousness and, in the critical moment of being sent flying, immediately formulated a countermeasure. I need to summon the Phaeton puppet, the one with the strongest restraining ability, to cut off the opponent's pursuit rhythm. Omokage made his decision, his eyes glowing red. At the same time, on the long street, the Phaeton puppet, gripping a thin sword, suddenly distorted and vanished in a flash of red light. Hisoka, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced meaningfully at Omokage, who had been keeping to the rear. Inside the one-way passage, Omokage plummeted from midair and crashed heavily onto the concrete road with a dull thud. But the red light that had shot from his eyes had already manifested the Phaeton puppet in front of him. At this moment, Morrow strode toward Omokage, not even bothering to look back as he casually swatted away the shooting stars flying toward him, meant more as a distraction, shattering them into scattered stardust. However, the sudden appearance of the Phaeton puppet disrupted Morrow's intention to press his advantage. A handcrafted doll that can be summoned and dismissed at will, just like a conjurer's ability. Truly, specialists defy all logic. My own ability has been leaning toward manipulation so far, but who knows? Maybe I'll get the chance to shift to specialist in the future. Seeing the Phaeton puppet appear out of nowhere, Morrow inwardly marveled at the prowess of specialization, feeling an inevitable tinge of longing for it. Normally, only conjured objects could achieve such seamless remote summoning and dismissal. Yet the inherent complexity of specialist abilities could shatter such conventional understanding to some extent. His gaze swept over the hollow eyes of the Phaeton puppet. The hatred Morrow had accumulated through countless death replays didn't extend to a mere doll. But of all people, it had to be Phaeton. It seemed this man heavily relied on Phaeton's rapid assault capabilities, even disregarding Hisoka's reaction on the other side. Perfect. This would serve as a test for the newly developed Starlight Convergence. Morrow halted his steps, his expression calm. Seeing that Morrow made no further moves, the Phaeton puppet stood motionless, sword in hand. Its orders were to block Morrow's pursuit, but constrained by the framework of its ability, even if it retained some of the original's aggressive instincts, it couldn't act on its own desires. Cough, cough. Omokage raised a hand to cover the blood seeping from his mouth. Seeing Morrow and the Phaeton puppet locked in a standoff, he struggled to his feet, swaying as if he might collapse at any moment. If not for Hisoka eliminating the Yuvajin puppet earlier, allowing him to recover a third of his aura output, he might have already been taken down by this bastard in front of him. Why, cough, why attack me? Omokage lowered his hand, revealing his bloodied mouth, his gaze at Morrow laced with anger. Listening to Omokage's questioning, Morrow couldn't be bothered to respond and abruptly unleashed his maximum aura output. In an instant, all his aura nodes opened wide. The abundant, radiant aura surged like a turbulent river, sharp and visible to the naked eye amidst the turbulence. An overwhelming battle intent was conveyed directly to Omokage through the aura. Bastard, damn bastard. Just seeing the sudden eruption of Morrow's aura, Omokage couldn't help but think of Hisoka on the other side. The same, exactly the same. These two bastards he encountered tonight weren't attacking him out of some personal grudge. And that was precisely what made it so infuriating. It made him feel like some unlucky fool caught in a senseless disaster. Kill him. Omokage's face twisted as he gave the order, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth. The moment his words fell, the Phaeton puppet responded instantly. With a faint sound, its figure blurred into an afterimage, its slender sword gleaming as it thrust straight toward Morrow. Under the flickering, dim yellow light, murderous intent was laid bare. The surging aura around Morrow abruptly condensed before exploding outward into a dazzling array of starlight. Starlight Convergence. The aura shattered into countless brilliant points of light, swirling within a 5-meter radius around Morrow like a galaxy. At the center of this stellar formation, Morrow was enveloped in a thin layer of aura, his figure reflecting the radiance of the surrounding starlight. Phaeton shot forward like a sharp blade piercing into the sea of shimmering stars. In an instant, the flowing starlight was violently scattered. Yet, like neurons, each point of light that was touched rapidly received, processed, and transmitted information. The trajectory of the enemy's attack manifested in Morrow's mind, as if a single path in a vast constellation. Morrow's eyes flashed as he took a step forward, sidestepping slightly. Phaeton, who had disrupted the starlight, passed right by Morrow's side. But almost in the same second, Phaeton, having missed his initial strike, displayed astonishing physical coordination, planting his feet before pivoting and slashing at Morrow in a seamless follow-up. At this moment, Morrow was still turned sideways, his gaze not on Phaeton but fixed firmly on Omokage ahead, savoring an indescribable pleasure. No, a cruder word was needed. Thrill. More visceral and intense than anything he'd felt in the Heaven's Arena ring. Like dancing on the edge of a blade, letting the pressure of death seep into every cell of his body. But he couldn't let the overwhelming presence of death stir any emotional fluctuations. Because even the slightest shift in emotion would cause starlight convergence to collapse. This was a limitation rooted in the mind. Yet for Morrow, who had relived countless death replays, it was hardly a limitation at all. In fact, it was the existence of death replay that had given birth to this ability. Morrow savored the emotional feedback from his new ability before crouching slightly, tilting his head down to evade Phaeton aimed at his neck. SSHHK. A few strands of hair drifted into the air, like stray willow catkins intruding upon the sea of stars. Phaeton's horizontal slash missed, but his wrist twisted, redirecting the blade into an angled slash toward Morrow's shoulder, once again disrupting the celestial river. Morrow's bent knees naturally exerted force, propelling his body forward abruptly and narrowly avoiding Phaeton's diagonal slash. The hollow eye sockets of the Phaeton puppet seemed to ripple with movement, but its assault didn't falter. It stepped forward, driving its rapier straight toward Morrow. Yet Morrow sidestepped in the opposite direction, allowing Phaeton's rapier to sweep past his front. For lightning-fast strikes all missed. The Phaeton puppet failed to notice that as each of its thrusts found empty air, the surrounding motes of starlight had quietly attached themselves to its body. Just as its left hand swiftly steadied its sword-wielding right wrist, preparing to slash horizontally toward Morrow's chest, these clinging starlight particles faintly coalesced into chains of stars, freezing its body in an instant. Morrow glanced sideways at the Phaeton puppet now bound by shimmering star chains across its form. The counter-ability's control effect couldn't suppress the target's aura, and its duration depended on the disparity in aura strength. But against a Phaeton puppet with only half of Omokage's aura output, it was more than enough. Morrow, still turned sideways, reached out parallel to the rapier and clamped down on the Phaeton puppet's neck. Simultaneously, the phantom star chains covering the puppet's body swirled like a flowing galaxy, converging at its heart to form a cross-shaped starburst. This mark, resembling a sniper's crosshair, granted Morrow's shooting stars a locking capability. This also meant that even Morrow's deceptive shooting star could utilize this mechanism. After the rebound's power doubled, it would then lock onto the target bearing the star mark. And this lock was directional. The compound application of abilities had ironically transformed what should have been a detrimental limitation into a component that enhanced damage within the ability system. Now, if Morrow wished, he could unleash maximum intensity deceptive shooting stars in a carpet-bombing assault on the Phaeton puppet. But there was no need. Instead, Morrow wanted to test another possibility. Morrow retracted starlight convergence, the outward radiance of starlight abruptly condensing back onto his body, returning to its most primal aura form. Then, Morrow's hand clenched violently, crushing the Phaeton puppet's neck. After all, it was just a counterfeit. With a crisp sound, hard fragments scattered as the Phaeton puppet's head separated from its body, tumbling to the ground. Hiss! A dark red aura streamed from the broken puppet, flying straight toward Omokage. At this moment, Omokage's pupils trembled as he watched Morrow crush the Phaeton puppet with one hand. Only when the aura housed within the puppet returned to him did he react, and suddenly notice. What's this? Omokage glanced down at his chest, where a glaring cross-shaped star mark stood out. This mark had previously appeared on the Phaeton puppet. Transferred over already. Before he could ponder further, to defend against Morrow's impending attack, Omokage activated his soul puppet ability again. Amid a crimson glow, he summoned a burly, eye-bearing doll. Morrow leveled his arm, a massive fluorescent green Nen bullet coalescing in his palm. His eyes fixed on Omokage as he stated calmly, "You made a bad move." Too reliant on his dolls, Omokage had failed to reinforce his own defenses when the star mark appeared. Instead, he'd followed instinctive judgment, summoning yet another puppet for protection. This meant Omokage had allocated at least another third of his aura output, on top of the emission doll on Hisoka's side. His defenses were critically lacking. Meanwhile, the phenomenon of the star mark's transfer dispelled Morrow's concerns. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about this ability being countered by tactics like Nen beasts. Deceptive shooting star. Morrow suddenly raised his hand, the fluorescent green Nen bullet in his palm soaring upward like a rocket. Then, without another glance at Omokage, Morrow turned and walked away. Huh, what is he, cough cough, posturing? No, he has no reason to. So what exactly? Cold sweat dripped down Omokage's face as he stared wide-eyed at Morrow's retreating figure. Moments later, Omokage abruptly noticed a fluorescent green glow illuminating the space before him. His head jerked upward, pupils reflecting the shape of a shooting star. The next instant, that single shooting star suddenly split apart, scattering like fireworks before converging back toward him, tracing brilliant arcs across the sky. Block the attack! Omokage shouted hoarsely. The clearly enhancement doll obeyed, its burly frame intercepting the incoming shooting star cluster that resembled a meteor shower. Yet the numerous shooting stars seemed sentient, effortlessly weaving around the enhancement doll. What? Omokage's expression twisted in shock. Then he was engulfed by the shooting stars. On the long street, Hisoka casually sidestepped the emission attacks shaped like arrows, their intensity and precision noticeably diminished. Originally, he had planned to strike directly at the heart of the formation to eliminate Omokage, who was hiding behind the battle lines. But when the Phaeton puppet vanished into thin air, he sensed something amiss. After effortlessly evading the attacks, Hisoka didn't counter. Instead, he strode purposefully in one direction. Whether it was intuition or some fleeting insight, he couldn't say. Hisoka paid no mind to the incoming follow-up attacks. Then, the long-armed doll he had deliberately ignored, along with Omokage who had been positioned at the rear, suddenly dispersed their aura and collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Interesting. The corners of Hisoka's eyes curved into an exaggerated arc, his contracted pupils trembling uncontrollably. 60. Spider-Man Hisoka. The moment Omokage instinctively relied on his puppet, his fate was sealed. A shooting star at 200% power. This was no joke. Moreover, part of Omokage's aura was still dispersed along the long street. In such a situation, there was absolutely no way he could withstand this lethal strike. Morrow turned and walked away. After putting some distance between himself and the scene, he paused upon hearing the explosive impact of the shooting star. He casually raised the back of his hand and glanced at it. LV.22 LV.31. 9 levels up. Looking at the number at the center of his tree rings tattoo, Morrow's eyes gleamed faintly, a sense of satisfaction welling within him. In just half a month, he had climbed from LV.7 all the way to LV.31. If he had relied solely on pure, grueling training, half a month would have only allowed him to advance 2 or 3 levels from LV.7. And the higher the level, the more exponentially the required training time would grow. But by hunting high-level nen users, he could bypass the constraints of time, seizing the rewards that should have belonged to the future and making them his own in the present. The only difference was, hunting nen users inevitably carried the risk of death. Omokage's level was probably between LV.45 and LV.60. Morrow estimated Omokage's potential aura. At first, the distance had been too great to observe clearly. By the time he got closer, Omokage had already dispersed part of his aura elsewhere, making an accurate assessment difficult. He could only widen the estimated range. Enough thinking. Time to run. With the tree rings tattoo providing direct feedback, Morrow didn't need to worry about any so-called feigned death tactics. He immediately bolted in the opposite direction down the passageway. Attacking Omokage had been a high-risk, high-reward gamble. Now that the reward was secured, the next step was to escape any potential fallout. If he had waited until Hisoka fully acknowledged Omokage's feigned death before making his move, the risk might have been lower. But in that case, Omokage would have been at his absolute peak, making an ambush kill nearly impossible. Choices matter so much. Morrow sprinted forward, the thought echoing in his mind. Passing through the corridor formed by the surrounding buildings, Morrow emerged onto a tree-lined sidewalk where plane trees stood tall. Chirp, chirp. The sound of sparrows came from the branches above. Morrow suddenly stopped and looked up, spotting a few sparrows perched on the tree trunk. Beep, woo, beep, woo. From all directions along the long street, the urgent wails of police sirens blared. Startled by the sharp noise, the sparrows flapped their wings and took off into the sky. Morrow reacted instantly, leaping up and snatching one of the sparrows with his right hand. Squeak. The captured sparrow struggled violently, its cries turning shrill as it pecked frantically at Morrow's knuckles. Morrow looked down at the bird. Starlight convergence. His aura shattered into starlight, swirling around him. He extended his left index finger, slowly pressing it toward the sparrow. Terrified, the sparrow pecked even more desperately at his finger, but Morrow dodged each strike effortlessly. A few seconds later, Morrow withdrew his ability and released the sparrow, then turned his gaze toward the source of the sirens. In the distance, a convoy of police cars sped down the road, forcing civilian vehicles to swerve out of the way. Pedestrians on the street, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, turned to stare. Morrow quickly averted his gaze, glancing instead at the sparrow that had already flown far away, then continued sprinting in the opposite direction. His astonishing speed immediately drew gasps from the surrounding pedestrians. But Morrow had no time to care about that. His only thought was to put as much distance as possible between himself and the eye of the storm, avoiding any unnecessary complications. After a long while, just as Morrow was still running with his head down, he suddenly heard even more frantic exclamations from behind him. Alert! Morrow swiftly turned his head, his pupils involuntarily constricting. What greeted his vision was a red Spider-Man swinging rapidly through the air toward him. No, it was Hisoka. In the air, a strand of bungee gum latched onto the top of a traffic light at the intersection. At the other end of the thread was Hisoka, his entire body radiating a ravenous killing intent, his face twisted like a demon's. As the thread abruptly retracted, Hisoka shot past the traffic light at blinding speed, descending from above and hurtling straight toward Morrow's location. Nearly everyone on the road and sidewalks noticed Hisoka. Though they couldn't clearly see his grotesque, terrifying face, they could sense a chilling, malevolent aura emanating from his high-speed figure, like a venomous snake coiling around their throats, suffocating them in an instant. Had Hisoka's eyes not completely disregarded their existence, that overwhelming killing intent, amplified by his aura, could have shattered their consciousness from dozens of meters away. A police car speeding down the road spotted Hisoka from a distance and slammed on its brakes before immediately turning around. But Hisoka paid no attention to the police. His eyes were locked solely on Morrow. The remnants of your killing intent haven't faded yet, I can tell. The lingering satisfaction still lingers in your aura. High above, Hisoka retracted the bungee gum, using its incredible elasticity to launch himself downward like an arrow loosed from a bow, aimed directly at Morrow, now only a few hundred meters away. Boom! The arrow-like figure slammed into the ground, the impact shattering large sections of pavement. Broken fragments scattered, kicking up a faint cloud of dust. Hisoka's silhouette burst through the rising dust, his narrowed eyes trembling, golden pupils flickering within the slits. Several dozen meters ahead. Hearing the sound of Hisoka's landing, Morrow immediately abandoned his escape. In a bustling city, trying to outrun Spider-Man, no, Hisoka, by sheer sprinting was an impossible task. So Morrow simply stopped and turned, facing the terrifying aura radiating from Hisoka ahead. From that aura, he could clearly sense the madness, hunger, and killing intent, an overwhelming mix of emotions. Paired with Hisoka's demonic expression, this was probably the filthiest thing Morrow had encountered since arriving in this world. He's fast as hell. Is this guy part bloodhound or something? And this aura definitely above LV60. Watching the surging nin around Hisoka, as if it were about to tear free from his body, Morrow internally assessed the situation with absolute certainty. Without some kind of opportunistic advantage, well, without perfect timing, terrain, and luck, there was no way he could defeat Hisoka in his current state of ravenous bloodlust. What do you want? Morrow opened his aura nodes, allowing the maximum amount of aura to flow through his body. As he called out to Hisoka, the aura gathered in his right hand suddenly took on a sharp shape. Hisoka's eyes and mouth corners drew closer together, making his expression appear even more sinister. He slowly glanced at the undisguised aura in Morrow's right hand and narrowed his eyes. An emitter. He murmured. Bonus chapter for every new review and every time the story gets 20 power stones. 61. Hisoka, you lose. Offensive emitters and conjurers who specialize in weapon-based abilities inevitably accumulate more aura in their dominant hands before activating their techniques. For conjurers, aura gathering tends to form soft yet slightly sharp clusters. Emission types, needing to channel and release larger amounts of aura, naturally manifest their energy in aggressive, pointed formations. This serves as an unavoidable tell for emitters during combat. Even someone as skilled as Zeno couldn't conceal his attack intentions at this stage. Perhaps only someone at Netero's level could achieve such concealment. Based on Morrow's aura-gathering pattern, Hisoka initially judged him to be an emitter. Stealing someone else's prey isn't a good habit, Hisoka responded, barely suppressing his urge to strike. Morrow looked puzzled. Prey? What prey? Heh, he. Hisoka was adept at lying, which made him even better at detecting lies. But no detection was needed here. Having chased his target from afar, he'd recognized Morrow's true nature at first glance. A kindred spirit. Undoubtedly so. That post-satisfaction glow couldn't deceive him. Had Morrow known Hisoka's thoughts, he would have protested loudly. While he did feel satisfaction after killing Omokage, it wasn't from combat, but from the post-level up feedback. Seeing Hisoka's aura grow sharper with each laugh, Morrow abandoned pretense. He raised his right hand, where the pointed aura suddenly swirled and contracted. Through deliberate compression, the rotating aura flattened slightly, its edges shimmering with phosphorescent green light. Accusing others of stealing prey, that's no good habit either. Besides, letting prey slip right through your fingers, that's incompetence, isn't it? Hisoka's eyes curved to crescents as he slowly modulated his voice. I won't deny that. So, shall we begin our lovely courtship? Let's make a bet, Morrow suddenly proposed. Hisoka's aura flickered momentarily as he asked with interest, is this our foreplay? Yes. Morrow continued calmly, you can refuse. But if you do, I'll resign myself to fate, standing motionless while you kill me. I imagine, you wouldn't enjoy a completely unresponsive one-on-one, would you? Hisoka fell into rare silence. He recognized Morrow's sincerity. That detached attitude toward death lent terrifying credibility to his words. This wouldn't do. Motionless targets were so dull. With a flip of his wrist, Hisoka produced playing cards and narrowed his eyes. Very well, let's consider it foreplay. I accept. What are the terms? The bet is, whether you can successfully kill me. Morrow never took his eyes off Hisoka. Understanding instantly, Hisoka's interest waned. If by foreplay you mean some chase sequence, do you really think I could restrain myself? As he spoke, Hisoka rested one hand on his hip, deliberately accentuating his posture. Morrow noticed Hisoka's frequently recurring gesture from the original work and inevitably observed certain reactions. Yet his expression remained utterly unperturbed as he enunciated each word clearly. As I said earlier, letting prey slip right through your fingers is incompetence in itself. This was Hisoka's second silence. In contrast, the desire radiating from his aura grew even more intense. What if? He took an uncontrolled step forward, golden pupils excluding everything except Morrow, and asked, what if I fail to kill you? 1 year. Morrow raised his left index finger calmly. If you lose, we'll immediately terminate our honeymoon phase and enter a year-long Cold War period. Oh. Hisoka instantly grasped the implication. After losing, he'd have to wait a full year before resuming their passionate relationship, mutual torment. Perhaps it was just an illusion. Despite this being their first meeting and interaction, he unexpectedly felt an unusually high synchronization with the person before him. Killing him now would be such a waste. But, I can't hold back, simply can't. I must kill him here and now. My current emotions are violently demanding this outcome. Hisoka uncontrollably ran his tongue around his lips, restraining himself as he said, how can it be a honeymoon phase when we don't even know each other's names? Ah, true. Morrow nodded slightly and stated, Morrow. Hearing the name, Hisoka's eyebrows rose slightly in faint surprise, but he had no attention to spare for such matters now. His voice trembling, he said, Hisoka, that's my name. So now, shall we begin? Come. Morrow agreed, suddenly hurling a flattened fluorescent green nen bullet toward Hisoka before swiftly retreating to create distance. Hisoka's grin stretched to its limit as he charged forward, merely ducking slightly to evade the nen bullet before continuing his relentless advance toward Morrow. At this moment, every cell in his body was leaping with excitement. Observing Hisoka's face, a perfect blend of exhilaration, craving, and demand, Morrow could only mentally acknowledge it as peak facial artistry. Thoughts aside, his hands never stopped moving. Before Hisoka could close in, Morrow formed another flattened nen bullet and tossed it behind himself. After this action, Morrow ceased retreating and instead actively advanced toward Hisoka. Seeing this, Hisoka's already heightened nerves made him perceive the returning nen bullet almost instantly. With reflexes honed to perfection, he abruptly halted mid-charge and arched his upper body backward. Precisely then, the ricocheting nen bullet whizzed past Hisoka's face. A boomerang-style attack pattern. Using his incredible core strength, Hisoka snapped back upright at lightning speed, immediately slashing playing cards toward Morrow's vital points. Yet Morrow suddenly leaped into the air, also dodging the returning nen bullet. But to Hisoka, this move seemed tantamount to suicide. Capitalizing on Morrow's airborne vulnerability, Hisoka redirected his cards toward the defenseless target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapidly spinning cards flew toward Morrow with nowhere to evade. But at this very instant, the nen bullet Morrow had thrown backward came hurtling back at breakneck speed. However, its returning trajectory was like a swallow skimming low before suddenly soaring upward. And it was no longer targeting Morrow. The slightly flattened nen bullet arrived beneath Morrow. Without hesitation, Morrow shifted his center of gravity downward, bending his knees to crouch directly on the now doubled in size flattened nen bullet. Then, he was lifted upward as the nen bullet carried him into the air. At that moment, the delayed playing cards merely sliced through Morrow's clothes, achieving nothing more. Under Hisoka's gaze, which could barely conceal his astonishment, the nen bullet continued ascending like a missile, carrying Morrow higher into the sky. Star mark. It wasn't limited to humans. Before arriving here, Morrow had placed a star mark on a sparrow. Then, by using the second deceptive shooting star to link with the directional effect of the star mark, he had created this very scene. This was his escape route. Feeling inexplicably exhilarated, Morrow shouted, Hisoka, you lose. Hisoka's last name is Morrow. I'll release the next chapter later. Bonus chapter for every new review and every time the story gets 20 power stones. 62. Gone mad. Everything happened too suddenly. That declaration of victory from the sky directly interrupted Hisoka's intense emotions. Caught off guard, Hisoka inevitably missed the best reaction time. He didn't have time to retract the bungee gum sent through the playing cards before it suddenly snapped due to the distance. The nen bullet flew too fast. Clearly, when the nen bullet was in its return state, both its size and speed had at least doubled. Hisoka realized the details of Morrow's ability. From the beginning, the other party had already prepared to escape, while he foolishly fell into the other's trap, unable to resist the temptation. Love always makes one so blind. But how could he let go just like this? In an instant, Hisoka's aura suddenly erupted. His previously excited expression disappeared, replaced by a morbidly frenzied one. His desire had swollen to an uncontrollable degree and must be released and vented here. Bungee gum. Hisoka, with a crazed look on his face, glanced towards the distant Morrow. He quickly threw the pink adhesive thread onto a nearby green tree, creating a large slingshot. And Hisoka himself was the projectile, wrapped in pink aura. Creak creak. The pink aura with rubber and chewing gum properties suddenly contracted, gathering force. Boing! The next moment, Hisoka's entire body flew into the air like a cannonball. His speed was so fast that visible air currents crashed before him. On the shooting star, Morrow had already withdrawn his gaze, squinting his eyes to resist the strong air currents during flight. With the previous experience of jumping from the airship, he wasn't worried at all no matter where the shooting star would take him. Suddenly, Morrow felt a chill down his spine. He instinctively looked back and saw Hisoka's extremely frenzied face in the distance. He was flying straight through the air. With just one glance, Morrow understood what Hisoka had done. This pervert, has he gone mad? Morrow was somewhat incredulous. At this distance, how could he possibly catch up to his shooting star relying solely on the rubber rebound force of bungee gum? But Hisoka did just that. Soon, Hisoka began to lose momentum. His flying speed suddenly slowed down, and his entire body started to fall. Watching Hisoka begin to lose strength and fall, Morrow's expression became slightly complex. He felt like he had somehow subjected Hisoka to a stimulus that life couldn't bear, to the extent that Hisoka became this crazed. In this case, Morrow really didn't know if Hisoka would abide by the bet later. But things had come to this point, thinking about those things was useless. Thinking to this point, all Morrow could do was wave goodbye to Hisoka. Hisoka saw Morrow's waving gesture, and his frenzied expression slowly froze. It wasn't because he was stimulated by Morrow's farewell wave, but because he realized that his desire, which had almost swollen to the point of explosion, now had nowhere to be released. Hisoka seemed to lose all his strength, allowing his body to fall towards the ground as if life had no meaning. That silhouette he saw in his eyes was getting further and further away from him. Gone mad, and gone limp. Somewhere in the city, Silva shook his slightly swollen wrist and strode towards the darkness where the light couldn't reach. The phantom troop, His muttering echoed in the dark alley. The reward for assassinating that troop member was extremely substantial, but Silva felt this deal was very unprofitable. Not only did it strain his muscles and bones, but he was also chased all the way under the pretext of revenge. At first, Silva didn't want to work for free, so he kept avoiding battle, focusing on escaping. However, the other party became increasingly presumptuous. Although Silva had excellent professional qualities, even a mud Buddha has its limits of tolerance. Faced with the phantom troop's relentless pursuit, he finally developed killing intent, thinking of killing one or two more troop members to achieve a deterrent effect. But when he put this thought into action, he found that prying a person from their team was no longer so easy. The key reason for this result was precisely that young leader, and the various abilities in that black and red book. If it were one-on-one, it would still be fine. The problem was that the young man, relying on his outstanding consciousness and decision-making execution ability, had united his team into a rope of hemp that was difficult to break, always able to resolve crises at critical moments. After multiple attempts, Silva realized that to break this hemp rope, he would inevitably have to pay a price. This was obviously even more unprofitable. Helplessly, Silva decisively chose to no longer entangle and focused on escaping. It wasn't until now that he finally shook off the phantom troop's pursuit. Walking in the dark alley, Silva silently remembered this team called the Phantom Troop. More accurately, he remembered the young leader. If there were commissions regarding the Phantom Troop in the future, he might not necessarily decline, but in terms of price, it would have to be at least several times higher. Beep beep, woo. The sound of police sirens came from outside the dark alley, approaching and then receding. The various huge commotions starting from the Fountain Plaza undoubtedly stirred up all the police officers in the entire city. One police car after another headed towards the center of the disturbance, naturally running into the Phantom Troop's gun sights. A troop member was killed right in front of them, and afterwards, despite being outnumbered, the opponents still managed to escape. At this moment, the mood of the troop members could be said to be utterly terrible, and the arrival of numerous police cars directly became the object of their venting. Without even having to exert much effort, they made over a dozen surrounding police cars scrapped and burning. The pungent smell of gasoline permeated the surrounding air, flames blazed fiercely, and rolling black smoke rose into the sky like black dragons. In the reflection of the fire, corpses lay strewn all around. Wonder how things are going on Omokage's end. Shulnark had one hand on his hip, the other operating his phone, as he turned his head to look in one direction. Chrollo's face was expressionless. Meanwhile, Maki, Kordapai, and Pakunoda were paying attention to the surrounding situation. They saw figures successively emerging from the burning police cars, who turned out to be people holding weapons. Looking at this group of hostile newcomers who suddenly appeared, Maki casually pulled out a nen thread and said flatly, "They're bounty hunters. Should we go find Omokage?" Kordapai ignored this group of bounty hunters and asked. Hearing Kordapai's words, Maki and the others involuntarily looked towards Chrollo. Chrollo also didn't pay any attention to the surrounding bounty hunters. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. A black shadow passed through the towering smoke, falling towards the ground like a meteor. Bang! The ground suddenly cracked and exploded. For a moment, all surrounding gazes turned towards it. Amidst the flying dust and smoke, before they could see the person, they inexplicably felt a chill. The person who had fallen was none other than Hisoka. Disappointment, 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 disappointment. Hisoka swayed as he stood up, staggering like a zombie. The aura emanating from him, in the eyes of Crollo and the others, seemed particularly glaring. Hisoka barely straightened his body, his eyes suddenly staring straight at the surrounding bounty hunters. At this moment, the bounty hunters felt as if their throats were being gripped from afar, forgetting to breathe. 63. Invitation X Invitation. August 28, 1996. The Phantom Troop painfully lost 2 members. Fortunately, on that day, under Crollo's invitation, a top student filled Omokage's position, becoming the 4th member of the team. For the troop, this was like stopping the bleeding in time. As such, there was no need to investigate Omokage's death further. If there was anything still uncomfortable about this matter, it would be the personality and style displayed by the top student. Even though the troop members present had seen their fair share of storms, they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Therefore, when the top student slaughtered a group of bounty hunters with a single playing card, the troop members present didn't even know how to describe what they had witnessed. If they had to label the top student, it would undoubtedly be twisted to the extreme. However, they didn't care about the origin of this reaction from the top student. When the top student finished the killing and reluctantly agreed to join the troop, their hostility diminished considerably. But the top student's actions and gestures, displaying a strong personal style such as hip swaying and thrusting, only increased their disgust. All in all, the troop was currently only missing 1 leg. And unbeknownst to the troop, the addition of this top student would only bring more unstable factors to the troop. At this moment, Morrow didn't know what had happened after Hisoka fell from the sky. He was now on an airship heading to a border city. Originally planning to take a direct airship to Heaven's Arena, a phone call invitation from Kanzei made Morrow change his itinerary at the last minute. Time moved to September 1st. This day marked the beginning of Yorna's annual auction extravaganza. For collectors who love rare treasures, this was a must-attend event. For Morrow now, the existence of the Yorknu auction was not just a place to realize huge profits in a short period but also a place to improve the efficiency of his ring's charge. But Morrow couldn't go. On this day, the airship he was on landed in a town called Prite, close to the border of Kyokanyu Kingdom. The geographical location of Prite Town was somewhat special. To its west and south were wetland forests and mountainous regions, while to the east was a port within the border jurisdiction. Because land road development was limited by forests and mountains, Prite, though only a town level in scale, had an airport that served as a transfer station and tourist reception. And because it was adjacent to the border, compared to inland cities, Prite's law and order were in shambles, with criminal activities such as smuggling being commonplace. But in fact, smuggling was Prite's lifeline. It brought chaos and evil to Prite, but also incomparable huge profits. Therefore, the person in charge of governing this area tacitly approved of the existence of certain phenomena to a certain extent. Morrow walked out of Prite's airport, took a black cab, and headed to a noodle shop called Red Dan. That was where Kanzei had arranged to meet him. Sitting in the car, Morrow turned his head to look at the buildings on both sides of the road. The buildings in this town were at most 3 or 4 stories high, mostly using a kind of wood with deep red veins as the main material. The red veined wood was embedded with grayish-white bricks. It gave an impression of white walls stained with blood. Morrow's detour to come here wasn't entirely because of Kanzei's invitation. In this town that almost flaunted chaos and disorder, there were Nolan Gambino's businesses. Based on the intelligence provided by Argo, it couldn't be confirmed whether the menu controlled by Nolan was related to the businesses here, but whether there was a connection or not. Since Morrow had come, he couldn't possibly do nothing. Previously, due to Death Rewind and limited abilities, he could only passively accept the enemy delivering heads to his doorstep. Now that his level had risen to LV.31, the situation had reversed, and of course, he had to take the initiative to seek them out. Ordinary person, ordinary person. During the black cab ride, Morrow habitually observed the pedestrians on the street. All along the way, unsurprisingly, almost everyone was an ordinary person. Ordinary person, this one is tentative. Occasionally seeing some slightly unnatural aura dissipation phenomena, Morrow would usually assume the person was a NEN user hiding their identity. Ordinary person, ordinary person. Oh, a NEN user. Morrow's gaze instantly locked onto a person standing in front of a medicinal herb stall by the roadside, covered from head to toe, with only a pair of eyes visible. The person wore loose white clothing, a white hat that covered most of their head, and the face that should have been exposed was covered by a medical mask, leaving only a pair of bright black eyes visible. Morrow only had time to observe the person for a few seconds before the black cab carrying him turned at an intersection. A woman? The flow of aura is very steady, her strength should be considerable. Carefully recalling the 10 on that NEN user just now, Morrow drew an initial conclusion. However, compared to that solid basic 10, what left a deeper impression on Morrow were the person's eyes. Bright, clear. If it were in a relatively normal environment, Morrow wouldn't have paid special attention to a woman's eyes. But in a place like Prite, after observing all the way, what he felt most was the visible hostility. In comparison, the eyes of that female nen user were like a white orchid blooming in barren soil, with a very strong presence. Morrow remembered her appearance, then continued to observe the pedestrians along the way. 20 minutes later, Morrow arrived at the noodle shop called Red Dan. Like most buildings in the town, this noodle shop was also built with red-veined wood and grayish-white bricks. Even the sign hanging on the noodle shop was made of red wood. The ink splatter-like pattern on the wood surface really gave a sensory impression of blood splattered on it. Morrow withdrew his gaze and walked straight in. The noodle shop was quite large, with over 20 tables. It was noon, and almost every table was occupied. Morrow quickly scanned the room, noticing that many customers had bulges under their clothes, obviously carrying guns or knives, which showed how weak the law enforcement and legal constraints were in this place. Not paying too much attention to these peripheral details, Morrow quickly spotted Kanzei sitting at a table near the wall. Kanzei also saw Morrow, who had just walked into the noodle shop, and immediately waved his hand. Seeing this, Morrow went straight to Kanzei and sat down. Kanzei pushed the menu over while smiling and said, "Thinking you might still be in Kyukinyu Kingdom, I tried calling to ask, didn't expect you really were. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Morrow picked up the menu and looked at it curiously, asking, "Wasn't your work finished? Why are you still coming to Kyukinyu Kingdom?" "There." Kanzei raised his hand and pointed at the TV hanging on the wall of the noodle shop. The TV was showing a scene of a silver-haired woman being interviewed. Morrow looked at the TV screen, then turned to Kanzei with a questioning look. Kanzei explained, "That's the client I couldn't protect before." Ah. Bonus chapter for every new review and every time the story gets 10 power stones. 64. Intentions X Counterattack. Regarding Kanzei's employer, Morrow knew very little, only that the employer had died aboard the airship. Now, someone who should have been dead had reappeared. While surprised, Morrow couldn't help but think of himself. Yet, according to Kanzei's earlier words, that employer hadn't been a nen user. Though resurrection abilities had appeared in the original work, the prerequisite was being a nen user, wasn't it? Was the dead one a body double? Morrow withdrew his gaze and turned to Kanzei. But the moment the question left his lips, he immediately dismissed it in his mind. If it had really just been a body double, Kanzei wouldn't have gone out of his way to come to Gugwanyu after the job was already completed. Not a body double. Just as Morrow had guessed, Kanzei answered firmly. He looked up, his expression blank as he stared at the silver-haired woman on the TV, his tone unreadable. "That's why I want to figure this out myself." Morrow was momentarily speechless. He wanted to ask if it was really necessary but held back. Kanzei suddenly glanced at him and snapped, "If you've got something to say, say it. Why hold back?" Though they hadn't known each other long and their interactions had been few, Kanzei already considered Morrow a friend. Seeing Morrow hesitate, he made his stance clear. With Kanzei's encouragement, Morrow spoke openly. "I'm just surprised for you, the job's already over. Is it worth going to all this trouble?" "All this trouble." Kanzei lowered his head slightly, stirring the scallions in his bowl with his chopsticks. As the chopsticks moved, the oily broth rippled slightly, mirroring the turmoil in Kanzei's expression. "Yeah, was it worth all this trouble?" he asked himself silently. "I clearly said, all this trouble." Across from him, Morrow corrected in a low voice. After a brief silence, Kanzei bared his teeth and smacked the menu irritably. "Have you decided what to order yet?" "Yeah." Morrow hadn't actually picked anything, but given the situation, he randomly pointed to a dish. Kanzei called the waiter over to place the order. Once the waiter left, Kanzei frowned and scratched his head roughly. "Morrow, it's not strange that you'd think that way. Honestly, even I don't know why I had to come here." As he spoke, his scratching grew more forceful, his face gradually taking on an uncharacteristic seriousness. "Maybe it's because of the title, Pro Hunter, or maybe I'm just pissed." Pissed? Morrow didn't understand. Kanzei lowered his hand, then glanced again at the silver-haired woman on the TV, his voice darkening. "My employer really died. So who is she? I've never seen an ability that perfectly replicates height and appearance, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just the thought that someone might be exploiting the dead, even if it's just a tiny possibility, makes my skin crawl. I can't let it go." As he spoke, Kanzei's gaze sharpened, like a tiger ready to pounce. He hadn't been able to protect his client, yet he'd received payment in advance because of the client's resolve. The whole thing had already left him deeply frustrated. Now, seeing the deceased client reappear in this manner, Kanzei felt as if fleas were crawling all over his body. Before he could even give himself a clear answer, he had already arrived at Guggenyu. Across the table, Morrow silently observed Kanzei, reaching only one conclusion in his heart. This guy is 100% strong material. But it might also be that Kanzei himself places an unusual level of importance on his identity as a pro hunter. For some reason, Morrow thought of the gourmet hunter he had encountered in the forest. Comparing the two, the Kanzei before him was undoubtedly more deserving of his respect. "There is." Morrow pulled out a napkin, wiped his chopsticks, and said calmly, "I've seen abilities that can perfectly replicate a person's physique and appearance. At the very least, this information is confirmed. I hope it helps you." Kanzei froze for a moment, then suddenly seemed to remember something and let out a bitter laugh. Sorry, I called you here to fulfill my promise of treating you to a big meal, not to listen to me vent. No problem. Morrow smiled, his gaze involuntarily drifting toward the still-present menu, as if to say, big meal. Kanzei was usually too lazy to think deeply, but that didn't mean he was slow. Seeing Morrow's somewhat meaningful look, he immediately understood. Hey, the conditions here are limited, you know. Kanzei pushed the menu back toward Morrow and said earnestly, besides, there's a first time for everything. And I checked, people on the blog all say this place tastes great. How about you have a few more bowls? Then I won't hold back. Morrow picked up the menu and ordered several expensive meat side dishes, along with an extra bowl of noodles. He was genuinely hungry by now. When the noodle soup and side dishes arrived, Morrow began devouring them. The broth, simmered from large bones, carried a richness that rivaled seafood. Morrow let out a surprised sound and, without bothering with the noodles, drank down most of the broth first. Seeing his reaction, Kanzei grinned. Not complaining now, huh? Yeah, not bad. Morrow exhaled a satisfied breath of steam. Perhaps because he had been too hungry, just a few sips of the broth gave him a sense of how good it was to be alive, lifting his mood slightly. Maybe this was the true essence of gourmet food. Morrow buried himself in slurping the noodles. Within minutes, he had cleaned out all the hot dishes on the table, still craving more. If Kanzei hadn't brought him here, he would never have imagined finding such delicious food in a town nestled within such a chaotic, lawless area. Morrow slowly set down his chopsticks, thinking to himself, it's a shame I don't yet have the qualification to truly enjoy things. After finishing the meal, Kanzei was about to head to the airport. Outside the noodle shop, Morrow bid farewell to Kanzei, watching as that stubborn figure walked away. Only when Kanzei had completely vanished from sight did Morrow finally withdraw his gaze, his thoughts turning to Gel of the Snake. Both were members of the Zodiac 12, but compared to the aloofness Gel exuded in her words and actions, Kanzei was far more personable and easier to get along with. Morrow silently wished Kanzei smooth sailing in all his endeavors, then took out his phone. Now that I'm full, it's time to get to work. Morrow lowered his eyelids, concealing a fleeting coldness, and opened an email sent by Argo on his phone. Words like virus, human body, and experiments leaped out at him. That so-called menu organization. Not only did they engage in human trafficking, but they even accepted orders for virus research. Clients with such demands were often targeting entire nations. This also revealed the extent of Nolan's ambitions. Morrow didn't care about any of that. His goal was to completely destroy them, and this stop was merely the first step in his counterattack. 5 more power stones for a bonus chapter. 65. The Tomb. When it comes to virus research, most people would associate it with advancing medical science. But if you add human experimentation before those words, the meaning changes entirely. Biological weapons. That was the term that immediately came to Morrow's mind after reviewing the intel. Come to think of it, the so-called poor man's rose, classified as a bomb in this world, was essentially a biological weapon. Even someone as formidable as the reborn Chimera Ant King, with a body fused from countless superior genes, couldn't withstand the corrosion of the rose virus. This showed that the upper limits of viral potency in this world were unimaginable, truly a restricted area for humanity. Yet humans had never stopped exploring the path to destruction. The poor man's rose, with its low cost and ease of production, was proof of that. Even so, Morrow never expected a mafia syndicate to dare dabble in virus-related human experimentation, though in their eyes, it was likely just another lucrative business venture. Nolan Gambino. Morrow closed the email interface, his expression blank. Every word of the intel Argo had sent was drenched in blood, exposing the darkest corners of the world. Putting away his phone, Morrow headed to a clothing store on the street and bought an outfit to conceal his appearance. Just in case, he also picked up a well-fitted gas mask. The western part of Prite Town was a vast wetland forest, with many areas shrouded in toxic fumes, making gas masks a common piece of equipment here. Moreover, this was a gray zone. Discreet attire was the norm, and walking around with a gas mask hardly raised any eyebrows. Morrow now wore a loose black hoodie, the hood pulled up, along with a face mask and sunglasses, completely obscuring his face. He stuffed the gas mask and some portable food into his backpack before heading to a local gang to purchase a stash of firearms. He had expected buying guns to be difficult, but to his surprise, once the money was handed over, the process went as smoothly as buying a few bottles of water. With preparations complete, Morrow set off toward the outskirts of town. According to Argo's intel, the base conducting the viral human experiments was located near a village on the edge of the wetland forest. As for the exact coordinates, Argo couldn't uncover them. It wasn't a matter of ability, she simply wasn't willing to take on greater risks. As she had said, she could investigate intel on the Phantom Troop without hesitation because the troop itself didn't care about such things. The Mafia, however, was different. Retaliation was their default response. If they caught even the slightest trace of her involvement, they would cling to her like a persistent shadow. In short, Argo was running a business, not risking her life for Morrow. Morrow understood that. In fact, even if Argo didn't push her abilities to the limit, Morrow was already beginning to appreciate the benefits of having an intelligence network. To him, this channel was like a search engine, expensive, but otherwise flawless. Leaving Prite Town, the road outside was potholed and uneven, flanked by overgrown greenery so dense that the occasional collapsed road sign could barely be seen within. Had he not just left the town, Morrow would have found it hard to imagine that beyond a well-equipped settlement, complete with an airport, lay such poorly constructed roads. After walking a stretch along the main road, Morrow followed the map's directions and turned onto a muddy trail that had been trodden into existence by countless footsteps. Another 10 kilometers or so along this path would lead him to a village called Shan-Ni, which, geographically speaking, was situated near the edge of the wetland forest. For a village to survive in such a place, its inhabitants must possess considerable physical resilience. Morrow had long understood one thing: even without the existence of the Nen system, he couldn't use his past life standards to define the upper limits of human physical capabilities in this world. If he had to establish a hierarchy, it would be something like this. Above ordinary people were the somewhat strong, the fairly strong, the very strong, the exceptionally strong, and the extremely strong. Only then came Nen users. If one of the very strong ordinary people were placed in his previous world, they would essentially be akin to superhumans. Thus, despite the countless dangers lurking in the forest, humans could still extract the resources needed for survival. After trekking over 10 kilometers along the muddy trail, Morrow looked up and spotted wisps of smoke rising in the distance. Pulling out a gas mask and putting it on, he bypassed the village entirely, heading straight for the forest beyond. Uncertain of the exact location, he decided to first explore the areas outside the village. If he found nothing, he would enter the village directly. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Morrow combed through the forest's edge but found nothing substantial. The only notable discovery was a small, vegetation-covered mound with scattered fragments of bricks nearby, suggesting the presence of a tomb. Since his goal was to locate the viral research facility, Morrow paid it no mind and continued searching the remaining marked areas. By dusk the next day, he had thoroughly scoured the outlined zones but found no trace of the base. If Argo's intel was accurate, then the facility had to be inside the still unexplored village. After a quick meal of rations, Morrow prepared to leave the forest and head straight for the village. But the moment he moved, he caught the faintest of sounds. Immediately, he closed his aura nodes, entering a state of Zetsu, and crouched low in the thick undergrowth. Soon, footsteps approached. Morrow could tell they were light, but the damp soil and rotting leaves beneath still betrayed the walker's presence. The source of the footsteps soon came into view. It's her. The figure he saw was unmistakably the same heavily covered woman he had spotted earlier in town. While there were plenty of similarly concealed individuals in Prite Town, she was the only one who had left a lasting impression. Not just because she was a Nen user, but also because she possessed eyes that seemed utterly out of place in a town like Prite. Morrow observed her discreetly. At first glance, he was inclined to believe she wasn't malicious, but he refrained from jumping to conclusions. There was also the possibility she could be one of Nolan's subordinates. He watched as she scraped something resembling moss off a tree and carefully stored it in a test tube. After a while, she secured the tube and turned to leave. Morrow did not emerge immediately. Only after the woman had gone far did he rise to look in the direction she had departed. That was the way to the village. Beneath a large mansion in Shanai village, there lay a massive tomb. To be more precise, it was a tomb that had been artificially modified and constructed. The stone walls of the passageways, which should have been dark and damp, were covered with pipes and cables. Deep within the tomb, it was brightly lit. At the center of the spacious and well-lit burial chamber, the original coffin remained, now encased within a square glass enclosure. The lid of the coffin had been pushed open halfway. Tendrils of black aura seeped out from within. Around the square glass enclosure, figures clad in white hazmat suits could be seen. Among this group, however, stood a man dressed in a black suit with slicked-back hair. The man tilted his head to glance at the row of surveillance screens hanging on the nearby wall. One of the screens displayed a woman preparing medicine in a dimly lit mud brick house. The pro hunters are indeed pro hunters, professional and highly useful. What was her name again? The man stared at the surveillance feed and casually asked. Someone nearby promptly replied. Virus Pro Hunter, Sambika Norton. 66. Virus Hunter X Hisoka's investigation. This place, remodeled from a tomb, served as the menu organization's research base for viruses. The choice of location had nothing to do with preference or concealment. Rather, the viruses studied within this base originated from this ancient, untraceable burial chamber, more precisely, from the corpses inside the coffins. The man in the black suit watched Sambika intently mixing reagents on the screen before shifting his gaze to the central monitor. The screen displayed the interior of a coffin. A vibrant green, pristine cloth nearly covered the entire bottom of the coffin. Lying atop the cloth was a bizarre-looking mummy. The left half of the mummy's body, having undergone prolonged natural dehydration, exhibited the withered, dark brown characteristics of dried flesh. However, the right half was entirely different. It could hardly even be called a mummy. The right half still retained distinct muscle tissue, with faintly visible blood vessels. The only resemblance to a mummy was that the still moist muscle tissue appeared to belong to an elderly person, the skin texture resembling withered tree bark. One side was desiccated, the other showed blood vessels. It was as if two different corpses had been stitched together. The man in the black suit stared at the corpse on the screen, his eyes aglow with aura resembling flickering flames. Enhanced by Gyo, he could see wisps of black smoke-like energy swirling between the corpse and the cloth, slowly drifting near the coffin's opening. The busy researchers around him remained oblivious to the black energy within the coffin. Yet, the viruses extracted from the corpse had them utterly enthralled. Some phenomena defied scientific explanation but had undeniably invaded their understanding. The man in the black suit glanced at the bustling researchers before turning to leave. "How's progress?" he asked the subordinate trailing behind him as he walked. The subordinate quickly replied, "The infectiousness issue with OG hasn't been resolved yet, but we're making headway. The problem is we're running low on lab rats in the cocoon. Apothecarian has been demanding more live test subjects as soon as possible." "How many does he want?" The man in the black suit turned into a corridor on the right. The subordinate answered, "He didn't specify a number, just said the more, the better." Bold of him to ask. The man in the black suit frowned coldly. "Doesn't he know how much a single piglet sells for? Last time, he demanded 20, and on top of that, he insisted on matching blood types. Because of that ridiculous requirement, we almost ran short on blood packs." The subordinate lowered his head, not daring to speak. The man in the black suit snorted. But considering the priority of the matter, no matter how resentful he felt, he had no choice but to endure it. "Go apply for a transfer of stock now. Attach the reason. If the boss takes this seriously, he might allocate some from the table. Yes." The subordinate immediately went to handle the task. Meanwhile, the man in the black suit entered a burial chamber alone. It could hardly be called a burial chamber anymore. The original burial artifacts, even the items in the niches, had been completely cleared out. In their place were piped lighting and rows of glass containers filled with liquid. Pale green liquid contained various tissues and organs from a human body. Nightfall. In Shanai village, inside a house built of mud and tiles, the walls were bare with only basic furniture like a bed and table. On the bed against the wall lay a boy around 8 or 9 years old. His face was pale, eyes tightly shut, breathing particularly labored, his small chest rising and falling rapidly. Patches of dry, darkened skin were visible on his exposed limbs, as if someone had stitched on aged pieces of flesh. Beside the bed stood a slightly older teenager, his face filled with concern as he watched the boy. However, the teenager's right cheek and 2 fingers appeared drained of all cellular vitality, looking similarly withered and dark. Across from the bed, Sambika placed the gathered herbs into a mortar. Instead of crushing them immediately, she extended her right hand over the mortar's opening. Drip, drip. Blood burst through the skin of Sambika's palm, dripping onto the herbs. Within seconds, the wound on her palm healed automatically. She withdrew her hand, watching as the faintly glowing blood visibly seeped into the herbs. Her blood could enhance the efficacy of medicinal herbs and improve their neutralizing properties. This gave her a unique advantage in crafting potions. Thud, thud. Sambika picked up the pestle and began grinding the herbs in the mortar. "For now, we can only slow the virus's replication rate. This isn't enough. Lieta won't last much longer." As she crushed the herbs, Sambika thought to herself, "If time runs out, I'll have to risk using my ability." Outside the mud tile house, Morrow leaned against the outer wall, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow. Were they naturally this unobservant, or just too preoccupied? He had followed them all the way from the forest, somewhat worried his Zetsu might not be refined enough to avoid detection. Yet the other party seemed too lost in thought to notice his presence at all. Even after trailing them into this mud tile house, their vigilance remained alarmingly low. Morrow even suspected that using 10 now wouldn't alert the woman inside. "She feels so weak," Morrow mused to himself. Since he hadn't seen her use Ren, he couldn't gauge her approximate level. But judging by the precision of her 10, her fundamentals were clearly solid, probably a non-combat type. Among Nen users, there were always those who didn't focus their abilities on combat. Even within the Hunter Association's Zodiac 12, there were non-combatants like Cheadle. Still, this was the first time Morrow had encountered a Nen user who felt so weak in terms of sensory awareness. Pritchard Town. As night fell, lights illuminated many parts of the town. Places like bars and casinos were bustling with noise and activity. This town, like a gold mine, continuously churned out profits, and naturally, places to spend them. Hisoka walked down the street, his gaze drifting toward the taverns lining the road. Beep beep. His phone vibrated in his hand. Hisoka picked it up and tapped the screen a few times. A notification popped up, transfer successful, and his once flush account was instantly drained. To track Morrow's whereabouts as quickly as possible, Hisoka had bet his entire life savings. But Hisoka didn't care. 1 year of Cold War. Hisoka narrowed his eyes slightly but wasn't in a hurry to find Morrow. Instead, he headed toward a distant casino. The money was almost gone, so I had to save some. Otherwise, if Morrow ran away again, I wouldn't even have the funds to chase after him by public transport. That would be quite troublesome. Bonus chapter for every new review and every time the story gets 10 power stones. 67. Hisoka is a pervert. Night cleaved the world in two. One half was the bustling town of Preet, the other the silent Shanai village. Hisoka stepped into laughter and merriment, while Morrow leaned against the cycle of life and death. Then Morrow suddenly shivered. It felt as though he'd been abruptly targeted by some vengeful spirit, an utterly inexplicable sensation. Frowning slightly, Morrow thought of the defenseless Nen user inside that mud brick house. After a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the idea of barging in directly. Focus is good, but too much of anything is bad. Someone like you won't live long, he murmured inwardly before slipping away without disturbing even a single village dog. Beyond Shanai village, Morrow found an ideal observation point. Two massive boulders lay flat, leaving a person-wide gap between them, capped by a slender horizontal stone. From afar, it resembled a crude stone gate. Leaning against the rock, Morrow tilted his head slightly to peer through the gap at the distant village with its sparse lights. He intended to wait for the female Nen user to emerge, then make contact alone. Dawn arrived the next morning. Dew clung to grass blades as a tangible morning mist hung in the air. Gradually, the fog dissipated. Morrow stood motionless as a statue beside the boulders, his ten resembling a silent, steady river. Yet when he stirred, a ripple disturbed his calm aura. During Ten training, simply calming one's mind would render the aura perfectly stable. Stillness meant stability. This was easily achieved. The true challenge lay in maintaining that stability while moving. Reaching such mastery demanded immeasurable time. It was a road without milestones, a journey with no visible end. A Nen user's task was to discard all thoughts of destination, focusing solely on each step forward. The enhancement from tree rings only granted Morrow tireless progress along this path. It couldn't smooth the road itself. How to walk this rugged path steadily, how to quicken one's pace. These were questions every Nen user, Morrow included, must confront. Morrow wouldn't adopt a cross that bridge when we come to it mentality just because of tree rings. He wasted not a single idle moment, treating every step with utmost care. For when you dissected the Nen system, its essence became clear: paddle upstream or drift backward. As morning mist cleared and sunlight fell, a figure emerged from the village, heading toward the distant forest. By the boulders. Morrow watched the figure, adjusted his hat brim slightly, and followed. Same location as yesterday. The heavily cloaked woman, only her eyes visible, approached a moss and vine-covered tree, scraping substances into test tubes. Morrow observed from nearby. Waiting until she turned away, he emerged from behind a tree. "Are you a doctor?" he asked. Exclamation point. At the sudden voice behind her, Sanbika startled violently. She immediately secured the test tube, then swiftly darted forward like a butterfly, turning midair to face Morrow's direction before her feet even touched the ground. Her eyes were filled with wariness and caution. Simultaneously, she unleashed her aura without restraint, resembling a pufferfish suddenly bristling with spines. It seemed her alertness wasn't as lacking as one might have assumed. The intensity of her aura, between LV.45 to LV.50. Based on the woman's reaction, Morrow drew some basic conclusions. This was precisely why he had deliberately spoken up when her back was turned. Moreover, this action also conveyed a message to her: I mean no harm, at least on the surface. To emphasize this, he had even removed his disguise equipment. Yesterday, I was here too. I noticed you collecting something, and out of curiosity, I followed you. Then I saw you preparing medicine for a child, Morrow explained proactively, pointing at the large tree nearby before continuing. You didn't seem to notice me, and I meant no offense. After leaving the village, I thought you might return here today, so I waited for you. He omitted the surveillance process, but the outcome was largely as he described. Upon hearing this, Sanbika immediately recalled a type of creature her mentor had warned her to be wary of and blurted out, "Are you a peeping Tom?" Morrow froze, instinctively waving his hands in denial. No, wait, is that the main point here? By the end, his voice had noticeably lost some conviction. Technically, she wasn't wrong, he had indeed engaged in peeping. But adding the word Tom made it sound like she was calling him Hisoka, which felt insulting. Observing Morrow's reaction, Sanbika narrowed her eyes in thought, recalling another type of creature her mentor had cautioned her about. She took a step back and asked warily, "Then are you a stalker?" A question mark popped up over Morrow's head. This girl, something was definitely off with her. But he couldn't refute it. Morrow fell silent for a moment before abruptly changing the subject. "Were you treating that child's illness?" "Yes," Sanbika nodded, her vigilance unwavering. Morrow feigned nonchalance as he asked, "I've never seen that kind of illness before. It looked like the cell's vitality was being eaten away, pretty terrifying. Was it caused by a virus?" "Yes," Sanbika replied, slightly puzzled but answering truthfully when it came to medical matters. "It's an unknown virus with no prior records. Don't worry, its infectiousness is, currently, extremely weak." After explaining the virus, she countered with a question of her own. "Did you really peep and follow me just out of curiosity? Your behavior reminds me a lot of the perverts my mentor often warned me about." Morrow opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. After a second or two of silence, he sighed as if resigning himself to the situation. "Your instincts are correct. Ah, how rude of me I didn't introduce myself earlier. You can call me Hisoka. Hisoka is indeed a pervert. Sanbika nodded, thinking to herself that her mentor's warnings had been right all along. Morrow felt a bit better and was about to ask more about the village when he suddenly sensed a sinister aura. Sanbika noticed it too. Both of them immediately went on guard, turning their attention toward a large tree where the aura was leaking from. Stealing someone else's name is so naughty. From behind the tree, Hisoka revealed half his body, a playing card pinched between his fingers and pressed against his chin as he narrowed his eyes at Morrow. Seeing Hisoka appear out of nowhere, bathed in a pink aura, Morrow's heart skipped a beat, his body tensing reflexively. See, this guy is the real stalker. Without hesitation, Morrow opened all his aura nodes, letting a massive amount of aura flow out. Pointing at Hisoka, he prepared to unleash Shooting Star. Sanbika also looked at Hisoka, her eyes trembling slightly as she shook her head. No, you two, you're both the same. Morrow's face instantly turned ashen. Hisoka smiled in satisfaction. Heh? ? Morrow's lips twitched. What are you laughing? His good manners made him stop mid-sentence. 68. Wanting to end the Cold War quickly. As if he had sprung from a stone. Hisoka appeared without warning. For a moment, Morrow was genuinely startled. He had considered the possibility that Hisoka might pursue him relentlessly, but the scenario he had envisioned was Hisoka chasing him all the way to Heaven's Arena. He never expected Hisoka to track him down to such a remote corner in such a short time. What Morrow didn't know was, Hisoka had gone all out to find him here, even at the cost of his entire fortune. Had he known, Morrow might have taken the hefty sum and voluntarily disclosed his location to Hisoka. Morrow looked at Hisoka and swallowed the other half of his words. Now, he was actually calming down. He couldn't be sure whether Hisoka would honor their one-year Cold War agreement. But he knew Hisoka had a strong sense of principle in certain matters. The fact that Hisoka had sneaked over like this and deliberately leaked his aura precisely indicated that Hisoka hadn't come for a one-on-one fight but had another purpose in mind. If Hisoka had simply wanted to break their agreement and fight, he could have feigned a few moves, using the pressure of death to force Morrow into responding. Hisoka wouldn't do that. Because in such matters, Hisoka pursued perfection. Cards had to be stacked neatly to their highest point, with not a single misalignment that might mar their beauty. Only then, before toppling them, could Hisoka derive the utmost satisfaction. With his thoughts clear, Morrow decisively closed his aura nodes, withdrawing from Ren back to 10. The subtle signs of attack he had prepared through the act of pointing were also discreetly retracted. But such a small movement couldn't escape Hisoka's notice. Hisoka watched Morrow's withdrawn hand with keen interest, his gaze and smile seeming to say, I don't dislike such tactics. Seeing Hisoka's reaction, Morrow grew even more certain that the other man hadn't come to break their agreement. Yet, being stared at like this by Hisoka made him feel utterly uncomfortable. Shifting his gaze away from Hisoka, Morrow turned to Sanbika and said earnestly, can you give me a chance to explain? Sanbika didn't speak, only shaking her head. Her aura remained at its peak intensity, especially after Hisoka deliberately revealed his presence. Her aura, though powerful, radiated extreme wariness. It had to be said that Hisoka's aura was undeniably intimidating. Even toned down, it still gave Sanbika a palpable sense of danger. And in her eyes, Hisoka, who exuded such a dangerous aura, was someone Morrow knew. In this situation, she only wanted to distance herself from this trouble as quickly as possible. Sensing the defensive tension in Sanbika's aura, Morrow could only stubbornly argue, I do know him, but we're not close. More importantly, I'm not like him. Oh. Sanbika complied softly, then cautiously asked, can I leave now? Of course. Morrow's original intention had been to gather information from Sanbika. If not for Hisoka's interference, he might have already learned many crucial details. Moreover, after their brief interaction, he had formed a basic understanding of Sanbika and naturally wouldn't resort to coercive measures against her. I still don't know your name. Seeing Sanbika already starting to move away, Morrow quickly asked. Sanbika stopped and said softly, Sanbika Norton. Sanbika. Morrow repeated the name, feeling a faint sense of familiarity but unable to recall where from. Could she be a character from the original work who appeared but had very weak presence? While pondering this, Morrow also considered whether to follow Sanbika back to the village. He had mostly confirmed that the virus was created by Nolan's research institute, though he didn't know its exact location yet. Just as he was about to speak, Hisoka drawled, Sanbika, aren't you the least bit curious about what our relationship is? Not curious at all. Sanbika answered directly in her heart. Though accustomed to going with the flow, she knew this wasn't the time to voice her true thoughts. What relationship? Seeing the ask me expression on Hisoka's face, she ultimately indulged his superficial request. Hisoka curled his lips and said, we're in a passionate relationship, though currently going through a cold war. Sanbika froze, her large eyes flashing with confusion, as if suddenly stuffed with countless complex formulas. Morrow's eyelids drooped, too exhausted to even consider salvaging his image with Sanbika. This, he supposed, was the price of stealing kills. Though given the chance, he'd do it again. The area fell silent for about 2 seconds. Belatedly, Sanbika gasped, first glancing cautiously at Hisoka, then at Morrow. "See, can I go now?" She didn't want to stay here a moment longer. If not for sensing their formidable strength, she would have bolted without looking back. Hearing her words, Morrow sighed, abandoning any thought of accompanying her to the village. Too tired to speak, he just waved dismissively. Taking this as permission, Sanbika turned and left without hesitation. Only after confirming no follow-up actions did she finally relax. Master was right, perverts really are terrifying. Quickening her pace, Sanbika thought silently to herself. Morrow watched her figure recede into the distance. TCH. Another sigh escaped him. Morrow turned to Hisoka and asked, "Do you want to break our agreement?" "Not at all." Hisoka idly played with his cards. Morrow frowned. "Fine, then why are you here? Don't tell me this is just a coincidence." "I came specifically to find you." Uncharacteristically straightforward, Hisoka cut to the chase, "to quickly end our Cold War." "So essentially, you still want to break the agreement." Morrow didn't mince words. Hisoka wagged his index finger, smiling. "It's different." "How?" "Breaking the agreement could mean breaking up, but I don't want that." Hisoka's golden eyes gleamed with undisguised eagerness. "So I'll appease you to shorten the Cold War. This is my one-sided concession. Happy now?" "Got it." Morrow took a deep breath and said seriously, "If I agree to reduce the Cold War period by 2 months, can you disappear right now?" "Rejected." Hisoka shook his head. Morrow asked curiously, "Isn't this exactly what you wanted?" "It's different." "How is it different?" "Insincere words will only worsen the Cold War." Fine, then let's do it your way." Hisoka narrowed his eyes with a smile. Morrow also smiled at this point, or rather, he gave up and crooked his index finger at Hisoka. "Then bark like a dog to cheer me up." Woof woof. Morrow regretted it. Now he finally understood why Hisoka could develop bungee gum. Bonus chapter for every new review and every time the story gets 10 power stones. 69. This blame must be borne. A few minutes earlier, even after seeing Hisoka chase him across great distances, Morrow had never regretted his decision to steal that kill. To grow stronger as quickly as possible, he would make the same choice again without hesitation. But now, Morrow was starting to regret it. Goosebumps, chills down his spine. Neither term, whether describing mental or physical sensations, could fully capture what he was feeling at this moment. He realized with painful clarity, even though he had once read the character named Hisoka from the omniscient perspective of a reader familiar with the original work, he still couldn't claim to understand everything about him. The depths of Hisoka's shamelessness far exceeded his expectations. At this point, there was no hope of negotiating terms to make Hisoka leave on his own. This guy was like a piece of gum stuck to the bottom of a shoe, impossible to scrape off. Morrow abandoned any thought of keeping Hisoka at a distance and shifted his approach instead. Originally, his plan had been to gather as much information as possible about the virus and the research facility through his interactions with Sanbika. But then Hisoka showed up, scaring Sanbika into trembling like a leaf. What made it worse was that, thanks to Hisoka's antics, even someone as normal as him was now labeled a creep in Sanbika's eyes. Talk about an undeserved disaster. Still, from his earlier conversation with Sanbika, he had at least confirmed one crucial piece of information. The unknown virus in the village had an extremely low infection rate. With that in mind, he no longer saw the need to extract more details from Sanbika. Instead, he decided to take Hisoka straight into the village to search for the research facility. This was Morrow's revised plan. Since he couldn't shake off this human-shaped gum, he might as well use it to annoy Nolan's people. By then, Nolan's organization would undoubtedly see Hisoka as an enemy too. That way, Hisoka could draw at least half of their firepower. With this in mind, Morrow ignored Hisoka's expectant gaze, adjusted the weight of his heavy backpack, and strode toward the village without another word. How heartbreaking. Seeing Morrow's cold reaction, Hisoka tucked away his playing cards. Though his words sounded wounded, his ever-present smile never wavered. The two walked single file through the forest, neither speaking again during the journey. Only after emerging from the woods did Hisoka finally ask with amused interest, "That backpack of yours, it's full of guns, isn't it? And quite a few, too." "Yep." Morrow didn't deny it. Hisoka chuckled meaningfully. "Your ability, surely it's not just for running away, is it? Don't tell me its practicality and power are worse than firearms." Morrow glanced back at him with a strange look. Once he was sure Hisoka had registered his expression, Morrow turned away again and said flatly, "Your ejection flight speed could leave an airship in the dust 18 times over. Does that mean you never ride airships?" Hisoka was momentarily speechless. Then he heard Morrow continue, "When you chase someone, you're faster than a car. Does that mean you never ride in cars?" Hisoka fell silent for a beat. Fair enough. Almost immediately, he shrugged it off with his usual carefree demeanor. Before long, Morrow and Hisoka crossed the plains and arrived at the outskirts of the village. Without waiting to see how Hisoka would react, Morrow put on his gas mask again, covering nearly his entire face. After placing his backpack on the ground, Morrow rummaged through it and pulled out several handguns, securing them one by one on his person. He then grabbed some spare magazines and stuffed them directly into his portable tactical belt. Hisoka stood nearby, watching Morrow's actions with a flicker of curiosity in his eyes before casually surveying the village ahead, where rows of mud brick houses stood clustered together. Due to the disparity in their information, Hisoka couldn't fully grasp the reasoning behind Morrow's current preparations, but he had no intention of asking outright. Compared to actively flipping over the cards himself, he far preferred waiting for others to reveal them first. Naturally, Morrow also had no intention of explaining anything to Hisoka voluntarily. He couldn't be entirely certain whether Nolan's virus research lab was located within this village or if there was any direct connection between them. But the possibility existed, which meant they might soon find themselves in a situation where they'd have to engage in direct combat with members of Nolan's organization. When that happened, Hisoka, who was sticking to him like a persistent burr, would inevitably become a target for Nolan's forces as well. Truthfully, Morrow didn't particularly need Hisoka to draw enemy fire. But this was Hisoka's own choice. This was a pot he'd have to carry whether he wanted to or not. Having mentally prepared himself for battle, Morrow shouldered his backpack and strode purposefully down the village path. Seeing this, Hisoka followed along with natural ease. The village had been quiet initially, but as Morrow and Hisoka swaggered their way in, several village dogs curled up beneath the collapsed mud walls suddenly raised their heads and began barking. In an instant, the chorus of barks shattered the village's tranquil atmosphere. Listening to the canine clamor rising around them, Morrow couldn't help but shoot Hisoka a meaningful glance. Hisoka met Morrow's gaze and immediately understood its implication, yet remained completely unfazed. Witnessing this, Morrow silently marveled at Hisoka's sheer audacity. Or perhaps, Hisoka simply lacked any sense of shame to begin with. Morrow gave an almost imperceptible shake of his head before scanning their surroundings. That night, under cover of darkness, he'd followed Sanbika into the village but only reached the outer perimeter's mud brick houses. Now, walking down the main path, the environment didn't appear as dilapidated as he'd imagined, though it was noticeably lacking in human presence. The dogs at the village entrance kept barking incessantly, yet even now, only a few wary, hidden glances were directed their way. Paying them no mind, Morrow pressed deeper into the village. Shanai village wasn't particularly large. After navigating several muddy paths, they soon reached its center. There, Morrow's attention was immediately drawn to a concrete wall lining the roadside, over 2 meters tall, stretching from the intersection all the way to its end. Behind it seemed to be an enclosed estate. Even without seeing inside, its stark contrast to the surrounding low mud houses was striking. Morrow's eyes gleamed faintly as he examined the anomalous wall, quickly spotting several surveillance cameras mounted at its corners. This observation helped solidify his assessment. Glancing sideways at Hisoka, who was also studying the wall, Morrow didn't bother speaking before lightly vaulting onto the barrier. Seeing Morrow's sudden move, Hisoka mimicked it effortlessly, landing casually on the wall beside him. Simultaneously, their synchronized perch atop the wall was instantly captured by the surveillance cameras. This location happened to be the large estate connected to the tomb's entrance. As far as disguises went, it wasn't particularly good, but it at least served to keep people at a distance. Seeing Morrow and Hisoka's blatant actions under the surveillance cameras, it was only natural to assume they came with ill intentions. In the tomb beneath the mansion, the man in the black suit watched the screen, slowly furrowing his brow. In the spacious courtyard, Morrow and Hisoka strolled leisurely until an armed unit poured out from the mansion to greet them. Seeing this well-equipped armed unit, Morrow was almost certain of the research facility's location, wondering if there might be any nin users among them. Bro. Then, Morrow slapped a pistol into Hisoka's hand. Let's get M. Gunfire erupted abruptly over the courtyard. 70, at least it wasn't a waste. Nearly 30 armed men. Upon spotting Morrow and Hisoka, they immediately raised their submachine guns and rifles, decisively pulling the triggers. As the rapid gunfire erupted, countless bullets poured toward Morrow and Hisoka. Morrow, gripping a pistol with one hand, swiftly retreated behind Hisoka. Hisoka caught Morrow's movement from the corner of his eye. Without a word, he had already prepared his aura, activating bungee gum. Suddenly, he spread his arms, stretching out a sheet of pink, transparent adhesive. Pressing the other end to the ground with his feet, he erected a pink curtain in front of him to block the bullets. The swarm of bullets struck the pink adhesive curtain. In an instant, their kinetic energy and heat were completely absorbed, leaving only sharp, protruding trails on the sticky surface before coming to a halt. By the time the armed men emptied their magazines, Hisoka's adhesive curtain was densely studded with bullets. Staring at the wall of frozen bullets suspended before Hisoka, the armed men froze in shock, even their instinctive reloading motions halting mid-action. At that moment, Hisoka casually clasped his hands together, compressing the pink adhesive and squeezing all the bullets into a single clump. It's magic. Under the stunned gazes of the armed men, Hisoka slowly spread his hands again. The once clumped bullets were now neatly arranged on the pink adhesive, a sight that would delight any obsessive-compulsive. Morrow watched Hisoka's theatrics closely. But what he saw wasn't just a magic trick, it was Hisoka's mastery over his nin ability. And that was precisely one of the things Morrow lacked the most. As he pondered this, Morrow's eyes lingered on Hisoka's seemingly unguarded back. For a fleeting moment, a surge of killing intent flashed through his mind. But under the restraint of reason, it vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Morrow pressed his lips together, then used Hisoka as a shield, steadying his pistol beneath Hisoka's outstretched arm. Seizing the moment while the armed men were still stunned, Morrow mercilessly pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the muzzle flashes, deadly bullets struck their targets with precision, either in the face or the chest. Within a second or two, 6 or 7 men collapsed. Morrow emptied his magazine, casually tossed the pistol aside, and drew another from his waist, continuing to fire. Faced with Morrow's assault, the armed men quickly snapped out of their daze, scrambling for cover while reloading. Some even pulled out grenades. But Hisoka gave them no chance to recover. After his magic act, he simply flicked the pink adhesive, using the elastic rebound of his ability to send all the bullets hurtling back at them. Thud, thud, thud. Amid the relentless, muffled impacts, the remaining armed men toppled like dominoes. No matter how well equipped they were, against a Nen user they couldn't even make a ripple. It seems this mansion hides some astonishing secret. Hisoka's gaze shifted from the corpses littering the ground to Morrow's face, his interest piqued as he asked, "What kind of fun secret could be worth you coming all this way?" "You're overthinking it. It's just a research outpost for viruses, nothing special. I came here specifically to destroy it, that's all." Morrow's expression was calm. Hisoka's gaze swept over the subtle shifts in Morrow's face, deducing that he wasn't lying, and immediately lost interest. Initially, he had thought Morrow's actions were highly purposeful, suggesting some hidden, intriguing motive or secret beneath them. But it turned out he was just here to destroy a virus research outpost. "Is that so?" Hisoka spread his hands but suddenly added, "Though did you just try to kill me?" "Did I?" Hearing this, Morrow calmly ejected the empty magazine. Hisoka narrowed his eyes at him and smiled. "Alright, no, you didn't." "Yes, I didn't." As he spoke, Morrow reloaded a fresh magazine and walked toward the pile of corpses by the mansion's entrance. After a few steps, he finished reloading and abruptly halted, turning back to glance at the wall they had scaled earlier. Hisoka looked over at the same time. A familiar figure leaped onto the top of the wall and immediately locked eyes with them. "You too." The newcomer was Sanbika, who had rushed over upon hearing the gunfire. Standing atop the wall, Sanbika stared at Morrow and Hisoka, her dark eyes flickering with shock. Then, she noticed the fully armed corpses strewn before the mansion's entrance and froze. In her understanding, how could a well-equipped armed squad like this appear in a nearly forgotten village? The overwhelming sense of dissonance instantly gave way to deep confusion. Meanwhile, inside the tomb passage leading underground, the man in the black suit was named Retona. His expression cold, he removed his tie and suit jacket, revealing a tactical harness fitted snugly against his body. Drawing a desert eagle from the harness, Retona muttered to himself, "I once believed guns were the best weapons, just raise your hand, pull the trigger, and effortlessly take a life." Pressing the barrel against his temple, he continued, "And I was certain that with a gun in hand I'd eventually gain the wealth and status I desired. And I did, but I was wrong. There are weapons far deadlier than firearms." Bang, bang, bang. The tomb passage erupted with muzzle flashes as deafening gunshots echoed relentlessly. Retona had emptied the magazine into his own temple. Yet, the bullets fired from the barrel failed to pierce even the slightest layer of his skin. Every single round was blocked by his aura. Clink clink. The flattened bullets dropped to the ground one by one, ringing crisply against the stone. "I'm grateful to have learned Nen. Even more grateful to be an enhancer. It has elevated me above all the truths I once held sacred." Retona stepped forward calmly, releasing his grip and letting the pistol fall. Clang. As the gun hit the ground, his aura flared even stronger. Above all, this was Retona's enhancement ability. By reinforcing his convictions through words and actions, he could enter an unshakable mental state, locking his combat prowess at its absolute peak. This ability was far from redundant. In fact, it was the perfect catalyst for an enhancer. Its existence directly countered the various negative factors Biscuit had once pointed out, factors that could undermine real-time combat effectiveness. With this mindset, Retona ascended the stone steps leading to the surface and soon stepped out through the mansion's gates. He ignored the corpses strewn across the ground, his expression cold as he surveyed the 3 outsiders in the courtyard. Morrow, spotting Retona suddenly emerging from the mansion, couldn't help but brighten at the sight, thinking that his trip hadn't been in vain. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. Yet the bullets were effortlessly deflected by the opponent. Moreover, Morrow immediately noticed that after being struck, the intensity of the man's aura had actually increased slightly. Around LV.35. 71. Morrow's fine, it'll be over quickly. Bonus chapter. LV.35. That was Morrow's initial assessment. But when the opponent blocked the bullets with his body, the aura surrounding him intensified slightly, an increase of roughly 2 or 3 levels. A counter-type ability, perhaps. Without certainty, Morrow decisively drew another pistol from his person and fired another round. Yet the opponent remained unharmed, deflecting the bullets once more, his aura growing slightly stronger, now approaching LV.40. However, Morrow noticed that after the last dozen or so bullets struck, the opponent's aura no longer fluctuated, as if it had stabilized. Based on this information, Morrow had largely determined the nature of the opponent's ability like his own, it was counter-type. But judging by the intensity of the aura amplification, it wasn't particularly remarkable. Thus, this enhanced state likely had no time-based limitation and could be maintained until the aura was depleted. Most importantly, given the opponent's aura output level, the difference was only about 6 or 7 levels, not enough to create a significant disadvantage in direct combat. In just the time it took to empty 2 pistol magazines, Morrow had gathered plenty of intel and prepared himself for a head-on confrontation. Red Ona glanced at the flattened bullets scattered on the ground before shifting his gaze to Morrow, who wore a gas mask, and Hisoka, who stood silently with a faint smile. Coldly, he stated, "I have no interest in why you're here." As he spoke, Red Ona took a step forward, removing his tactical harness in one smooth motion. "Once you stepped inside, there was only one thing left for me to consider killing you." His killing intent was undisguised. Faced with the oppressive aura of Ritana's murderous intent, the 3 in the room reacted differently. Sanbika's confusion faded, replaced by tension. Though her fundamentals were solid, she wasn't a combat specialist. Dealing with a confident nen user like Red Ona was her worst-case scenario. Hisoka studied Red Ona like a predator eyeing prey, his desire to fight faintly stirred. As for Morrow, he simply dropped his backpack and discarded his pistol, stepping forward without hesitation to meet Ritana's killing intent head-on. Watching Morrow's actions, Hisoka remarked in a teasing tone, "Morrow, being this eager, are you trying to let me understand you better?" The implication was clear. By observing the fight, he could learn more about Morrow's nen ability. Hearing Hisoka's words, Sanbika, who had been bracing herself, subtly distanced herself, though her gaze kept flickering back to Morrow. She wasn't suited for direct combat, but she could tell the gap between Morrow and Red Ona wasn't vast. No, judging purely by aura output, Red Ona still held the advantage. Sanbika could sense Ritana's overwhelming confidence, radiating from within. Paired with his formidable aura output, it exerted considerable pressure on her. Morrow understood Hisoka's meaning but didn't care in the slightest. His eyes locked onto Red Ona as he calmly stated, "It's fine. It'll be over quickly." "Oh." Hisoka's eyelids lifted slightly, a faint glimmer flashing in his golden pupils. Sanbika, meanwhile, looked surprised, unable to fathom the source of Morrow's confidence. She then cautiously glanced at Hisoka. In her eyes, Hisoka was undoubtedly the strongest in the arena. If Hisoka and Morrow could join forces, it would likely be the safest approach. So now she was somewhat puzzled instead. Red Ona showed no reaction to Morrow's words. He had fought his way here through bloodshed. Before reaching his current position, he had encountered countless boastful individuals, yet he was always the last one standing. Morrow observed Ritana's reaction and silently appreciated the benefits of his earlier 2 volleys of gunfire. They had allowed him to discern the other's nen type and, consequently, his personality and fighting style. Against a typical emitter, it would have been a brutal battle. But with his deceptive shooting star, he could leverage the 200% power mechanism to achieve a special advantage in this situation. Morrow thought to himself, then calmly raised his hand, gathering aura. In an instant, the aura above his palm sharpened like a spear, quickly condensing into a fluorescent green shooting star. Deceptive shooting star. Morrow flicked the shooting star backward with a reverse motion. The projectile shot from his hand, streaking between Hisoka and Sanbika in the blink of an eye. Red Ona, seeing Morrow's action, instantly judged him as an emitter and stepped forward, charging at Morrow with overwhelming aura. As Red Ona closed in at high speed, Morrow remained unmoved. The earlier shooting star had been set with only a 1-second delay, so it would return very soon. Whoosh! The fluorescent green shooting star sliced through the air, reversing course at an even faster speed and hurtling toward Morrow's back. With practiced ease, Morrow simply sidestepped lightly, allowing the projectile to pass in front of him, straight toward Red Ona, who was now within striking distance. Seeing the shooting star coming, Red Ona was slightly surprised but remained committed to his initial combat strategy, relying on sheer physical superiority to secure victory. At this distance, as long as I block that nen bullet, it'll be over in one move. That line should be mine. Rather than hastily dodging, Red Ona chose to leverage his nen-type advantage, intending to tank the hit with his body and seize the critical moment to cripple Morrow. Yet the instant Ritana's body made contact with the shooting star, a gaping, irreparable crack formed in his confidence. The projectile's power far exceeded his expectations. "No, my aura is stronger and more abundant. Why is this happening?" The thought flashed through his mind in disbelief. The next moment, the shooting star exploded against Red Ona. The force contained within shattered his aura defense outright, erupting into a bloody mist in front of him and sending him flying backward. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Morrow glanced at the motionless Red Ona, then briefly checked the back of his hand. LV.31 LV.33. Dead. He turned, picked up his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder again. At that moment, Sanbika stared at Morrow in astonishment. His external aura intensity was weaker than that man's, yet he could deliver such devastating lethality in a single exchange. Did he use some kind of limitation to amplify the Nen bullet's power? With her systematic understanding of Nen, Sanbika suddenly thought of vow and limitation. Just as she was lost in shock, she heard Hisoka's low, quiet chuckle. Instantly, a chill ran down her spine. She glanced at Hisoka's profile and instinctively took a step back. Hisoka stared intently at Morrow, unconsciously licking the corner of his lips as his aura gradually twisted into something perverse. Heh, he. What he saw went far beyond what Sanbika could perceive. The amplified power of the vow through redirection was indeed the fundamental reason this battle could be concluded. But what truly ended the fight in an instant was Morrow's insight and confidence. Hisoka knew. Morrow had discerned his opponent's ability type and combat style through those initial 2 rounds of attacks. From that moment onward, Morrow must have already seen the future. That's why he could respond with such confidence. No problem. It'll be over in 1 hit. Ah, how delightful. The corners of Hisoka's eyes slowly curved upward, his heart itching with unbearable excitement. Bonus chapter. Since the story just received a new review, here's an extra chapter. Remember, I'll publish a bonus chapter for every new review and for every 10 power stones the story gets. 72. Discovery. Aura. In the hands of Nen users with strong desires, it always feels uncomfortable. The most typical and abstract example is none other than Hisoka. At this moment, Morrow could sense the unbearable desire within Hisoka's aura, as well as the struggle to suppress it. This guy has terrifying self-control over his desires. But all of it is just to achieve an even more intense thrill. It's the perfect embodiment of bungee gum like rubber. The harder you press it, the higher it bounces. The more Morrow understood Hisoka, the more he wanted to shake off this clingy nuisance. Moreover, after their assault here, it was inevitable that Hisoka would become a target of Nolan's organization's retaliation. And the Mafia's methods were always ruthless and brutal. Once they set their sights on you, it was like being infested with maggots. Morrow had to distance himself from Hisoka to avoid getting dragged into it. That's right. Nolan would be coming after Hisoka in the future. What did that have to do with him, Morrow? Ignoring Hisoka, who was still wrestling with his desires, Morrow walked over to the pile of corpses and picked up 2 submachine guns. Against ordinary people, firearms were highly practical, saving unnecessary aura expenditure. Sanbika glanced at Ritana's corpse on the ground, her eyes trembling slightly, then moved behind Morrow and asked, "What exactly is going on here?" "Sanbika, you're a pro hunter, right?" Morrow turned to look at her, countering with a question. Sanbika paused, then nodded. "Yes. Did you take a virus investigation request?" Morrow pressed further. Sanbika shook her head. "Not investigation, treatment." "Who was the client?" "The village chief of Shanai village, that is." As she spoke, Sanbika fell silent, her gaze shifting to the mansion before them. The corpses and firearms scattered on the ground made the truth painfully clear. Seeing Sanbika suddenly go quiet, Morrow casually fired a few shots into Ritana's corpse. "I think this guy was the real client." Sanbika remained silent. Morrow observed her lowered eyes and calmly said, "Sorry for killing your client and making this trip a waste of time. But if my intel is correct, this mansion is actually a lab that uses live humans for virus research." Sanbika's head snapped up, her dark eyes widening in shock. A lab that experimented on live humans with viruses. To a legitimate virus hunter, this was an absolute red line. Ignoring Sanbika's reaction, Morrow continued, "Next, I'll clean out this lab without leaving a single trace. Of course, if you need virus intel, Sanbika, I can spare 1 or 2 for questioning. It might help the villagers here. As for the commission fee, don't come to me for that." Sanbika, still reeling from the revelation, stared blankly at Morrow before shaking her head lightly. "I don't care about the commission fee. Curing the villagers is the best reward for me." "Is that so?" Morrow gave her a deep look. "Then, want to come along?" Sanbika nodded firmly. By then, Hisoka seemed to have finished wrestling with his desires, his aura gradually returning to normal. He silently shifted his position to a spot where Morrow and Sanbika would immediately notice him. The gesture seemed to say, "What about me? What about me?" Morrow glanced at Hisoka, who was trying hard to make his presence known, but ignored him. Instead, he said to Sanbika, "You're the professional here. You take the lead." "All right." Sanbika didn't question it and walked ahead toward the open mansion gate. Morrow followed behind her without a second thought. The armed squad had been dealt with, and even that imposing Nen user from earlier had been taken down in an instant. It was safe to assume the research facility's defenses had been cleared. Hisoka was ignored, but he didn't mind. He merely looked at Sanbika's retreating figure with a hint of surprise. With his usual thick skin, Hisoka chuckled lightly and naturally fell into step behind them. Once inside the mansion, they effortlessly discovered the underground passage leading to the tomb. This was because, upon entering, they immediately ran into 3 people in hazmat suits emerging from the tomb, clearly trying to escape in the chaos. Morrow promptly raised his gun and shot 2 of them, leaving only one alive for interrogation. "You turned a tomb into a research facility." After hearing the hostage's confession, Morrow was genuinely surprised. He had assumed the so-called research facility was just built inside the mansion at worst, maybe an underground space beneath it. He never expected they had repurposed an actual tomb. As they walked through the tomb passage, Hisoka idly scanned the numerous pipes and cables lining the walls and casually remarked, "Morrow, he answered all your questions honestly, but he deliberately hid things beyond what you asked." Upon hearing this, the hazmat-suited hostage's eyes flickered with panic. "Two didn't hide." "I didn't." Under Morrow's cold gaze, the hostage's mind shuddered, overwhelmed by a terrifying, almost tangible sense of impending death. He could no longer lie. Lowering his head to avoid Morrow's stare, he stammered, "The OG virus, we actually extracted it from a corpse inside a coffin in this tomb." At this revelation, Morrow instinctively glanced at Sandika beside him and saw a grave expression in her eyes. "Take us to the protective gear storage area first," Sandika said, her voice laced with unmistakable anger. The hostage nodded frantically. "Why yes, I'll take you right away." Guided by the hostage, they traversed the long tomb passage. Along the way, Morrow entered two side rooms and casually shot a few people hiding inside. Soon, they arrived at a room stocked with various protective gear. After changing into hazmat suits, they prepared to head straight for the virus containment zone the hostage had mentioned. As they moved toward that area, Morrow continued searching the rooms they passed. The tomb had only one exit, so going deeper ensured no one could slip away. "Wait here a moment." Passing another room, Morrow pushed the door open. What greeted him was an uncountable number of human organs, all preserved in glass jars filled with liquid. Hisoka, intrigued by the contents of the room, immediately stepped inside as well. Morrow directly released his N, extending it forward to cover the entire room. No one. Once the search was complete, Morrow retracted his N. His gaze swept over the numerous glass bottles on the surrounding shelves before suddenly being drawn to one in particular. Inside a slightly elongated glass vessel, a pair of eyeballs floated silently in liquid, their pupils radiating a dazzling crimson glow, as if countless luminous crystals were embedded within. That was Scarlet Eyes. 73. Scarlet Eyes. Scarlet Eyes. These are the eyes of the Kurta clan, renowned in the collector's world as one of the 7 great beauties. Because of this, the Kurta clan had always lived in seclusion, hidden away in a remote location. Tragically, the Phantom Troop found the Kurta clan and massacred the entire village. In the end, the only survivor was Kurapika, who had been granted permission to leave the village and thus escaped the slaughter. News of the Kurta clan's extermination was reported worldwide at the time. Some of the details, such as the brutal killings of children, shocked many people. They were horrified by the cruelty of the perpetrators. Normally, the eyes of the Kurta clan members were ordinary in color, but when they experienced intense emotions, their eyes would turn scarlet. Especially in moments of extreme rage, the scarlet eyes would shine in their most vivid red. At that moment, all one had to do was behead the Kurta clan member to permanently preserve that breathtakingly beautiful color. So when the Phantom Troop carried out their massacre, they employed extreme torture, including on children, to provoke the pure-blooded Kurta clan members into activating their scarlet eyes. After slaughtering the entire village, the Phantom Troop left behind a message pointing to Meteor City. "We reject nothing, so take nothing from us." This was, of course, another way to instill fear of Meteor City in the world. By targeting the reclusive Kurta clan, they also seemed to be sending a message: no matter how deeply you hide, we will find you. However, in Morrow's view, the Phantom Troop's attack on the Kurta clan wasn't solely about instilling fear of Meteor City. He suspected that the Scarlet Eyes, being one of the 7 great beauties, might also possess the conditions necessary to evolve Skill Hunter. Thus, Crollo had orchestrated the massacre, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Now, Scarlet Eyes had become an extinct rarity, their value in the collector's market skyrocketing. Morrow hadn't expected to find a pair here. If not for their overwhelming presence, he might have overlooked them entirely. Other eyeballs were also displayed on the shelf, some deep blue, others emerald green, but unlike the Scarlet Eyes, these lacked the luminous quality and thus appeared far less striking. "What is this?" Sandika herded the hazmat-suited hostages into the room and immediately noticed the strikingly red eyes among the collection of preserved organs. Morrow explained, "Scarlet Eyes, one of the 7 great beauties. To certain organ collectors, they're priceless treasures." As he spoke, he picked up the glass jar containing the Scarlet Eyes, and an image of Kurapika flashed through his mind. Where was the last survivor of the Kurta clan now? What was he doing? Oh. Sandika was well versed in human anatomy, but she only cared about an organ's research value, not its market price. Holding the jar in one hand, Morrow said calmly, "Let's keep moving." They didn't linger in the room for long. Following the orderly tomb passage, they soon arrived at the burial chamber where the coffin was placed. Inside the chamber, connected by 2 straight tomb passages, stood several figures clad in hazmat suits. Morrow swept his gaze across the room, 21 people in total. However, according to the hostage in his grasp, there were over 50 members dedicated to virus research alone. The number before them was clearly insufficient. This meant the remaining personnel must be deeper inside, down the other tomb passage, where the human experimentation area was located. Upon seeing Morrow and the others burst in, most researchers in the room resigned themselves to fate. Yet beneath their transparent visors, their faces betrayed fear, despair, and expressions of unwilling anger. Among them, one man stood out with a calmness unlike the others. He removed his hood, revealing a weathered face with deep dark circles beneath his eyes. This man was the Apothecarian, the lead director of the entire virus research project. You have no idea what you're interfering with. Unfazed by the firearm in Morrow's hand, the Apothecarian pointed toward the sealed glass coffin, his voice hoarse with fervor. You are obstructing the birth of a monumental achievement. One of the most fundamental principles of medical research is to do no harm. Sanbika had already confirmed the truth of the human experiments from the hazmat-suited hostage. Now, her eyes burned with fury as she glared at the Apothecarian. Your human experimentation violates international conventions. Virus hunter Sanbika Norton, is it? The Apothecarian cut her off with a dismissive wave, sneering. Spare me your naive ideals. Sanbika's eyes widened slowly, nearly consumed by rage. The Apothecarian spread his arms, his gaze fanatical. Humanity's greatest advancements have always been built upon sacrifice. You simply don't. Bang! A gunshot abruptly echoed through the tomb chamber. The Apothecarian's speech cut off mid-sentence, his face stiffening. A fresh bullet hole bloomed crimson on his forehead. GH. The fervor in his eyes froze, his widened pupils locking onto Morrow, who held the pistol steady. Thud. The Apothecarian collapsed, dead. The remaining researchers in the chamber flinched in terror. Morrow lowered his arm, tilting his head toward the stunned Sanbika. So you actually enjoy chatting with people like this? I. Behind her visor, Sanbika's mouth hung open slightly. She desperately wanted to say something, but words failed her, leaving her staring at Morrow in helpless bewilderment. Morrow didn't press the topic. Instead, he pressed the still-warm barrel of his gun against the hostage's chest and said calmly, aside from the one on the ground, pick the colleague here who knows the most about the OG virus. Oh okay. Trembling, the hostage slowly pointed at one of them. Without hesitation, Morrow executed the rest. The ruthless efficiency of his actions plunged the hostage into despair. Unconcerned with his feelings, Morrow signaled for Sanbika to begin her interrogation, then strode toward the opposite tomb passage. As expected, the remaining members of the research facility were hidden deeper inside, scattered across various rooms. Morrow meticulously used N to locate them one by one, and shot them dead. Once he had eliminated every last person tied to Nolan's organization, he finally saw them, the people locked in isolation chambers, suffering the ravages of the virus. These were the lab rats used for viral experimentation. It seemed the age stages of the test subjects had been planned out, as the isolation chambers contained infants, children, adolescents, young adults, and elderly individuals on the verge of death. Morrow paused briefly before silently turning back to return to the tomb chamber where the coffin was placed. At that moment, Sanbika had already opened the glass cover and was standing beside the coffin. Morrow walked over and asked, "What did you find?" "The OG virus." Sanbika turned to look at Morrow with a frown. "It's related to post-mortem will." Oh. 74. Perspectives. The forms of NEN's persistence can broadly be divided into three types. The first is the constant aura, equivalent to life energy, continuously released from the human body as if it were a furnace. The second is the aura unconsciously imbued into works by geniuses and masters in various fields. This type of aura is like the materialization of craftsmanship, representing the pinnacle of their skills in their respective domains and their pure, undistracted will. As a result, this NEN intent attached to works can often endure for a very, very long time. The third is post-mortem NEN, lingering in the world like will-o'-the-wisps after death, carried by intense negative emotions. The source of this aura is usually an unresolved obsession, and because it is born from negative emotions, it possesses varying degrees of threat. For NEN users, it's not too much of a problem. As long as they don't enter a state of zetsu, they can generally resist the threats posed by post-mortem NEN. But for ordinary people, encountering post-mortem NEN can result in severe consequences, ranging from loss of life to mental incapacitation. This was Morrow's understanding of the three forms of NEN persistence. So when he heard that the virus was connected to post-mortem NEN, he couldn't help but be surprised. Or rather, he found it hard to imagine any correlation between the two. In fact, since arriving in this world, he had seen plenty of NEN intent attached to antiques or handmade artworks, but post-mortem NEN, he had only encountered it once, on the airship. Related to post-mortem NEN, how? Morrow stepped over the scattered corpses and approached Sanbika, looking down at the well-preserved coffin. Inside, he saw what appeared to be a stitched-together corpse, wreathed in smoke-like black energy that gave off an ominous impression. Sanbika frowned deeply, staring at the black NEN inside the coffin, and explained in her characteristically soft voice, the virus was created by this post-mortem NEN. Huh. Morrow blinked, studying the post-mortem NEN in surprise. Sanbika, are you sure? Yes. Sanbika nodded lightly. Morrow was stunned. Post-mortem NEN could do something like this? So, as long as this post-mortem NEN exists, it will keep producing the virus. He shifted his gaze from the post-mortem NEN in the coffin to Sanbika. Sanbika sighed. That's right. Morrow inwardly muttered, this is ridiculous. But then he thought of the few instances involving post-mortem NEN in the original story. Even something like the cat's name, which relied on post-mortem nen mechanics to instantly revive, existed, so a post-mortem nen that endlessly generated viruses wasn't all that unbelievable. It just went to show. Nen truly defied logic. Not even death could constrain its bizarre and unpredictable nature. Sanbika worriedly said, with the OG research data and my nen, we should be able to develop an antiviral agent within a day. But since the source of the virus is tied to post-mortem nen, if we don't purify it, it will keep reproducing. Hearing this, Morrow's eyes flickered, and he fell silent. Sanbika didn't notice his reaction, her gaze fixed on the post-mortem nen in the coffin as she frowned and said, my master is an exorcist, but her ability can't target post-mortem nen. Oh, right. Suddenly, as if remembering something, the worry in her eyes faded considerably. I can ask my master if she knows any exorcists skilled in purifying post-mortem will. Sanbika. Sanbika turned to look at Morrow upon hearing her name. Morrow reminded her, the post-mortem will isn't urgent. Treat the villagers first. Ah, right. Sanbika nodded firmly, then bent down and reached through the swirling black nen that resembled smoke, gently pressing her hand against the corpse in the coffin. Seeing Sanbika's sudden action, Morrow was slightly startled. He was about to stop her when he noticed the post-mortem will in the coffin showed no signs of aggression. The core lies in virus creation. Morrow stared at the unresponsive post-mortem will, lost in thought. Even the most irrational post-mortem will seems to operate by certain mechanisms. As Morrow pondered, Sanbika withdrew her hand. Her once jade-like, translucent palm, where veins were clearly visible, now appeared as though eroded by time, withered and wrinkled like tree bark. This condition was likely due to the virus's effects, but strangely, the virus had taken hold unusually fast. Morrow's eyes widened in surprise. Holding up her aged right hand, Sanbika explained softly, my nen actively transfers the virus into my body, forcing it into the symptomatic stage immediately. Stop. I don't need to know this. Morrow cut her off promptly. Who would willingly reveal their nen ability like that? Sanbika understood this principle too. She silently gazed at Morrow and said, it's fine. My nen only targets viruses. I can use my body to analyze the virus's weaknesses and derive a formula for an antidote. Your ability. Morrow glanced at her aged palm. It's high risk, isn't it? Yes. If I can't analyze the virus within the time limit, I'll die. Sanbika spoke of death without a trace of emotion in her expression. This wasn't about nen, it was the resolve of a virus hunter. Morrow felt a surge of respect and couldn't help saying, is it worth taking such a huge risk? With your expertise, you could just use nen as a supplementary tool. I believe it's necessary. My master is an exorcist, and when removing nen, exorcists inevitably take on the inherent risks of that nen themselves. My ability was born under her influence, which always makes her sigh. Staring at her aged hand, Sanbika murmured, but I know, fighting viruses is a race against time, so I'm glad to have this ability. Besides, analyzing viruses differs from exorcism. The more I understand a virus, the lower the risk. Morrow fell silent, filled with nothing but admiration. This was the epitome of self-sacrifice for others. Using her nen ability and research data, Sanbika quickly developed an antiviral serum. In just half a day, the villagers suffering from the virus gradually recovered, their lives no longer in danger. Meanwhile, Hisoka, utterly bored, had wandered off elsewhere. Inside the tomb research facility, Morrow turned his attention to the two figures in hazmat suits he had deliberately kept aside. As agreed, I won't lay a hand on either of you before you leave this place, nor will I pursue you outside, so you're free to go now. The two men exchanged a quick glance, looking as if they'd been granted amnesty, and frantically scrambled toward the passageway. Morrow simply picked up his phone to confirm some details with Argo. After a few minutes passed, he released two coin-sized shooting stars from his other hand. Whoosh, whoosh. The shooting stars flew off his fingertips, curved through the winding tomb passages, ascended the stairs, and struck the two men with perfect accuracy. They had already reached the courtyard. Thud. Both men collapsed instantly. Inside the tomb research facility, Morrow set down his phone and approached the coffin. Tree rings. Can it absorb post-mortem nen? He pondered. At the same time, Sanbika dialed her master's number. 75. The Exorcist's shock. The mission to heal the villagers was successfully completed. For Sanbika, this was a job with no monetary reward and carried certain risks. But as she had said, curing the villagers was the best reward she could ask for. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. Although the antiviral medication had been developed, the source of the problem still needed to be addressed. Thus, Sanbika had no choice but to seek help from her master, an exorcist. Sanbika, I hate to disappoint you, but I don't know any exorcists skilled in purifying post-mortem nen. In fact, you could count the number of exorcists capable of such a feat on one hand. On the other end of the phone, after listening to Sanbika's explanation, the exorcist fell silent for a moment before delivering an answer that left Sanbika disheartened. And don't keep ignoring what I've told you before. You've already done more than enough for your profession by healing the villagers without expecting anything in return. That's sufficient. Don't take on risks beyond your capabilities. But, Master. Standing by the window of the mud brick house, Sanbika gazed at the darkening sky outside and said, "That post-mortem will is directly linked to the virus." Sigh. Inside an ancient ruin, Tessa let out a sigh over the phone, utterly helpless against her stubborn disciple. Though she truly admired the rare and precious qualities her disciple possessed. "Sanbika, the negative energy of post-mortem nen is too strong for me to purify. But we can suppress its spread through methods like sealing it. That's the best compromise we can make. As for complete eradication, don't even think about it. Even if you could find an exorcist skilled in purifying post-mortem nen, they would refuse." Realizing that Sanbika was determined to deal with the post-mortem will, Tessa had no choice but to accommodate her. Sanbika asked in confusion, "Why is that?" "Silly child." Tessa sighed. "Because of the risks, of course." She was well aware of Sanbika's abilities and understood that such reasoning might not seem particularly harsh to Sanbika. But for an exorcist, every act of nen exorcism required careful and thorough consideration. Assessing risks was an essential skill for any exorcist. If an exorcist chose to take on a target beyond their capabilities, the outcome was usually disastrous. On top of that, purifying post-mortem nen carried even greater risks. So even if an exorcist possessed the ability, they would more often resort to sealing or weakening the nen rather than purifying it outright. Only under absolute necessity would they risk transferring the nen onto themselves. That was one aspect. But there was another, even more critical point. After an exorcist transferred the nen onto themselves, if they couldn't completely remove or purify it, then, even if the exorcist could suppress the threat of the nen through their own strength, they would effectively lose their nen exorcism ability. After all, if they couldn't remove the current nen, they wouldn't be able to lift the ability and move on to the next exorcism. Because of this, in terms of risk, even positive aura left on nen-imbued objects was seen as equally dangerous by exorcists. For example, the aura left on a famous blade by a master craftsman, or the nen intent lingering on a sword after years of use by a master swordsman. Such pure and extreme nen intent was no easier to remove than post-mortem nen. The only difference was that it didn't carry the same risks. So no exorcist would go out of their way to deal with such a harmless yet potentially irremovable nen intent crafted with ingenuity unless there was some benefit to be gained. Tessa didn't elaborate further and got straight to the point. "Anyway, I've agreed to help. Open a video call later so I can assess the strength of that post-mortem nen first." "Understood, Master." Sanbika smiled and immediately headed toward the Tomb Research Institute while chatting with Tessa. In her view, as long as her master intervened, even if the post-mortem nen couldn't be completely eradicated, its potential threats could at least be suppressed. Meanwhile, Morrow ended his call with Argo. Before deciding to attack this place, he had already given Argo some instructions. The most crucial one was infiltrating the Tomb Research Institute to seize control of all computer and network-based permissions. However, to avoid leaving traces, Argo only launched his hacking operation after Morrow had secured the situation. Thus, the armed forces of the Tomb Research Institute had likely reported the attack before engaging Morrow and Hisoka. Morrow wasn't concerned about this. He wore a gas mask, thoroughly concealing his identity. Of course, in a world with such terrifying intelligence capabilities, evading pursuit was likely only possible for someone like Jing Freaks. Morrow didn't expect the Menu organization to fail in tracking him down. In fact, he hoped they would send more assassins like that Nen user from last time, who could materialize their body into a hearth. But regarding the assault on the Tomb Research Institute, Hisoka, who had taken no measures to disguise himself, would undoubtedly become the Menu organization's primary target for investigation and retaliation. Putting away his phone, Morrow returned to the coffin. In his hand was a bottle of the special medicine Sanbika had prepared. "Let's give it a try." Morrow's pupils reflected the corpse and the black post-mortem nen. Risk and reward. Having long understood this principle, he ultimately decided to use tree rings to absorb this post-mortem nen, which could endlessly generate viruses. Once resolved, he acted swiftly. Morrow reached out and grabbed the black nen. In an instant, the drifting black nen, like smoke, seemed drawn by an unseen force and surged directly toward the back of Morrow's hand. Under Morrow's unwavering gaze, the post-mortem nen soon vanished, and the green energy bar in the second circle growth ring skyrocketed, leaping from 8% to 19%. Simultaneously, fragments of information about this post-mortem nen inexplicably surfaced in Morrow's mind. Just like when he had focused his mind on the X mark on his hand before, the knowledge emerged naturally. But this time, it came with a storm of destructive negative emotions that crashed against his psyche. Morrow frowned slightly but remained unfazed. The countless death experiences he had voluntarily endured before seemed to have forged an irreplaceable defensive barrier within him. Much later, Sanbika arrived at the central area of the tomb and saw Morrow sitting at a table, examining the scarlet eyes. "Morrow." She greeted him. Hearing her, Morrow nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, Sanbika's phone was recording a video, and the camera inadvertently captured Morrow in the frame. Tessa, upon seeing Morrow, scrutinized him carefully. During their earlier call, Sanbika had mentioned Morrow multiple times. However, the post-mortem will was still the priority for now, so Tessa urged Sanbika to hurry. Hearing Tessa's prompt, Sanbika quickly approached the coffin, only to freeze in shock. Inside the coffin, there was no trace of post-mortem wool left. Through the camera feed, Tessa could see the situation inside the coffin more clearly than Sanbika, noticing faint traces of lingering Black Death aura. This was clearly the fragile aura that an exorcist had filtered out before transferring the exorcism, residual nen too weak to be worth removing. Typically, such fragile aura would dissipate on its own after losing its source. This meant that someone had just removed the post-mortem nen from the coffin. And before Sanbika entered, Morrow had been the only one inside. In an instant, Tessa reached a conclusion. If it really was Morrow. But how was that possible? The video just now showed no sign of anything unusual about him. As this thought crossed her mind, a look of shock slowly spread across Tessa's face. How could this make sense? 76. Extracting vitality. Of course, it didn't make sense. Whether it was a nen ability imposed by someone else or post-mortem wool carried by extreme resentment. Removing or purifying it would always be a battle of attrition, something that could only be worn down slowly over time. If the post-mortem wool inside the coffin had just been purified, there would inevitably be some external manifestations. For example, if the exorcism method involved a nen beast, then the nen beast would remain by the exorcist's side until the post-mortem nen was fully purified. Alternatively, if the post-mortem wool was simply transferred onto oneself, obvious symptoms, such as tumors, would appear until the purification was complete. The commonality between both methods was that most of the exorcist's aura would concentrate around either the nen beast or the affected area. Yet, the Morrow Tessa saw showed no such abnormalities. Sanbika, is he the only one here? Suppressing her shock, Tessa lowered her voice and asked. Sanbika was still in a daze. Hearing her master's question, she instinctively replied, yes, only Morrow has been here. Everyone who had worked at the virus research lab had already been killed by Morrow. As for those who had suffered through the human experiments, they had all been given the antiviral wonder drug and relocated to the mansion. As for Hisoka, he had long since grown bored and wandered off, his current whereabouts unknown. After confirming this, Tessa still kept her voice low. Ask him. Okay. Sanbika nodded and took another careful look inside the coffin. The unsettling black nen from before had truly vanished. Still amazed by this, she turned to Morrow, who was sitting at the table, and said softly, Morrow, the post-mortem wool on the body, it's gone. Really? Morrow immediately feigned surprise, then followed up with a question. How did it disappear? Not only did he cut Sanbika off, but he also threw the question back at her. Sanbika shook her head. I don't know. I was actually going to ask you. I don't know either. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't even have realized the post-mortem wool was gone. Morrow rested his cheek on his hand, speaking casually. Maybe it disappeared because you developed the antiviral wonder drug. Think about it, some lingering spirits only pass on after their last wishes are fulfilled. Oh, I see. Sanbika's eyes lit up as if she had just uncovered the truth, then turned to look at her master on the phone screen. What she saw, however, was Tessa's visibly exasperated face. Sanbika, you actually believe that? At this point, Tessa wanted nothing more than to leap out of the screen, pry Sanbika's eyelids open, and force her to take a good, hard look at that boy's shameless expression. Sanbika hesitated, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. Seeing this, Tessa rubbed her temples with one hand and sighed. Sanbika, let me talk to him. Okay. Sanbika obediently walked over and turned the phone toward Morrow. Morrow looked at the woman on the screen. She appeared to be around 40, her stern and rigid demeanor evident in her sharp brows and eyes. What caught Morrow's attention, however, was the red tattoo on her face, a winding crimson snake passing through a diamond-shaped pattern, impossible to ignore. My name is Tessa. I'm Sanbika's master, and an exorcist. Tessa's voice came through the phone. Morrow nodded at Tessa on the phone screen and simply stated his name, Morrow. Sanbika mentioned you. Thank you for helping my foolish disciple. Tessa expressed sincere gratitude, though it was limited to the matter of breaching the virus research lab. Morrow didn't accept the thanks, replying, Sanbika helped me too. It was mutual assistance. Tessa paused briefly before cutting straight to the point, bypassing further pleasantries. Morrow, I want to ask you something. Are you an exorcist? Without waiting for permission, she posed the question directly, revealing a glimpse of her assertive personality. Facing Tessa's inquiry, Morrow answered without hesitation, oh. Tessa's eyes flickered slightly as she pressed on. Did you remove the post-mortem nen from the coffin? No. Morrow's response remained calm. Tessa took the hint and didn't push further, instead thanking Morrow again for his help with Sanbika. Soon after, she made an excuse about Sanbika needing to check on a patient's condition, prompting Sanbika to leave the Toon research facility. Morrow watched as Sanbika departed. Only when her figure disappeared around the corner of the tomb passage did he withdraw his gaze, lowering his eyes to the tree rings on the back of his hand. When absorbing the aura from nen-imbued objects left by artists, he had never experienced any discomfort, though the charging efficiency wasn't particularly high. Especially after the tree rings reached their second circle, the process became noticeably more difficult. Yet, unexpectedly, absorbing post-mortem nen had caused it to surge from 8% to 19% in one go. On the flip side, after absorbing the post-mortem nen, his mind had been assaulted by its violent, crushing aggression, as if trying to shatter his consciousness into fragments. Not only that, but it had forcibly implanted information into his awareness. That information was like a shard of glass embedded in his mind, not painful, just unsettling. The slightest association would cause it to unfold into fragmented memory segments. In those fragments stretched a barren, desolate land with no end in sight. Gray, cracked, everywhere exuded an air of deathly stillness. Yet, upon that land grew a single sprout no larger than a palm. The only plant in that lifeless expanse. Though there was no wind, the sprout swayed gently. With each sway, jagged, smiling mouths would occasionally split open across its vibrant green leaves. It was extracting vitality from the earth with some unknown force. Until a figure arrived and plucked the sprout. The jagged mouths on the leaves instantly sealed into thin lines before vanishing entirely. In the next moment, the dead land burst into life, greenery spreading as far as the eye could see, erasing every trace of gray and fissures. Morrow took a deep breath and stopped dwelling on the information, allowing the memory fragments to fade back into the depths of his mind. Extracting vitality. As he murmured to himself, Morrow raised his hand, and a shooting star of fluorescent green quietly materialized. Within the energy sphere, a vivid emerald hue seemed to flicker. The information embedded into his soul had naturally altered some properties of his ability. As if, atop the foundations of emission and manipulation, transmutation characteristic had been added. More complicated now. Hard to say if that's good or bad. Morrow stared at the shooting star, focusing on that speck of emerald green at its core like a stellar nucleus. Complexity. That had always been the defining trait of specialists. He's lying. TSK, at such a young age, he doesn't even bat an eye. Inside the mud brick house, Tessa on the phone screen was lightly furrowing her brows. Hiding the truth was understandable, but still. She needed to keep her foolish apprentice at a distance. 2 more power stones for a bonus chapter. 77. The 6-month promise. From Morrow, Tessa saw something that transcended his age. He was clearly lying, yet he did so with an effortless ease. Moreover, the boy didn't seem to care whether his lies were believed, adopting an indifferent, take-it-or-leave-it attitude. Compared to her own disciple. What a stark contrast. Tessa sighed inwardly. She had already noticed a certain degree of trust Sandvika placed in Morrow. If she allowed Sandvika to continue spending time with Morrow like this, she feared that one day, her disciple would be sold out by him and still be foolishly counting the money. The likelihood was far too high. Despite her concerns, Tessa remained curious about how Morrow had managed to remove the post-mortem nen. But she didn't expect to get an answer from him. If it had been her 20 years ago, she wouldn't have been naive enough to answer whatever others asked him. Tessa admitted that in her younger, more impulsive days, she had indeed suffered a painful lesson in this regard. The human heart was the most fragile thing under scrutiny. You pour your sincerity into it without expecting anything in return, only to wake up one day and peek inside, only to find a merciless pump draining it all away. No, I have to go there immediately. Though she kept giving instructions to Sandvika over the phone, Tessa couldn't sit still. She rose from the edge of the bed in the makeshift tent, not even bothering to pack her belongings, and prepared to leave the excavation site at once. But the moment she stood up, the tent flap was pushed aside. A man with spiky short hair and an unkempt beard barged in. Tessa, quick, quick, this is a huge discovery. The man gestured excitedly, his brown eyes alight with enthusiasm. Tessa ended the call, first glancing at the still swaying tent flap before fixing a cold stare on the man, who was as giddy as a child. She enunciated each word slowly. Jing freaks, I'm warning you again, before entering someone else's tent. This really is a sight from the Shade era. The man named Jing Freak seemed oblivious to Tessa's expression as he continued excitedly, if we can just open the stone door at the very end, we'll uncover everything. Tessa, the nen on the door, please. Thud. A can struck Jing squarely on the forehead, cutting him off mid-sentence. Clang. The metal can hit the ground with a light sound. A half-eaten piece of instant meat inside tumbled out, now covered in sand. Tessa slowly lowered the hand that had thrown the can and said calmly, now, will you listen? Tessa, what was that for? Rubbing his head, Jing crouched down, picked up the piece of meat, dusted off the sand, and popped it into his mouth. Mumbling through his chewing, he said, don't waste food. Tessa closed her eyes in despair. I'm leaving. Late at night, Morrow arrived at the dilapidated mud brick house to bid farewell to Sandvika. Initially, he had followed her, only to find her inside the house, mixing medicine for patients. If Hisoka hadn't suddenly appeared, the process of getting to know and assist Sandvika might have been free of misunderstandings. But it was precisely Hisoka's appearance that made Morrow abandon his plans to dig for more information and instead launch a direct assault on the virus research lab. Looking at the results, it did save quite a bit of trouble. So sudden. Faced with Morrow's abrupt farewell, Sandvika blurted out. Yeah, Morrow responded with a smile. The matter's settled. Staying would just be a waste of time. But there's no need to leave at this hour. All right. Sandvika thought Morrow could wait until the next morning to leave and instinctively wanted to persuade him to stay. However, she quickly reconsidered, fearing it might put Morrow in an awkward position. Morrow observed Sanbika. This virus hunter before him possessed a kind of unguarded purity, and beneath that purity lay a selfless and compassionate heart. Even with most of her face concealed, her eyes always easily betrayed her inner thoughts. Before meeting Sanbika, Morrow had somewhat doubted the existence of such people in the world. But the world was vast. The more one traveled, the more one realized that previously held beliefs might not always hold true. Morrow marveled at the rare and precious qualities Sanbika embodied. So, if there was ever another chance to acquire antiques or similar items from certain shady dealers in the future, he would definitely haggle ruthlessly. Sanbika, this isn't a place to linger, Morrow suddenly reminded her. Sanbika met his gaze and nodded. I know. My master mentioned it too. Good. I'm off then. After the reminder, Morrow turned decisively. Sanbika watched his retreating figure and softly said, goodbye. Oh, one more thing. Morrow abruptly halted but didn't turn back, facing the evening breeze as he asked, am I a pervert? Sanbika froze for a moment, recalling their recent interactions, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. No, what about Hisoka? Ah. Sanbika found herself in a dilemma, reluctant to speak ill of others but equally unwilling to lie. Yes. In the end, she chose honesty. Exactly. Morrow smiled broadly and strode away. He walked all the way to the village entrance, putting several lengths between himself and the settlement before stopping. With pointed meaning, he remarked, you heard that, didn't you? So stop giving me those looks as if we're the same kind, Hisoka. Heh. From the slanting shadows, Hisoka emerged with a light chuckle, entirely unbothered by Sanbika's earlier discrimination. Morrow turned his gaze to Hisoka. 6 months. Hisoka's smile faded slightly as he waited for Morrow to continue. Morrow spoke calmly, 6 months from now, I'll be waiting for you at Heaven's Arena. Until then, don't let me see you again. Hisoka lowered his eyes, idly shuffling a few playing cards between his fingers as if pondering. Morrow wasn't in a hurry, patiently awaiting Hisoka's response. 6 months. Within that timeframe, he needed to definitively deal with Phaeton to eliminate the sword of execution, after which he could handle Hisoka's persistent provocations. However, his current nen ability was essentially tailored specifically for Phaeton. While it would likely be highly effective against Phaeton, its efficacy against Hisoka was uncertain. Still, that was a concern for half a year later. Ultimately, Morrow remained confident. Under the night sky, across the open plains, the two stood in silence for several minutes, each lost in their own thoughts. Fine. Finally, Hisoka reluctantly agreed. Although I couldn't use the appeasement approach anymore, being able to cut the Cold War period by half a year in one go wasn't entirely unacceptable. 78. The Auction X Hiring Assassins. Half a year. To Hisoka, it might simply be the time needed for fruit to grow sweeter. Hisoka was willing to wait. After all, toys like these could always be found with a little effort. So before the 6-month deadline arrived, Hisoka believed he could easily find other substitutes to satisfy his desires. Hisoka left. He had arrived unrelenting, yet departed without hesitation. Morrow knew that in 6 months, he would be facing a Hisoka who had been pushed to his limits. But it didn't matter. Half a year was more than enough time for him to accomplish many things. This is the border of the Kyokanyu Kingdom, close to the United States of Saherta. If I leave now, I should be able to make it to the Yorknew auction. Walking along the road to the town of Preet, Morrow took out his phone to check flight schedules and the estimated travel time to Yorknew. Soon, the results appeared. The earliest flight was at 7 a.m. As long as there were no delays, he would arrive at Lingen Airport on the outskirts of Yorknew by the morning of September 7th. There's enough time, but I won't make the auction item registration deadline. It'll depend on whether the organizers are willing to bend the rules. Given the rarity of the Scarlet Eyes, it's highly likely they will. After a moment of consideration, Morrow booked a ticket. The Yorknew auction was held once a year, running from September 1st to September 10th, a total of 10 days. During this period, tens of thousands of auctions would take place. Most of them were public, while a select few operated as underground auctions. The latter were primarily orchestrated by the 10 Dons, specializing in rare items that couldn't be openly traded on the market, as well as goods tied to criminal activities, such as trophies sold by poachers and grave robbers. The catalog of these auction items alone was dozens of centimeters thick, with starting bids for each piece typically beginning at 100 million. For many top-tier collectors, the underground auctions were the main attraction. At the same time, the underground auctions also served as an annual networking event for underworld bosses to curry favor with the 10 Dons. They would often splurge extravagantly at these auctions, using the opportunity to catch the 10 Dons' attention and elevate their own status. Since the underground auctions were private, outsiders had no way of knowing the total transaction volume. But even just the public auctions saw the circulation of trillions in funds. If the undisclosed transactions from the underground auctions were included, the figure would be staggering. This was the fundamental reason why Yorknew was hailed as the world's largest auction market. If one wanted to sell high-value goods at the best price, the Yorknew auction was the place to go. Morrow figured he had enough time, so he planned to sell the Scarlet Eyes along with a few other valuables stored in the bank during the auction. If everything went smoothly, even after deducting the 5% fee for the underground auction, he could still expect earnings of at least 2 billion. Aside from selling these items, he could also look for objects imbued with aura before the auction ended. Even if I can get in after the registration deadline, without some hype, it'll be hard to fetch a high price, especially for a collectible like the Scarlet Eyes. At the very least, I need to make sure the human organ collectors know they're up for auction. After boarding the airship bound for York New, Morrow began considering this issue. The auction catalog was a traditional printed book, which had long been distributed to buyers by now. It would be difficult to add information about the Scarlet Eyes auction at this late stage. This matter needed to be resolved by the organizers. They would have to promote the Scarlet Eyes before his arrival in York New on the 7th. With this in mind, Morrow took out his phone and dialed a number from memory. The owner of this number was Axel, a senior appraiser at the Southern Peace Auction House, who held considerable influence within the organization. Southern Peace was the most authoritative auction house in York New, hosting auctions only between September 6th and 10th each year, effectively serving as the grand finale of the entire York New auction. In Morrow's previous life before Death Rewind, he had spent a year in York New and had coincidentally established a connection with Axel. But in this timeline, they had yet to cross paths. Still, this wouldn't be too difficult to handle. Axel was an enthusiast of untreated gemstones, particularly those in their pure, natural state. As long as this condition was met, his cooperation could be secured. The reason Morrow had connected with Axel in his past life was through an untreated emerald pride from an antique clock. Right now, that very clock was still gathering dust in a collectibles shop in York's Sewer Street. Morrow simply needed to make a promise to Axel first. Then, upon arriving in York New, he could head straight to Sewer Street and acquire the antique clock. That should suffice. Morrow pressed the call button. A lavish mansion built on a mountainside. The mansion was opulent, with a courtyard so vast that the distance from the main gate to the residence spanned nearly a kilometer. 3-meter-high walls surrounded the courtyard, equipped with cutting-edge security systems. Guard dogs and security personnel were everywhere, maintaining round-the-clock vigilance across the entire estate. Even the surrounding forested areas were tightly monitored under the guise of forestry personnel. The owner of this estate was Nolan Gambino, founder of the Menu organization. Given the exceptional security here, Nolan's father, Gambino of the 10 Dons, occasionally stayed here as well. A blood-curdling scream echoed from within the mansion. The mafia members stationed at every passageway of the mansion heard the continuous shrieks but remained indifferent. They knew that whenever this happened, it meant their young master was in a foul mood. An indeterminate amount of time passed. Only when the 7th scream abruptly cut off did the mansion fall into silence. Splish splash. A pair of hands, stained with blood and flecks of skin, were rinsed under running water. Their owner was Nolan. Head lowered, he scrubbed the bits of flesh from beneath his nails with an expressionless face. Whenever he was in a bad mood, he was overcome by the urge to tear people apart slowly. But afterward, he was always disgusted by the remnants stuck in his nails. Under Father's name, I can directly mobilize Worm from the shadow beasts. Also, Nolan suddenly looked up, meeting his subordinate's gaze through the mirror as he said coldly, "Tell Mosquito I accept the terms he proposed last time. But he must work with Worm to resolve this matter for me." Understood. The subordinate bowed in acknowledgement. Nolan's eyelids drooped slightly, and he muttered to himself, "Not enough." The subordinate turned his gaze toward Nolan's back at those words. But at that moment, Nolan glanced over his shoulder, his icy glare sending a shiver down the subordinate's spine. Hire an assassin from the Zaldik family. No matter the cost. Nolan clenched his fingers tightly, images of Hisoka and that figure in a gas mask flashing through his mind. The virus research lab built within the tomb had been utterly destroyed. Nolan could overlook the financial losses. He could even dismiss the deaths of those precious talents. But he had to retaliate. Tear anyone who dared defy him to shreds. I'll publish a bonus chapter today. 79, Stonehunter x Karapika. Vengeance is a hallmark of the underworld's modus operandi. This principle is embodied to the fullest in Nolan. The Menu he founded had endured countless attacks before establishing its footing. Now, those who once targeted him lie in pieces, not even their relatives and friends were spared. Such is Nolan's way. Thus, even if it meant paying exorbitant fees to hire assassins from the Zaldik family or invoking his father's name to mobilize the shadow beasts, he was determined to exact retribution on the 2 Nen users who had obliterated the virus research lab's defense squad in mere moments. After issuing several directives, Nolan's mood finally improved somewhat. However, before he could lay eyes on the corpses of his targets, he still had to clean up the mess left behind by the lab's breach. Nolan's trusted subordinate took his orders and left to contact the Zaldik assassins, as well as relay Nolan's words to Worm and Mosquito of the Shadow Beasts. Having served Nolan for so many years, this was the first time the subordinate had seen him go to such lengths. That same day, the Zaldik family, stationed on Kukuru Mountain, received 2 new contracts. Meanwhile, in York New City, where the auction frenzy was heating up, rumors spread like wildfire that a pair of Scarlet Eyes had been added to Southern Peace Auction House's high-profile listings. This immediately caught the attention of human organ collectors. Since the extermination of the Kurta clan, the rarity of scarlet eyes had skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. So much so that any collector with the means to acquire them had been yearning for them endlessly. Now, Southern Peace's sudden announcement of auctioning a pair of scarlet eyes was nothing short of a dream come true for them. Within just an hour or two, many renowned collectors couldn't resist visiting the auction house to verify the news. Once they confirmed the authenticity of the scarlet eyes, they left with expressions of exhilaration. It's been over 2 years since the Kurta clan massacre, yet the demand for scarlet eyes hasn't waned, it's only grown stronger. Axel, his face lined with wrinkles, called Morrow, the response is excellent. My suggestion is that we don't need to push further, though I won't stop you from investing more in promotion. That's enough. On the other end of the line, Morrow gazed at the blue sky and white clouds outside his window. The promotion of the scarlet eyes had gone even smoother than he'd anticipated. As Axel had pointed out, the heat from the Kurta clan massacre hadn't truly cooled yet, and the scarlet eyes remained one of the most coveted treasures among human organ collectors. After ending the call with Axel, Morrow settled into his daily training routine. The airship would take another day and a half to arrive at Yorna's Lingen airport. Until then, Morrow wouldn't waste a single moment. September 7th, morning. The airship landed at Lingen Airport. Morrow disembarked and hailed a cab to downtown Sewer Street. 2 hours later, walking along the gray and black streets, Morrow relied on his memory to find a sparsely populated pedestrian street. The storefronts lining the street were nearly deserted. True to its name, Sewer Street sanitation was far from ideal, with homeless people often seen sleeping on the ground. Most tourists visiting Yorknew were well aware of the street's reputation and avoided setting foot there altogether. The desolate state of the streets made it difficult for shops to stay in business. Only a few establishments, such as antique stores and appraisal shops, managed to survive by relying on Yorna's reputation. Morrow arrived at the lower street but didn't immediately seek out the antique clock. Instead, he wandered through the various antique shops lining the street. After browsing for over an hour, Morrow managed to pick up 2 bargains. One was a jade statue carved from Boyu, and the other was a rust-covered pirate cutlass. The former was a nen-imbued object, and the aura wrapped around it was naturally absorbed by Morrow into his tree rings, causing the energy gauge to rise directly to 20%. It was an unexpected windfall. After stuffing both finds into his backpack, Morrow reached the end of the street and pushed open the door of an antique shop. Ding ding. The bell attached to the door chimed crisply. From behind a counter cluttered with various odds and ends, a young woman with messy, bird's nest-like hair abruptly raised her head. Prices are on the tags. No haggling. Seeing Morrow enter, the young shopkeeper preemptively set the terms. Morrow nodded at her and stepped inside. The shop was crammed with all sorts of genuine and fake antiques, haphazardly placed on shelves or the floor, a chaotic, crowded mess. Casually, Morrow picked out 2 relatively expensive items as decoys before finally selecting the heavy clock that concealed an unheated emerald. The clock was made of stone and brass, quite large in size, with no particularly distinctive features in its design. If anything stood out, it was the replacement of the pendulum with a diamond-shaped gray stone block. Morrow placed the 3 items on the counter and prepared to pay. But the young shopkeeper behind the counter stared intently at him and suddenly asked, "This clock, is there something special about it?" "No." Following the labeled prices, Morrow neatly placed the exact amount of money in front of her, his expression calm. The shopkeeper collected the cash, then pointed at the 2 handcrafted items Morrow had chosen, each worth millions of jenny, and said, "You have no real interest in these 2. Morrow looked at her, slightly surprised. He hadn't been particularly insistent on hiding his true intentions, but the fact that she could see through him spoke volumes about her sharp observational skills. The last time he'd come to buy the clock, the shop had been manned by an elderly man with white hair. He wondered what relationship this woman had with the old man. The young shopkeeper asserted confidently, "You came here specifically for the clock. Don't bother playing dumb, I've already taken your money, so the deal's done. Just satisfy my curiosity, please." "Fine." As someone who'd been in similar situations before, Morrow could somewhat relate to her curiosity. He agreed readily, then yanked off the cumbersome diamond-shaped pendulum. Right in front of her, Morrow applied a bit of force and crushed the thick gray stone block, revealing an unheated emerald the size of an egg inside. At the sight of the emerald, the shopkeeper's pupils trembled violently. She jerked her head up, her gaze at Morrow filled with disbelief. Struggling to suppress the shock rising in her heart, she blurted out, "Can I take a photo?" Morrow studied her face and saw only astonishment and wonder. It was unexpected. "Sure." "Ha, thanks." The young shopkeeper hurriedly pulled out her phone and snapped several pictures. Once she was done, Morrow took only the unheated emerald and left. The young shopkeeper didn't remind Morrow either. Holding her phone, she posted a blog entry with accompanying photos. "Encountered a master today. Who would have thought such an ordinary-looking clock could hide a world-shaking gemstone?" The blog rode the wave of traffic from the ongoing Yorknew auction extravaganza. Within just one day, 2 people came across 2 separate pieces of news related to the Yorknew auction. One piece pointed to the young shopkeeper's blog, while the other concerned the scarlet eyes scheduled for auction on the 10th. And those two people were the Stone Hunter Biscuit, and Kurapika, the last survivor of the Kurta clan. 80. Why are you running? Bonus chapter. The extermination of the Kurta clan had once sent shockwaves through the world. Yet no one knew that one boy had borne the weight of it all. Unbearable grief and rage, the hollow numbness of a walking corpse. The boy named Kurapika struggled and gasped for breath in this abyssal darkness. The horrific deaths of his clansmen, seared into his memory, would often resurface as nightmares, tormenting his spirit. In the first year after the massacre, Kurapika nearly broke. But in the end, he wasn't defeated. Through the haze of despair, he gradually pulled himself together. He would avenge his clan. He would reclaim their stolen eyes. No matter how painful or arduous the path, he could never retreat. At the very least, he had to give his clansmen's souls a place to return to. Outside the bustling airport terminal, the youthful-faced Kurapika adjusted the strap of his satchel, his dull eyes reflecting the figures passing before him. He paused at the entrance, instinctively lowering his head to avoid any potential gazes before merging into the crowd streaming into the building. The sudden revelation of his clansman's eyes' whereabouts had driven this 14-year-old boy, still unwashed of his naivete, to make an impulsive decision to head for Yorknew. Perhaps he simply lacked the capacity to think further about how to locate or reclaim those eyes. For a boy who had just clawed his way out of the mire, his mind and body already ravaged, such a goal requiring meticulous planning was undeniably harsh. From a rational standpoint, he shouldn't have stepped through these airport doors that witnessed countless hellos and goodbyes every day. But no matter how many times he relived this moment, he would likely still follow his emotions and walk through them. Inside the spacious terminal, voices, footsteps, and the sound of luggage wheels blended into a noisy clamor. Kurapika moved cautiously through the crowd, weaving an uneven path to avoid collisions as he headed for the check-in counter. Passing the lounge area, his peripheral vision caught a golden-haired twin-tailed girl around his age standing alone by a magazine rack, but his gaze didn't linger. At the magazine rack, the twin-tailed girl's eyes sparkled as she pulled out a magazine featuring a handsome blonde man on the cover. To encounter such a delightful sight while waiting for her flight, overjoyed, she silently praised the airport's thoughtful amenities. Slurp. Wiping a glistening droplet from the corner of her mouth with a gloved hand, the girl giggled dreamily and eagerly flipped through the newly released magazine she hadn't had a chance to buy yet. Passers-by around her couldn't help but notice the odd behavior, casting puzzled glances her way. But the twin-tailed girl paid no mind to the strange looks, utterly absorbed in the charms of the various heartthrobs gracing the pages. In stark contrast, the other golden-haired boy walking away seemed all the more lonely, sensitive, even fragile. Southern Peace Auction House, VIP Lounge. Axel, his face lined with wrinkles at over 50 years old, received Morrow here. Good stuff. Axel held the emerald between his thumb and index finger, raising it overhead where the light revealed a vibrant green luster pulsing like life itself. This was still just an untreated gemstone, unadulterated by human hands. With quality like this, heat treatment could elevate its color and clarity to another level. Yet Axel had always preferred natural, unprocessed forms. Even knowing the potential for refinement, he felt no urge to alter it. Placing the untreated emerald into a prepared box, he glanced at Morrow across from him and smiled. It's been a long time since I've seen a natural gem of such quality. To think you discovered it hidden in an unremarkable clock, Mr. Morrow, quite the feat. You flatter me, Mr. Axel. Morrow's pulse quickened slightly. He hadn't told Axel about the emerald's origins, nor was he aware of any connection between Axel and that antique shop. Most likely, the young proprietress had uploaded photos of the gem to some Yorknew exchange platform. With the annual auction season in full swing, such things weren't unusual. Many antique dealers and potential buyers actively exchanged information during this time, though most were just showing off. It was a common trait among collectors. They spent fortunes on acquisitions, partly for personal satisfaction, partly to flaunt among peers. Axel closed the box with deliberate care, his tone casual. There is one thing that intrigues me, though. How did you know in advance that the clock contained a natural emerald, enough to promise it to me 2 days ago? Mr. Axel, I never specified an emerald. Even without this one, I could have acquired another gem to your satisfaction. I simply got lucky while browsing the shops and stumbled upon it. Morrow maintained a composed smile, his voice steady. This is Yorknew. With money, you can buy anything you desire, isn't that so? Ha, true enough. Recalling that Morrow had indeed only mentioned a gemstone earlier, Axel let the matter drop, shifting the conversation to auction details for the Scarlet Eyes and other items. Morrow had no objections to Southern Peace Auction House's decision to schedule the auction for the 10th. Securing a mid-season slot for the Scarlet Eyes and other pieces was already the best possible outcome. He'd be staying in Yorknew until the auction season ended anyway. Once the arrangements were settled, Morrow didn't linger. Leaving Southern Peace, he headed straight for the city's bull market. A relatively free, informal marketplace for the general public, its bargaining system mimicked auctions, a hybrid of bidding and flea market haggling. Here, stalls displayed all manner of goods, offering plenty of chances for hidden finds. But even if you stumbled upon a bargain, the profit margins were slim. Morrow wasn't here for money. He needed to charge tree rings. A market like this, overflowing with variety, was bound to have some nin-imbued objects carrying residual aura, especially at this time of year. 2 days later, Morrow visited the bull markets in various districts and found 5 nin-imbued objects carrying aura. The energy of the tree ring subsequently reached 26%. Compared to this, post-mortem nin was still more efficient for charging. Perhaps he could find some commissions specifically targeting sublimated post-mortem nin through certain channels. That way, he could charge efficiently while making a fortune. Walking along the market road, Morrow silently pondered. Ow. Suddenly, a self-proclaimed super-duper adorable blonde beauty accidentally twisted her ankle and pitifully collapsed right in front of Morrow on the path. Then, the beauty slowly raised her head, eyes brimming with tears. Huh, where'd he go? But the young man who had been lost in thought was nowhere in sight. The beauty whipped her head around, only to see the boy sprinting away at full speed, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Wait, why are you running? 81. Age really is a pain. A super adorable girl falls right in front of you. Even if you don't want to help her up, asking if she's okay isn't too much to ask, right? Fine. Even if you don't ask, that's understandable. But running away like you've seen a ghost, what's that about? The golden-haired beauty was none other than Biscuit. She stared in disbelief at Morrow's retreating figure. This outcome was completely outside any of her expectations. In the brief moment she hesitated, Morrow had already vanished from her sight. Biscuit took a deep breath, mentally tearing up her original encounter script. In the distance, Morrow weaved swiftly through the crowd before suddenly leaping onto the roof of a food stall-like stand. Ignoring the startled gasps around him, he took the shortcut, running along the tops of the stalls to avoid the packed streets, heading straight for the exit of the bull market. That was Biscuit. Damn, my reaction was way too obvious. But that clumsy act is exactly the kind of twisted humor transmuters love, always thinking about how to mess with people. Frowning, Morrow dropped from midair toward the ground. But while still airborne, he expelled aura from his feet, propelling himself upward as if stepping on air, landing steadily on the roof of a 3-story building ahead. Without slowing, he continued sprinting forward. In the original story, Biscuit had helped Gon and Killua improve their skills, but before that, she had been solely focused on toying with them. Transmuters were always this unpredictable. Morrow didn't believe he could handle a sly fox like her. Relying on his familiarity with the area, Morrow headed straight for the sewer district. The place was a maze of residential buildings, perfect for shaking off pursuers. At worst, he could reuse his old trick, using the star mark on a bird for long-distance shooting star movement. Right. There was a flock of pigeons near the bull market's plaza. Before entering, Morrow had casually placed a star mark on one of them, just in case. Even if he didn't end up needing it, he could always cancel it. Best of all, marking a pigeon required almost no effort and barely any aura. This was Morrow's confidence in evading pursuit. Of course, the prerequisite for using the shooting star movement was maximizing the distance between himself and the pigeon. Far behind, Biscuit stood atop a clock tower with a clear view of the plaza, her eyes infused with aura to sharpen her vision as she locked onto Morrow's distant figure. Not bad fundamentals. An emitter? Watching Morrow's jet-propelled ascent from afar, Biscuit rested a hand on her chin. Expelling aura to propel movement, this was a technique most emitters deliberately trained in. With enough practice, it could even be used for high-speed movement. However, most emitters prioritized refining their hand-based precision, as it usually related to their rapid activation techniques. Biscuit lowered her hand, then pushed off with her feet, launching herself like an arrow into the air. She traced a graceful arc before landing on the roof of a distant building. And yet, the clock tower beneath her remained completely undamaged. That was because she had diverted a small portion of her aura to protect the top of the clock tower before bursting her aura beneath her feet. A seemingly simple technique, yet one refined through long and arduous practice. Biscuit closely followed behind Morrow. The distance between them was gradually closing. At first, Biscuit had considered giving chase at full speed, but after observing Morrow's techniques, she decided to watch a little longer. A footwork technique focused on agility and sudden changes in direction. Using aura to correct flaws in power exertion, compensating for the lack of explosive force. Quite an interesting idea. Seeing the gazelle-like footwork Morrow employed during his sprint, Biscuit couldn't help but silently acknowledge its merits. However, the footwork lacked polish, likely something he had only recently learned. Moreover, such disciplined footwork techniques usually originated from specific martial arts schools. With this in mind, Biscuit finally increased her pursuit speed. The two of them, one after the other, crossed several streets and eventually arrived at the less crowded sewer street. Seeing Morrow head straight into the residential area with clear intent, Biscuit instantly understood his plan. Sewer street, huh? Biscuit glanced at the nearly tourist-free shops lining both sides of the street. This wasn't her first time here. Before seeking out Morrow, she had followed the leads to the antique shop owner who posted the blog content, confirming certain details. As for that uncut emerald, judging purely by quality, it wasn't enough to warrant a special trip. But its size and shape gave the gemstone immense potential for transformation. That was what truly captivated her, making her eager to carve it with her own hands. Chasing into the labyrinthine residential area, Biscuit relied on sound to pinpoint Morrow's movements. The technique of Gyo, when concentrated in the eyes, significantly enhances visual functionality. Similarly, focusing it on organs like the ears or nose boosts their respective capabilities. For a veteran like Biscuit, using enhanced hearing to track a target's movements and location wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. After darting around the residential area for a while, Morrow realized Biscuit was completely unaffected by the environment. He promptly abandoned his futile attempt to waste energy and aura on fleeing, instead climbing onto the rooftop of a high-rise building where numerous clothes and blankets were drying. When he saw Biscuit leap up onto the opposite side of the rooftop, he immediately noticed the concentration of aura around her ears, thicker than anywhere else. Naturally, he understood how she had been able to track him as if she had X-ray vision. "If you had kept running a bit longer, I might have actually lost you, little emitter," Biscuit said, hands on her hips, looking at Morrow with a teasing smile. "Cut the act, you old fox," Morrow thought to himself, but his expression remained neutral as he replied, "You look younger than me. Someone as cute as you shouldn't act so high and mighty." "Huh." Biscuit blinked, clasping her hands under her chin in feigned confusion. "I didn't quite catch that. Say it again." Calmly, Morrow repeated, "I said you're very cute, like a princess who stepped out of a painting. There's no need to put on such a mature act." Biscuit smiled earnestly. "But you're just saying that to flatter me, aren't you?" "Just stating the truth," Morrow replied naturally. Speaking the language of men to men and of ghosts to ghosts, this could indeed be considered one of his talents. But in front of an old transmuter skilled in both lying and detecting lies, it was useless. Biscuit studied Morrow's expression closely and smiled. "You're making me doubt my own judgment. Rather than an emitter, you seem more like a transmuter, don't you?" Morrow silently met Biscuit's gaze. Being older sure made her hard to deal with. Muttering to himself internally, Morrow smoothly changed the subject. "Why are you chasing me?" "Huh." Biscuit planted her hands on her hips again, annoyed. "I should be asking you, why did you run?" "Exercise." 82. The Zaldik arrival. "Exercise." Biscuit raised an eyebrow. Too obvious a brush off. Or perhaps he simply had no intention of answering the question at all. First, he'd spoken those insincere words without batting an eye, then followed up with that indifferent, dismissive attitude. It seemed the relentless chase so far hadn't put any real pressure on this brat. Or was it that he had some hidden confidence, some means of shaking her off? Biscuit considered the possibility. Unaware of her thoughts, Morrow continued in that same calm tone, "Your turn to answer. Why are you chasing me?" "Ah, because I want to fall in love." That meaningless lie, utterly irrelevant now, was swallowed back just in time. The reason she no longer wanted to keep up the act of a sweet, innocent girl was simple. She knew continuing the charade wouldn't yield any further emotional payoff. An untreated emerald. Dropping the cutesy act entirely, Biscuit raised a slender index finger and cut straight to the point. Morrow's expression shifted slightly, realization dawning. "Oh, so you're after the gemstone. No wonder you chased so hard. And whose fault is it that you suddenly bolted for no reason?" She lowered her finger, curling it into a fist, almost threatening, though her tone had shifted toward business. "And don't make it sound so crude. I can afford to buy a single gemstone." "Is that so?" Morrow took this as confirmation of her willingness to purchase and replied bluntly, "Well, that's a shame. That gemstone. I sold it the same day." "Huh." Biscuit pressed immediately. "Who'd you sell it to?" "Axel, the appraiser at Southern Peace Auction House." Morrow pulled a business card from his pocket. "He's an enthusiast for untreated gemstones. Love that emerald. But if you offer a decent price, I'm sure he'd reluctantly part with it." With that, he flicked the card, sending it spinning toward Biscuit. She caught it effortlessly, smiling. "Somehow, I get the feeling you're warning me not to strong-arm him into selling." "Not at all. For a lovely young lady like you." "Stop." "Ugh." She sighed, waving a hand in resignation. "A term that should have been flattering, but coming from your mouth, it just feels wrong. Forget it, don't call me that again." Morrow fell silent. Biscuit gave him a long look before turning away. As she left, she tossed back a pointed remark. "At first, I thought you had a pretty nasty personality. But turns out you've got some redeeming qualities. Looking out for your past business partners." No sooner had she spoken than she leapt off the rooftop, her petite figure vanishing amid the fluttering white sheets. "If we're talking about nasty personalities, you're the real expert here." Morrow exhaled slowly as he watched the sheets billow in the wind. Based on what little he knew of Biscuit, he was fairly certain she wouldn't resort to outright theft for the gemstone. His earlier emphasis on stealing the gem had been deliberate, just to force her to clarify her stance on the spot. Once he confirmed she genuinely intended to buy the emerald, he had no qualms about revealing its whereabouts. It must be said that understanding these characters through the original work can sometimes prove useful. One should also be grateful that this two-star gem hunter conducts herself with integrity, unlike some hunters who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Morrow withdrew his gaze and gave a slight shake of his head. During their earlier conversation, he had actually entertained the thought of forming a deeper connection with Biscuit. But he knew his own limits, aware that his innate talent paled in comparison to prodigies like Gon and Killua, the kind of rare gems that could truly capture Biscuit's interest. Call it excessive self-deprecation if you will. He believed that sometimes, not placing too much importance on oneself could help avoid unnecessary trouble. Still, today's encounter had at least left some impression on Biscuit. Tomorrow is the last day of the auction. I've already visited every bull market in the city. It's unlikely any more shipments will turn up. Morrow walked to the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the cityscape in the distance. York knew was a strange city. Just the annual auction alone saw a staggering flow of nearly 100 trillion in funds, fueling the rise of towering skyscrapers and unparalleled prosperity. Yet it also had clusters of low, dilapidated buildings, with filth and disorder everywhere. The already narrow sky between buildings was further fragmented by a crisscrossing web of power lines. Further out, entire districts of unfinished construction projects could be seen. Just one more day. Morrow took a step forward, letting himself freefall toward the ground. Thud. Landing steadily in the alley, he walked toward the light at the far end. Leaving the backstreets, the foot traffic grew denser the closer he got to the city center. Morrow merged into the crowd like a drop of water dissolving into a lake, gradually fading into obscurity. In the distance, amid the flow of pedestrians stood a girl dressed in a dark purple kimono, with a bob cut and doll-like violet eye. So delicate she resembled a porcelain figurine. The girl appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, holding a closed paper fan lightly against her lips. Her emotionless gaze pierced through the shifting gaps in the crowd, fixed on the direction Morrow had gone. Flecks of white paper drifted lazily through the air. Found you. The girl, or rather, the boy, was none other than Kalito Zaldik, the 5th child of the Zaldik family. Some time ago, the Zaldik family had received 2 commissions. One prioritized assassination, the other prioritized locating the target. For professional assassins, killing techniques were essential, but the ability to accurately locate a target was equally indispensable. Kalito's ability gave him a distinct advantage in finding people. So he took the commission to locate the target first, while the other, which explicitly demanded the target's death, was accepted by his older brother, Illumi. Kalito's expression remained indifferent as he watched the crowd ahead, stepping forward slowly in his wooden sandals. The priority was to find the target. But once the target was located, aside from notifying the client, he could also decide whether to carry out the assassination himself. If he succeeded, his payment would triple. Kalito moved unhurriedly through the crowd, seemingly unconcerned about losing track of his target. I can do it. Opening his paper fan, he hid half his face behind it. A faint glimmer flashed in Kalito's dark purple eyes. Heaven's Arena. Hisoka walked through the passageway specially provided for contestants. Suddenly, he stopped and looked ahead at the tall figure leaning against the wall. Hisoka, sorry about this, but I have to kill you. 83. Tracking X emerging, bonus chapter. In the passage, Hisoka turned toward the sound, his gaze landing on the tall figure. Shoulder-length black hair, unnaturally pale skin, and pitch-black eyes that exuded a deathly emptiness, like a mask worn over the face. Upon recognizing the person, Hisoka remained unfazed. How sad. When you asked me where I was the other day, I thought you wanted to catch up. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something so boring. The newcomer was none other than Illumi of the Zaldik family. Kalito had taken the job to locate Morrow, while the other assassination request, targeting Hisoka, had fallen into Illumi's hands. Calling to ask where you were just saved me time tracking you down. Illumi shook his phone slightly before slipping it into his pocket. Then, with a fluid motion, he plucked a bead-head and a needle from his clothes, pinching it between his slender fingers. A surge of aura manifested around him, its intensity unmistakable, laced with palpable killing intent. It was clear he wasn't bluffing. Despite sensing Illumi's blatant hostility, Hisoka remained unresponsive, exuding an almost meditative detachment. Illumi, what would it take to make you drop this killing intent job? Sorry, no can do. I have to uphold my client's trust. Illumi's expression remained blank, leaving no room for negotiation. Hisoka drooped his eyelids, leaning against the wall with a sigh. I'll pay more. Deal. After all, we're acquaintances. Illumi gradually withdrew his killing intent, sliding the bead-head needle back into place. Unlike his stern father or lenient grandfather, he didn't cling too tightly to professional ethics. As long as the payment condition was met, he'd decide whether to bend the rules based on the situation. When it came to avoiding unnecessary casualties, he certainly didn't feel compelled to follow the same unspoken principles as his father and grandfather. What could he say? He was a manipulator who did things his own way. Tilting his head slightly, Illumi studied Hisoka, who was leaning against the opposite wall. A thought struck him, and he asked curiously, but do you even have the money? I heard you spent everything recently trying to track someone down. Oh. Hisoka's eyes widened in mock surprise. Silence briefly filled the passage as the two stared at each other. After a moment, Hisoka replied airily, can I owe you? Illumi slowly pulled the bead-head needle back out. The fluttering scraps of paper were inconspicuous, yet they guided Kalito unerringly. As long as the activation conditions were met, his ability allowed him to pinpoint his target's exact location. Even if they had no prior connection, it wouldn't affect the tracking. So he wasn't worried about losing the trail, keeping a steady distance as he followed. By the time the sun set and the city lights flickered on, he found himself stepping into a dimly lit alley. The ground was slick with filthy water, the walls cluttered with worthless junk, and tangled electrical wires drooped haphazardly overhead. The stench and the risk of dirtying his white socks. These environmental factors made Calato frown slightly. But his steps forward never faltered. Discovered ore. The wooden clogs splashed through the filthy water as Calato's gaze pierced the dim depths of the alley ahead, his thoughts churning silently. He had maintained a safe distance, confident that Morrow wouldn't detect him. Yet Morrow's sudden detour into such a place inevitably stirred his suspicions, forcing him to consider the possibility that he had already been noticed. Can't be sure. The distance made it difficult for Calato to determine. If only he could monitor Morrow's movements through eavesdropping or some other means, he wouldn't have to resort to guesswork. My ability isn't mature enough yet. Forget it, I'll deal with what's behind me first. Calato muttered inwardly. He stepped past the clutter lining the walls, then halted in a slightly wider section of the alley, turning to face the entrance. An old bulb dangled from the wall, its flickering light casting erratic shadows over Calato. At the mouth of the alley, a figure appeared, blocking part of the dim glow. Splash! Feet landed in the murky water, sending small ripples outward. Morrow paid no mind as the filth soaked his trousers, striding calmly through the quiet, shadowed alley. Along the grime-coated walls, occasional dangling bulbs provided feeble illumination in this forgotten underbelly of the bustling city. Huddled near trash bins and scattered debris were gaunt, hollow-eyed addicts. Their gazes followed Morrow's footsteps, greed and malice flickering in their sunken eyes at the sight of his well-dressed figure. Yet as Morrow drew closer, an inexplicable chill seeped into their bones, washing away their hostility and replacing it with panic. They lowered their heads, allowing Morrow to pass unhindered through the grimy passageway, deeper into the darkness. Only when he reached a crossroads did Morrow pause, his back still turned as he spoke calmly. "This should do. What do you think?" A brief silence followed. Then, faint footsteps echoed from the alley behind him. A man emerged from the shadows, his gaze sharp as he studied Morrow's back. "When did you notice me?" Morrow didn't answer, turning instead to scrutinize the newcomer. Tall and wiry, his features carried a trace of cruelty, his nose and lips each missing a chunk. Level 18, give or take. Shifting his focus to the man's aura, Morrow made a quick assessment, disappointment creeping in. Conjurer. And an amateur at that. Noticing the excess aura unconsciously pooling in the man's left hand, Morrow deduced his Nen affinity. And that face. He'd seen it before, recently, in the bull market. A fellow scavenger? When he first sensed the tale, he'd assumed it was a lackey from the menu organization. Instead, it was just another Nen user scouring the market for bargains, though their motives differed. Morrow sought to absorb residual aura, while this man was likely after the items themselves. After all, even ordinary antiques held value, regardless of whether they carried traces of Nen. And not all Nen-infused relics were necessarily precious. Some counterfeit masters, skilled enough, inadvertently left traces of their aura on fakes. Still, most Nen-laden artifacts were the real deal. Therefore, even a Nen user who knows nothing about the antique trade can profit by observing aura. The man following Morrow was precisely this kind of Nen user, making a living through such methods. As for why he had ill intentions, it was simple. Morrow had encroached on his profits. Human nature was often this straightforward. Morrow felt disappointed. On one hand, he had hoped the approaching Nen user was from the menu organization. Unfortunately not, or else he could have continued cutting off the organization's claws. On the other hand, the man was too weak, likely offering little in terms of experience or gains. The lanky man had no idea what Morrow was thinking. Seeing Morrow's undisguised disappointment and his continued silence, his hostility only grew fiercer. 84. Monster X Confrontation. In a densely packed residential area crammed with low-rise buildings, Calato and Morrow found themselves targeted by trouble one after another. At the entrance of one of the alleys leading into the neighborhood, three figures suddenly appeared, blocking most of the light that filtered into the narrow passage. The three were an odd bunch, one short and fat, another tall and skinny like a monkey, and the last burly as a bear. They stood blocking the alley entrance, their gazes fixed on Calato inside as if appraising a priceless commodity. Delicate as a doll, top-tier goods. "Huh, we'll fetch a fortune for this one," the short, fat man muttered, eyes gleaming as he assessed Calato's worth without needing further inspection. The trio had dabbled in numerous criminal activities, with human trafficking as their primary trade. Prey of Calato's caliber was a rare find. The tall, skinny one grinned. "Let's grab her first. Can't let her slip away." Laughing among themselves, they strode toward Calato, who remained motionless. To them, her stillness seemed like fear-induced paralysis. Blinded by greed, they failed to question why a child dressed like Calato would wander alone through these chaotic, filthy streets, or why she had even ventured into such a dangerous area. "Stop!" A cold, youthful voice suddenly rang out from the alley entrance. The three traffickers halted and turned. A blond boy stepped into the alley, gripping a wooden sword, his eyes burning with an anger the traffickers couldn't comprehend. After taking in Kurapika's appearance, the three exchanged glances, surprise and excitement flashing in their eyes. "Another premium catch," the bulliest man murmured, squinting at the blond boy's equally striking features, already envisioning a hefty payout. This blond boy was Kurapika, who had come solely for the eyes of his brethren. He had noticed the traffickers tailing Kalito on the streets. Though initially reluctant to interfere, his innate kindness, and memories of childhood friends, had ultimately driven him here. Hearing words like premium goods and selling for money from the traffickers, he could no longer hold back. With a shout, he tightened his grip on his wooden swords and advanced toward them. "I'll handle this one. You two grab the other," the burly man ordered his companions. "No problem," the fat and skinny duo chuckled, moving toward Kalito. Kurapika's urgency spiked. Raising his swords, he lunged at the burly man blocking his path. But before he could strike, the man reacted with superior speed and strength, swiping his dagger to knock the wooden swords from Kurapika's hands. Clatter. The sword spun through the air before clattering against the wall. The burly man had some skill. Recognizing Kurapika's decent physical ability, he seized the boy's collar and unceremoniously flung him into a pile of debris by the wall. Thud. Kurapika crashed into the heap, pain momentarily pinning him down. Yet he struggled to lift his upper body with great effort, turning his head with difficulty to look at Kalito, who was being approached by the fat man and the tall, skinny one. Instantly, a deep sense of helplessness surged within him, giving way to resentment and even fiercer anger. These beasts in human skin." Kurapika's eyes gradually turned red. By now, the fat man and the tall, skinny one had reached Kalito, their gazes raking over him with insatiable greed. Unconsciously, they grinned, revealing yellowed teeth. Faced with their disrespectful behavior, Kalito's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, he snapped his paper fan shut. Snap. The sound of the fan closing was soft. Just as the two men were about to speak, blood suddenly erupted from their bodies in jets, spraying backward and splattering sharp, jagged streaks across the filthy ground. Confusion and fear slowly spread across their faces before they toppled over, dead. The sudden turn of events left the burly man momentarily stunned. Kurapika, still embedded in the pile of debris, was no different, his eyes widening in shock, utterly clueless about what had just happened. Monster. Finally snapping out of his daze, the burly man turned and fled without hesitation, driven by an overwhelming sense of danger. Kalito watched his retreating back coldly. Guided by his gaze, a swarm of white paper sheets fluttered through the air like razor-sharp blades, slicing through the burly man's body. In an instant, the man's sprinting form silently split into countless pieces, scattering forward like celestial blossoms across the alley. Kurapika's face was splattered with blood. He shuddered violently, staring in utter disbelief at the scattered flesh on the ground. What just happened? He hadn't seen any attack, yet the burly man had suddenly been reduced to chunks. The only certainty was that the girl before him had single-handedly created this scene, defying all logic. Kurapika stiffly turned his neck to look at Kalito, who had remained silent the entire time. At that very moment, Kalito also turned his gaze toward Kurapika. Upon seeing Kurapika's scarlet eyes, Kalito's expression remained utterly indifferent. Without a word, he turned and walked deeper into the alley. Behind him, Kurapika stood frozen in shock, his face slack with disbelief. At a crossroads in the residential district's alleyways, the lanky man glared fiercely at Morrow, his voice icy. "You've made quite a profit these past few days." Morrow's response was the same as always, silent and composed. "If there's a next life, learn to watch your back." Seeing that Morrow had no intention of speaking further, the lanky man spat out his final threat before surging his aura and lunging at Morrow. Morrow glanced impassively at the flow of the man's aura, noting the sharp increase in aura concentration around his left hand. This confirmed his earlier suspicion that the man was a conjurer. Deceptive shooting star. Without moving from his spot, Morrow raised his hand and fired a fist-sized shooting star at the lanky man. The man reacted swiftly, barely dodging the projectile. At the same time, he raised his left hand, where the gathered nen mass rapidly took the form of a clawed blade. The blade's edge was lined with green, vein-like streaks, hinting at some hidden function. Seeing the lanky man closing in, Morrow remained motionless, shooting another shooting star at him. With the distance now shortened, the lanky man barely managed to block the attack with his claw blade as he reacted. A soft pop sounded. The shooting star burst like a bubble, scattering into countless tiny points of light. That's it. The pitiful power of the shooting star took the lanky man by surprise. Yet the next moment, the first shooting star from earlier curved back and struck the lanky man squarely in the back. A violent explosion erupted, and a mist of blood sprayed from his back. The impact sent his body tumbling like a ragged sack before Morrow, his consciousness plunging into darkness in an instant. The green vein claw blade in his grip also dispersed into aura. Poisoned blade, Morrow shook his head slightly, then glanced at the back of his hand. His level hadn't changed, and the amount of aura output he gained was only a slight increase. LV.18. Judging by the assessed level value, the opponent's aura output was technically passable. He must have been a Nen user for quite some time. But perhaps due to neglecting training or failing to hone his combat skills, his actual fighting ability fell far short of what his LV.18 stats suggested. In simple terms, he had the numbers, but not the skill. If his opponent had been LV.30 or higher, yet still lacked the corresponding advanced Nen techniques or combat experience, then in Morrow's eyes, there would be no difference in difficulty between defeating an LV.18 and an LV.30. Both could be instantly crushed upon contact. The only difference was that an LV.30 would provide more experience, giving him the satisfying feeling of effortlessly snatching a kill from someone else's hands. On the other hand, if he encountered an opponent with a low-level but formidable combat prowess, it would be like biting into a tough, low-reward bone. An amusing thought. The experience gained from leveling up depended on the praise aura output, and the growth of aura output required long-term cultivation by a Nen user. It was almost as if leveling up meant stealing the fruits of another's time and effort. The experience gain is too poor. Not wanting to waste his efforts, Morrow crouched down to search the corpse. Just as he pulled out a wallet, however, he suddenly stopped and slowly stood up, his body once again brimming with dense aura as he turned his gaze toward the alley ahead. Perhaps in response to Morrow's reaction, the faint sound of wooden sandals stepping through murky water echoed from the alley. Then, Kalito, clad in a dark purple kimono, emerged from the shadows. Morrow studied Kalito, his gaze lingering briefly on the kimono and paper fan before a flicker of surprise flashed deep in his eyes. A Zaldik. Kalito. Bonus chapter for every new review and for every 10 power stones the story gets. 85. The gap is too wide. Paper fan, kimono, wooden clogs. A doll-like haircut and delicate features. These characteristics allowed Morrow to immediately confirm the identity of the newcomer. Moreover, judging by the poorly concealed killing intent leaking from Kalito, it was clear he was here for him. Had he taken on an assassination request? When Morrow had previously considered Phaeton's whereabouts, he had even speculated about Kalito's tracking abilities, but he never expected their meeting to happen under these circumstances. That said, the Zaldik family truly was eccentric. To dare assign a child the task of assassinating a Nen user. Even if he had already mastered Nen, at such a young age the risks far outweighed the rewards. Yet it was precisely this seemingly bizarre upbringing that bred one resilient monster after another. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, if the person who had come knocking today had been Illumi, or even Silva, things would have been far more troublesome. Morrow's gaze lingered on Kalito's face, which looked no older than 6 or 7, and suddenly felt that the Zaldik family's eccentricity wasn't such a bad thing. In truth, Kalito had already fulfilled the basic requirements of the request and had no real need to continue pursuing Morrow's assassination. Yet the self-willed nature of a manipulator sometimes manifested as a display of stubbornness. Kalito stepped out of the alley and onto the street, slowly unfolding his fan to cover the lower half of his face. His small frame was enveloped in a dense aura of Nen. I believed I was well hidden and restrained my killing intent thoroughly. His deep purple eyes reflected Morrow's figure as his voice, youthful and clear, carried an unnatural steadiness for his age. Morrow studied Kalito while releasing his own aura to its maximum extent, replying calmly. After all, that's merely your own subjective opinion. In reality, the killing intent you leaked was as hard to ignore as the filthy water on the ground. One of the benefits of experiencing countless death replays firsthand was that Morrow's sensitivity to killing intent had sharpened considerably. So it wasn't entirely fair to say Kalito's concealment was poor for his age, it was already remarkably skilled. Unaware of the reason, Kalito's expression chilled at Morrow's dismissive tone. Even as a member of the Zaldik family, hardened by hellish physical and mental training from childhood, he was still just a child. Even as a Zaldik, his inexperience showed in every move. Die. A childish voice, laced with icy killing intent. Kalito channeled his Nen, releasing a handful of slender paper strips from his left hand and letting them scatter toward the ground. At the same time, he flicked his right wrist, sending a gust of wind from his fan to envelop the loose paper, transforming them into a sudden barrage of arrows aimed at Morrow. Faced with the oncoming storm of razor-edged paper, Morrow simply sidestepped, evading with ease. Ting ting ting. The hardened paper strips shot past Morrow, embedding themselves into a nearby iron gate with sharp metallic clinks. Ignoring the noise behind him, Morrow abruptly looked up at the sky, crisscrossed by tangled power lines. Countless small triangular paper flakes drifted down like snowflakes, appearing utterly harmless. But Morrow knew better. These paper triangles were the conditions for Kalito's ability. Seemingly innocuous, they concealed the power to strike directly at a target's most vulnerable points. The sharp, elongated paper fragments that appeared more destructive on the surface earlier were mostly used as a diversion. Morrow swiftly averted his gaze and strode toward Kalito, flicking a Nen bullet upward with his finger as he moved. If those triangular paper pieces stuck to his body, it would be a serious problem. But the issue was, for Kalito, attaching those triangular paper pieces to his opponent was also an extremely troublesome task. Just like now, Kalito's eyes followed the Nen bullet Morrow had launched into the sky. Under his watch, the Nen bullet burst like fireworks mid-air, obliterating the triangular paper pieces drifting down like snowflakes. The residual force of the explosion didn't even damage the nearby residents' essential utilities, such as power lines. This alone demonstrated the man's precise control over his Nen bullets. Damn it, Kalito's heart tightened. Biting his lips slightly, he saw Morrow striding toward him and immediately swung the wide sleeve of his kimono. Instantly, a flurry of paper pieces scattered from his sleeve. Kalito took 2 steps back, then, like a dancer, gracefully waved his paper fan. With each flick of the fan, the paper pieces that should have fallen to the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, swirling toward Morrow like a blizzard of willow catkins. Yet Morrow's sharp gaze picked out the hidden triangular pieces among them, once again discerning Kalato's overt intentions. After all, he was still just a child even as a Zaldik, his inexperience showed in every move. Even without knowing the specifics of those triangular paper pieces, their purpose was so obvious that any Nen user would be wary. Splash! Morrow suddenly swept his leg through the filthy water on the ground. The dispersed aura wrapped around the murky liquid, weaving a watery curtain in front of him that tore a gaping hole through the incoming storm of paper. At the same time, steadying his stance, Morrow continued forward while the surging aura around him shattered into fine, starlit specks. They expanded outward in a radiant circle, illuminating the dim alley like a dazzling galaxy. Starlight convergence. Bathed in starlight, Morrow advanced through the flurry of paper. Kalato's eyes flickered as he leaped back in alarm, yet his paper fan subtly gathered killing intent. The first wave of paper arrows he had unleashed earlier now rebounded from the resident's iron gates, arcing through the air like a rain of arrows descending upon Morrow from above. Morrow's gaze remained fixed on Kalato, yet he seemed to perceive every shift in his surroundings. The descending paper arrows appeared just as clear to him. When the arrows collided with the starlight, ripples formed, yet Morrow merely adjusted his steps slightly, effortlessly evading every sharp-edged sheet. Then, in one decisive motion, he stepped into striking range. With each of his attacks effortlessly neutralized, Kalato's expression shifted. He immediately reinforced his paper fan with aura and swung it upward in a diagonal slash toward Morrow. Morrow's eyes gleamed with starlight. Leaning his upper body back to evade the slash, his right hand shot forward, aiming for Kalato's arm. A sudden surge of danger enveloped Kalato, forcing him to jerk his hand back. Fearing the length of the fan might delay his retreat, he decisively abandoned it mid-motion. This action made it clear he had already given up the fight. Morrow's outstretched right hand failed to grasp Kalato's wrist, instead catching the paper fan that Kalato had discarded. The look he then directed at Kalato carried a hint of disappointment. To surrender the fight so easily, the resistance was far too weak. Kalato barely managed to withdraw his hand and immediately retreated at top speed. The gap between them was too vast. So vast that he couldn't see even a sliver of opportunity, yet he could keenly feel the suffocating pressure bearing down on him. After several exchanges, Kalato completely abandoned the assassination mission targeting Morrow. As he swiftly retreated, the thought of disengaging from the battle had already taken root in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed Morrow's gaze. It was the kind of look that treated him like prey utterly devoid of value. Kalato's deep purple pupils contracted sharply, and he was overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of shame and fury. Damn it. 86, your ability is precious. Abandoning the paper fan was equivalent to giving up any possibility of defeating his opponent. Kalato had initially intended to retreat, but the look in Morrow's eyes deeply provoked him. The intense shame and indignation rising from his heart gradually eroded his control over his expression. Morrow casually unfolded his paper fan, observing Kalato's visibly shaken demeanor, and remarked, "At such a young age, you've already developed a habit of toying with your enemies. Toying with prey." He did enjoy doing that. But in this battle, he had been at a disadvantage from the start. Far from toying with his opponent, he was the one being played with. So how could the other see through him so easily? This feeling of having his very essence laid bare intensified the suffocating pressure weighing on Kalato. Morrow snapped his fan shut with a crisp sound and said calmly, "No need to be so surprised. Nen abilities inherently reflect the user's personality. You chose an unassuming little triangular paper slip as your killing move precisely because you wanted to see disbelief in your opponent's reaction, didn't you? How do you know my?" Kalato instinctively clenched his fists, his heart pounding violently. At that moment, the sensation of being utterly exposed grew even stronger, so much so that his heartbeat accelerated wildly. He even felt fear. Morrow lowered his eyelids slightly and replied evenly, "Because your offensive intent was too obvious. And you were overconfident, laying out your feints and deceptions right on the surface. Only mindless beasts would fall for such tricks." Kalato bit his lip hard, his voice nearly hissing through his teeth. "You stopped attacking just to humiliate me now." "Not at all." Morrow shook his head faintly. "The moment you attacked me with that paper fan, it was already over." "Huh." Kalato instantly tensed as if facing a life or death threat. For no logical reason, he unconditionally believed Morrow's words at that moment. Without daring to hesitate further, he abruptly turned and fled. The wide sleeves of his kimono billowed behind him like wings as he sprinted away. Morrow watched Kalato's fleeing figure with calm eyes, a faint emerald shooting star materializing at his fingertip. By merely dodging one of Kalato's attacks earlier, he had fulfilled the condition for starlight convergence, marking Kalato with a star mark. This was possible because Kalato's aura output level wasn't particularly high. Of course, another factor was that Kalato had channeled over half of his aura output into the swarm of paper slips during his assault. Deceptive shooting star. Morrow flicked his finger lightly. The shooting star, no larger than an egg, doubled in power and size after rebounding midair, then shot straight toward the sprinting Kalato. The emerald glow swept forward like a scanner through the grimy, pitch-black tunnel. Kalato's small frame darted swiftly through the winding alleyways, yet the emerald light pursued him relentlessly. Within moments, Kalato sensed the danger. A homing bullet. The periphery of his vision flooded with green light. Kalato skidded to a halt, instinctively raising his fan to shatter the pursuing Nen bullet. But as his right hand moved, he belatedly realized the paper fan had already fallen into that man's grasp. Panic and fear ultimately took a heavy toll on this prodigy of the Zaldik family. Kalato watched the Nen bullet flying straight toward him, making one last futile struggle as he abruptly twisted his body and pressed himself against the wall. The shooting star grazed past Kalato's face before curving midair, homing in on his body. Kalato, now certain it was a tracking projectile, could only muster the maximum amount of aura to fortify his defenses as much as possible. Boom! The shooting star struck Kalato. The sheer impact sent him crashing into the building, the explosion shattering the surrounding walls and kicking up a cloud of dust. The next second, covered in grime, blood staining the corner of his lips, Kalato burst out from the dust. Lucky the power wasn't that strong, cough. He tried to keep running, but his legs gave way, sending him crashing to his knees as he spat out a mouthful of blood. When he looked up again, his pupils contracted sharply at the sight of a fluorescent green glow emanating from the alley's corner. Then, Morrow appeared, stepping atop the shooting star as he soared through the air from the alley's bend, arriving before Kalato in an instant. Kalato's body tensed as he struggled to rise, his gaze turning icy, ready for a desperate fight. Yet Morrow simply leaped lightly off the shooting star, landing steadily on the ground. As his feet touched down, the projectile dissipated into nothingness. Glancing at the blood smeared across Kalato's face, Morrow remarked pointedly, "When you blocked the Nen bullet, did you think its power was lacking?" Kalato's eyes flickered rapidly as realization struck Morrow had held back. And the reason for that was he toying with his prey. At this thought, Kalato gritted his teeth and snarled, "If you're going to kill me, just do it. I won't let you have your way. I won't kill you." Morrow lowered his eyelids, speaking calmly. "Because your ability is precious." Exclamation point. Kalato froze. But then, in Morrow's downcast gaze, he saw that same look, the one that deemed prey worthless. Instantly, a mix of humiliation and terror surged within him, threatening to burst from his chest. He had never experienced anything like this before. Under the weight of such overwhelming emotions, the instinctive urge to reclaim his pride flared up. Yet the remnants of his rationality reminded him of one undeniable truth: you can't win. No chance at all. Facing Kalato's openly furious glare, Morrow paid it no mind, continuing as if to himself, "If I were you, I'd focus my ability entirely on a killing blow instead of pointlessly mixing in other attacks. Also, your habit of toying with prey doesn't suit the nature of a manipulation ability." As he spoke, he extended the paper fan toward Kalato. "You could easily hire children to scatter more paper around your targets while they play naturally, preparing for a single decisive strike. But you're too proud for such methods, aren't you? Here, take your fan back." "No." Kalato refused viciously before turning away in pain and breaking into another desperate sprint. Watching his reaction, Morrow could only retract the fan. Since he needed to return to the hotel anyway, he followed after Kalato. That direction led out of this cluster of buildings. Kurapika leaned against the alley wall, his mind replaying the recent events and that monstrous child over and over. Tap tap. A series of sharp, hurried sounds echoed from the alley. Snapping out of his thoughts, Kurapika turned toward the noise. But what met his eyes was the very child he had deemed a monster, now running frantically in his direction, as if fleeing from something terrifying. What's going on? 5 power stones for a bonus chapter. 15 for 2. 87. Kurapika's desire. Powerful, aloof, enigmatic. These were Kurapika's immediate impressions of Kalato. The pile of bloodied flesh on the alley floor further emphasized Kalato's brutality. This was undoubtedly a monster. Kurapika's perception was violently shaken. Had he not witnessed it himself, he would never have believed that a child who appeared no older than 6 or 7 could dismember a robust adult into dozens of pieces with a mere wave of their hand. Just as he was struggling to accept the reality before his eyes, he saw that very monster fleeing in panic. What had happened? Who had injured that monster, driving it to flee in such terror? Kurapika stood frozen, a chill creeping up his spine. Kalato, emerging from the depths of the alley, immediately spotted Kurapika still standing there. Ignoring Kurapika's presence, Kalato swiftly stepped over the filthy water and the scattered chunks of flesh and blood, sprinting toward the brightly lit alley entrance at full speed. He wasn't naive enough to believe Morrow's words. Precious ability, he scoffed. In that fight, he hadn't even had the chance to activate his Hatsu, and he wouldn't forget that look in Morrow's eyes. Gritting his teeth, Kalato ignored his injuries, focused solely on putting as much distance between himself and Morrow as possible. Nearby, Kurapika watched in stunned silence as Kalato vanished from the alley. The events of these brief 10 minutes felt like icy hands, brutally crushing his understanding of the world, leaving him dazed as if trapped in a dream. Moments later, footsteps echoed from the alley once more. This time, it was Morrow stepping out from the shadows. Morrow first noticed the two blood-soaked corpses and the scattered remains on the ground, then his gaze landed on the blonde boy slumped against the wall. His eyes traced the boy's distinctly Kurta clan attire and the wooden twin swords tied together with a rope beside him. Kurapika. Recognizing the boy instantly from these features, Morrow felt a flicker of surprise. Drawn here by rumors of the Scarlet Eyes, perhaps. Morrow's peripheral vision caught the gruesome flesh chunks and the blood-soaked paper fragments, realizing these corpses were Kalito's handiwork. Judging by the spread of blood, Kalito must have done this before encountering him. Guess I won't be returning that paper fan after all. Morrow's gaze shifted to the illuminated alley exit. Though he could easily chase Kalito using the star mark, given Kalito's current mental state, catching up would be pointless. Probably around LV.15, truly a Zaldik, a cradle that breeds monstrous geniuses, Morrow mused. There were multiple reasons he'd let Kalito go today. Chief among them was the likelihood of needing Kalito's tracking abilities in the future. He could only hope the kindness he'd shown today would leave a favorable impression. But for now, the more pressing question was, who had hired the Zaldiks for this assassination? The answer was obvious: Nolan, the one controlling the menu organization. He just hadn't expected Kalito to be the one sent. Had it been Illumi, Morrow would be the one fleeing on his shooting star right now. It seemed he needed to take more proactive action. But with his current strength, he couldn't handle the Tendon's subsequent retaliation. This concern had just surfaced when Morrow immediately suppressed it. If they'd already reached the point of hiring the Zaldik family to kill him, there was no room for hesitation now. Morrow fully understood the importance of careful planning, so before making any decision he always considered every step. But when the time came to act, he didn't hesitate for a second. In this current situation, his only thought was to charge straight into Nolan's stronghold. As for how the Tendons would react afterward, that was a problem for later. At worst, he could just leave a message at the crime scene: "We refuse nothing, so please take nothing from us." Morrow pondered deeply. Kurapika struggled to suppress the turmoil in his heart, cautiously watching Morrow as he contemplated. When his gaze fell upon the paper fan in Morrow's hand, he recalled the monstrous being who had just been forced to flee in panic. The shock rising from his heart gradually spread across his face. To drive such a terrifying monster to that state, just how powerful must this person be? Beyond shock, Kurapika felt an intense yearning. He was both cautious and unwilling to look away, silently observing Morrow. Morrow noticed Kurapika's gaze and finally turned his full attention to him. Desire. Morrow recognized this emotion in Kurapika's eyes, while also sensing an unfamiliarity about him, something different from the original story. The composed, calm and rational Kurapika who appeared during the hunter exam was noticeably distinct from the one before him now. Morrow recalled that only 2 years had passed since the massacre of his clan, and he could guess some of the reasons. He's still growing. That was Morrow's conclusion. After all, no one who saw Kurapika during the hunter exam would have imagined the blood-soaked vengeance he carried, nor could they fathom how he endured such soul-crushing pain to reach that state. "Are you all right?" Morrow glanced at the blood at the corner of Kurapika's mouth and asked first. Kurapika stiffened slightly. Though the other had initiated conversation in a friendly manner, the question burning in his heart remained unspoken. "How did you do it?" That was what he wanted to ask. Seeing Kurapika's dazed silence, Morrow assumed he was still overwhelmed. One thing puzzled Morrow. According to Yuvajan's words in the original story, he somewhat acknowledged the strength of the Kurta clan, which suggested there must have been multiple Nen users among them. Yet Kurapika only learned about the existence of Nen after passing the hunter exam. But now, due to Kalito's interference, Kurapika had witnessed Nen's power much earlier. Under the curse of vengeance, it was only natural for him to show such intense yearning for this power. "Do you need help?" Noticing Kurapika's lingering stupor, Morrow raised a brow and asked again. This second show of concern gave Kurapika more courage. No matter what, he had to seize this opportunity. Kurapika pursed his lips and finally asked the question weighing on his mind: "How did you all do it?" "I won't answer that question, nor do I even have the obligation to." Hearing this, Morrow shook his head. Kurapika's lips parted slightly as overwhelming disappointment engulfed him. He instinctively lowered his head, unwilling to let the other see his eyes turning dull and fragile. What's going on? 88. The seed. Fragile. Sensitive. These were the things Morrow saw in Kurapika before the boy lowered his head. Though he sympathized with Kurapika's plight, he couldn't simply divulge information about Nen to him. It was far too dangerous. Even without using Dio to meticulously observe the faint traces of aura around Kurapika, Morrow could easily sense the boy's current mental state. It was like a tightly drawn bowstring. It stood to reason. The Kurta clan's Scarlet Eyes bloodline activated when emotions ran high, and frequent activation of this trait would inevitably place a burden on the mind. Without the influence of Nen, this burden might not be significant, but over time it would accumulate. The massacre of the Kurta clan. Just the impact of the horrific scenes left behind at the site alone would subject Kurapika to a prolonged mental battle. One could say that the power of the Scarlet Eyes bloodline would be Kurapika's greatest asset in his future confrontation with the Phantom Troop. Yet, given the current circumstances, the Scarlet Eyes would only impose further mental strain on him. But This lone survivor of the Kurta clan would ultimately overcome this hurdle with remarkable resilience. He would not let hatred corrupt his nature, preserving his kind heart, a rare and precious quality. This, however, was also Kurapika's weakness. Morrow had no intention of dictating the course of another's life, nor did he wish to interfere with the path Kurapika was destined to walk. Only by treading the earth with one's own feet could one truly understand the road ahead and how to traverse it. But this wasn't the sole reason Morrow refrained from revealing Nen to him. Given Kurapika's current mental state, exposure to Nen would only bring harm. That was one reason. The other was that Morrow simply had no time to waste on Kurapika right now. Moreover, given his own precarious situation, any association with him would only bring unnecessary misfortune upon Kurapika. It wasn't the right time. Morrow was rational, carefully considering every possible future outcome. This was one of the foundations that allowed him to take root in this world. Are you here for the Scarlet Eyes? Morrow looked at Kurapika, who remained silent with his head lowered, and casually shifted the topic. Yet his words struck a nerve. How do you know? Kurapika didn't voice his confusion. Instead, his hand shot out, gripping the wooden sword on the ground. Morrow's terrifying, unfathomable strength forced Kurapika to react, but he dared not act recklessly. Unfazed by Kurapika's defensive gesture, Morrow spoke calmly, "Your reaction confirms it, survivor of the Kurta clan." In that instant, Kurapika's head snapped up. His eyes, stretched to their limits, instantly burned crimson like blood and fire, glowing red crystals forming a halo around his pupils like a barrier rejecting everything. The influence of the Scarlet Eyes shattered Kurapika's wariness, reason and last shred of restraint in one decisive blow. Clang! He tightened his grip on the wooden sword and slashed at the being before him, the monster who had so effortlessly exposed his identity and purpose. This strike held no hesitation. It was the most powerful blow he had ever delivered under the enhancement of the Scarlet Eyes. Yet Morrow merely lifted a finger and effortlessly caught the wooden blade Kurapika swung at him. Kurapika's scarlet pupils contracted sharply as he tried with all his might to pull the wooden sword back, but it was like trying to extract mud from the sea, utterly futile. Though Morrow only held the wooden blade between his fingertips without any visible exertion, it felt as if it had been welded in place. There must be some unknown ability that grants this monster unimaginable strength. If you're so sensitive about exposing your identity as a survivor of the Kurta clan, then you shouldn't be strutting around in their traditional attire. With a casual push, the force transmitted through the wooden blade sent Kurapika stumbling backward until he collided with the wall. Hearing Morrow's words, Kurapika froze. His gaze dropped, landing on his own blue and white clothing. So that was it. Kurapika calmed down slightly. Due to the news reports, outsiders had not only learned of the incident but also gained a basic understanding of the Kurta clan. Images Kurapika couldn't bear to look at still circulated online. It wasn't surprising that someone might recognize the Kurta clan's attire from those pictures and then use it to test his identity just as this person before him had done. Besides, if this man truly harbored ill intentions, Kurapika wouldn't even have had the chance to draw his blade. But I just heard the words, Scarlet Eyes and, Kurta clan survivor, and... The red glow in Kurapika's eyes gradually faded, replaced by self-reproach for his lack of composure and maturity. How could I ever hope to reach my goal with such impulsiveness? Take off your outer garment. Suddenly, that voice reached his ears again. Kurapika froze once more, looking up at Morrow in confusion. Under the other's unwavering gaze, he mechanically obeyed, removing the Kurta-style outer garment. Morrow took the garment from Kurapika, then removed his own black suit jacket and tossed it to him. Truthfully, Morrow didn't quite understand why Kurapika dared to wear Kurta clothing. Given the current value of Scarlet Eyes, even the slightest hint of a lead would send vultures swooping in, especially in a city like Yorknew. In the shadows unnoticed by ordinary people, there lurked those who would devour a man whole without spitting out the bones, dancing on the edge of knives daily. If they took notice of Kurapika, the possibility of wrongful capture or killing wouldn't even cross their minds at the first whiff of opportunity. Their immediate thought would be to pounce and slaughter. You might not know this city well, but what it has in abundance are man-eating beasts. Morrow tore the distinctly Kurta-style garment to shreds, crumpling it into a ball. So let me remind you, do everything you can to conceal your identity as a Kurta survivor. Beyond avoiding clothes that could expose you, you'd best get a pair of contact lenses. That's all I'll say, take care. With that, Morrow turned to leave. Kurapika stared blankly at his retreating figure and blurted out, "Why help me?" Morrow paused but didn't answer. Why indeed? It was merely sowing a seed of kindness, hoping it might yield some harvest in the future. There's an admission ticket to the Southern Peace auction house in the coat. With those final words, Morrow strode out of the alley. Kurapika froze for a moment at the words, then instinctively searched the pockets, pulling out an admission ticket worth 12 million. His hand trembled slightly before he clenched the paper ticket tightly, only to immediately loosen his grip, afraid of damaging it. I don't even know his name. Kurapika snapped his gaze back toward the alley, but Morrow was already gone. In the silent stillness, all he could do was etch the man's appearance deeply, firmly into his memory. 89. Shadow Beasts. The promotion for the Scarlet Eyes had only lasted 4 or 5 days. Morrow guessed that Kurapika had rushed to York New in such haste that he probably couldn't even afford the 12 million entry ticket. Handing Kurapika the ticket ensured his trip wasn't wasted. As for the ownership of the Scarlet Eyes, forget about it. Morrow had no intention of giving them to Kurapika for free. Even if he were generous enough to hand them over, Kurapika's current ability wouldn't be enough to protect them. Worse, the Scarlet Eyes might tempt greedy opportunists into pulling off a buy one, get one free scheme, targeting Kurapika as well. Exiting the alley, Morrow tossed his torn coat into a trash bin as he passed by. Tomorrow is the last day of the auction, but the menu organization already knows my movements. They'll likely arrange further attacks, maybe even hire stronger assassins. Blending into the crowd, Morrow's eyes darkened with thought. He pulled out his phone and sent Argo a request to investigate Nolan's whereabouts. But he expected a rejection. A moment later, Morrow received Argo's reply, as expected, a flat refusal. Argo had already made it clear before he was willing to investigate the Phantom Troop in depth and over time, but not the Mafia. And especially not Nolan, who held dual identities as both the son of one of the 10 Dons and the founder of the menu organization. Morrow pocketed his phone. Argo's refusal was within expectations, so he wasn't too disappointed. Besides, Argo wasn't the only source of intel. The most convenient option was undoubtedly the Hunter website, exclusive to pro hunters. As long as you have money, you can buy any intel you want on the Hunter website. That was the general consensus among most pro hunters. But some information couldn't be bought, no matter how much you offered. And to access the Hunter website, you needed a Hunter license. Morrow didn't have one, nor could he wait until December to take the Hunter exam. But he did have 2 pro hunter friends. Amid the bustling street, Morrow hesitated briefly before pulling out his phone again and sending messages to Kanze and Sanbika. In the pro hunter circle, the essence of relationships was mutual assistance. You help me, I help you. Putting his phone away, Morrow returned to the hotel near the Southern Peace auction house. The moment he stepped into the opulent lobby, chaotic noise assaulted his ears. The source was a large group of black-suited mafia members, chatting in small clusters while smoking. The entire lobby was thick with the acrid stench of second-hand smoke. Since the Southern Peace auction house was backed by the 10 Dons, the area was swarming with mafia members. Morrow was used to it. Ignoring the casually behaved gangsters, he headed straight for the elevators. Halfway there, the elevator doors ahead slid open, and a group stepped out. To be precise, a squad of black-suited, sunglasses-wearing bodyguards escorted a neatly dressed elderly man. Beside the old man stood a tall figure with pointed ears, a thick beard, and a face eerily reminiscent of a classic vampire from TV shows. Morrow glanced at the elderly man. Bat-Terra, the billionaire worth hundreds of billions. Morrow had been in the antique business for a year and recognized the old man's identity at a glance. This year's grand auction featured a set of Greed Island games as one of the closing items, and this wealthy tycoon, who had come specifically for Greed Island, naturally wouldn't miss it. Morrow's gaze shifted away from Bat-Terra and swept over the man with pointed ears. Accompanying Bat-Terra with those distinctive pointed ears, it had to be the pro hunter Tsezgara. Without stopping, Morrow passed by Bat-Terra's group and entered the elevator. As the elevator doors began to close, Tsezgara, who had already walked some distance away, suddenly turned to look back. Inside the elevator, Morrow met Tsezgara's gaze with a natural reaction. Seeing this, Tsezgara silently withdrew his gaze, and the elevator doors shut completely. Surrounded by bodyguards, Bat-Terra seemed to sense something and asked, "What is it?" "Nothing. That kid just now was a Nen user. I took a few extra glances," Tsezgara explained, looking ahead. Bat-Terra nodded slightly and said no more. Since he had started offering huge sums to recruit Nen users to clear Greed Island, he had encountered no fewer than 800 Nen users. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to that young Nen user just now. Inside the elevator, Morrow recalled information about Bat-Terra from the original story. This tycoon, desperate to save his comatose lover, had not only spent hundreds of billions to purchase multiple sets of Greed Island game consoles but also offered a staggering 50 billion bounty to recruit numerous Nen users to clear the game. What stood out most to Morrow about this plot was how Bat-Terra, after securing 7 sets of Greed Island at the auction, had attracted nearly 200 Nen users just to filter out the qualified ones. It was hard to imagine how much money and effort this tycoon had poured into it. Moreover, it was unclear whether Bat-Terra had ever considered using that 50 billion bounty to find a Nen user with healing abilities. Or perhaps he had already tried and failed. It wasn't like the Zaldik family had ever thought of earning that money. Otherwise, sending the wishing machine would have made it effortless to pocket the 50 billion. Unfortunately, the two would never intersect. On one side was Bat-Terra, willing to spend trillions to save his lover but never succeeding. On the other was the Zaldik family, capable of easily healing Bat-Terra's lover but never lifting a finger for money. The world could be bizarre and unreasonable at times. Morrow couldn't help but sigh. Atop a high-rise building somewhere, a young man with slanted bangs and narrow eyes stood at the edge of the rooftop, holding a telescope. The young man, codenamed Mosquito, was one of the 10 Don's proudest elite force, the Shadow Beasts. "Found them," Mosquito murmured, staring thoughtfully at the distant hotel. Just then, soft, squelching footsteps approached from behind. The owner of the footsteps was a man wearing nothing but underwear, his body hairless and his posture unnaturally pliant, like a worm. This was another member of the shadow beasts, Worm. Shall we wait until after the auction to make our move? Worm asked as he joined Mosquito, also gazing toward the hotel. Mosquito raised a slender finger to scratch his cheek and said, "We'll see. But the auction is indeed more important. We can't disturb the guests because of this. Besides, wouldn't the urban terrain affect your Hatsu? Are you looking down on me?" Worm turned his head, his gaze cold. Mosquito chuckled. "You're as sensitive as ever. Let me be clear, if we make a move, we absolutely can't let the target escape under Zetsu. 90. A cute beauty like you. Bonus chapter. The Shadow Beasts were the pride of the 10 Dons. They were the 10 strongest gang members selected from across the 6 continents and 10 regions under the 10 Dons' influence. Leech, bat, maggot, rabid dog, worm, porcupine, slug, mosquito, owl, lizard. These moniker-like names had gradually made the gangs forget the Shadow Beasts' real identities. All they knew was that the Shadow Beasts represented the pinnacle of their faction's combat strength. Morrow skimmed through the intelligence Kanzei had sent him about the Shadow Beasts. His original request had been for Kanzei to help track down Nolan's location, but even the Hunter website couldn't find any leads. Figures like the 10 Dons and Nolan seemed to change their hideouts constantly. In the original story, Illumi had only managed to locate the 10 Dons within the limited timeframe by relying on Kalito's ability. Though he hadn't gotten Nolan's whereabouts, Kanzei, perhaps trying to console Morrow, had enthusiastically sent over some intel, including details on the Shadow Beasts, and even specified that it was free of charge. Morrow had no choice but to accept. He briefly reviewed the information in his hotel room, at least memorizing the Shadow Beasts' appearances. After finishing, Morrow first sent Kanzei a thank you message, then politely replied to Sanbika as well. Compared to Kanzei's enthusiasm, Sanbika's response regarding the intel had been a firm refusal, worded in an unmistakably assertive tone. Morrow could tell at a glance that this wasn't Sanbika's doing, it was most likely her strong-willed mentor. Even so, Morrow could only pretend not to notice and respond courteously. The next evening, Southern Peace Auction House. Dressed in formal attire, Morrow entered the auction house early. His auction items had been divided among different halls. Among them, the Scarlet Eyes had been assigned to Hall C, which ranked third in terms of potential buyer attendance. According to Axel's explanation, the Scarlet Eyes had been added to the auction list midway and, being a relatively niche collectible, human organs, they were scheduled as the grand finale of Hall C, a themed auction specifically tailored for organ collectors, to drive up the bidding price. Morrow didn't particularly care. He had come to the auction tonight for the items in Hall A. This hall primarily featured antiques, miscellaneous artifacts, and period artworks. If any of them were nin-imbued objects infused with aura, he would try to secure them. However, Hall A had the highest number of buyers, and with his budget of just over $1 billion, it would be difficult to win any bids. Guided by the staff, Morrow entered Hall A and took a seat toward the back. Once seated, he quietly observed the buyers in the auction hall. With about half an hour left before the auction began, attendees continued to trickle in. Suddenly, a flurry of chatter rose from the entrance. Morrow glanced over and saw Battera and Sesgura's group making their way toward the front seats. Nearby buyers, recognizing the tycoon Battera, immediately buzzed with discussion. Their topic, of course, was Battera's determination to acquire the Greed Island game. "What's this? Interested in Greed Island?" Just as Morrow was watching Battera's group, a frail, feminine voice suddenly spoke up behind his head. "When did?" In an instant, Morrow's eyes changed as he reflexively opened all his aura nodes, only to immediately withdraw into Zetsu the next moment. Because he quickly realized that the person who had silently crept up behind him was none other than Biscuit. She had definitely done it on purpose. Morrow sighed inwardly before turning his head to see Biscuit resting her arms atop the wide chair back, beaming at him with a radiant smile. "A cute girl like you really shouldn't. Stop right there." Biscuit's smile froze as she abruptly raised both hands in an X gesture. Morrow watched her reaction expressionlessly and said, "Got it, the most super-duper adorable girl in the universe." Biscuit shuddered suddenly, no longer caring about appearances as she rolled her eyes. "You're so petty. It was just a little scare, okay?" "What?" Morrow feigned confusion, as if he didn't understand what Biscuit meant. Of course, Biscuit could tell he was pretending. She sighed, "Stop playing dumb all the time. You've got zero youthful charm, wasting that pretty face of yours." Morrow's lips twitched, thinking to himself that when it came to age-appropriate behavior, "Auntie, you're the one who really needs to reflect." Naturally, such words remained locked in his heart. Unless he had a death wish. About that untreated emerald. "Did Axel sell it to you?" Suppressing his thoughts with difficulty, Morrow brought up the emerald. Biscuit smiled again, answering earnestly, "Nope, he didn't." "Oh." Morrow studied her cheerful expression and frowned. "He didn't sell it to you, yet you're this happy." In that brief moment, Morrow wondered if Axel might have been punished by this old auntie pretending to be young. The possibility made his frown deepen. "Haha, just kidding." Seeing Morrow's apparent concern for Axel, Biscuit laughed even more joyfully. Morrow was speechless. His frown eased as he deadpanned, "A cute girl like you. Speak properly. Biscuit smacked Morrow's forehead with her palm, forcibly interrupting his spell casting with sheer physicality. So fast, and terrifyingly precise control, he could feel the contact but no real pain. Morrow touched his forehead, using the motion to conceal his surprise. Biscuit withdrew her hand, grinning slyly. Axel didn't sell it to me. He gave it to me outright. What? Morrow was shocked, then skeptical of Biscuit's claim. The Axel he knew not only adored untreated gemstones but also highly valued money. It was hard to imagine him simply giving away that untreated emerald. Humph, don't let my delicate appearance fool you. I'm quite famous in gemstone circles. Biscuit wagged her index finger proudly. And your business partner happened to admire my reputation, so he handed it over without hesitation. Is that so? Morrow remained doubtful. As they spoke, the auction hall's lights suddenly dimmed. Then several spotlights converged on the stage ahead, illuminating a young, curvaceous female auctioneer in a black evening gown. Welcome, esteemed guests, to today's grand event. I can see you're all eager to bid on your desired items, so let's proceed directly to the auction. First up is our opening lot, a solid gold execution sword from the ancient kingdom of Yul, dating back 600 years. As the announcement concluded, a hostess wheeled a cart bearing the executioner's blade to the center of the auction stage. In the seating area, Morrow instinctively straightened his posture, his sharp gaze fixed on the executioner's blade atop the stage, where tendrils of dark aura visibly coiled around it. What a promising start. At the rear, Biscuit noticed Morrow's reaction and subtly raised an eyebrow. Bonus chapter for the new review. THX for your support. 91 should be a handy weapon. The executioner's blade, also known as the beheading blade. This type of blade is typically used for executing prisoners, and due to cultural differences, its design often incorporates peculiar aesthetic elements. However, their sole commonality is their efficiency in decapitation. Take, for example, the executioner's blade on stage, originating from the early 13th century of the Schiller era. Its crescent-shaped blade curves inward, allowing the executioner to swiftly sever a prisoner's neck by simply pulling it through the arc. Compared to its relatively short 50-centimeter blade, the handle extends over a meter in length. This scythe-like design seems to symbolize the notion that human life is as expendable as grass. In practical combat, it serves no functional purpose, it is purely an instrument of execution. To make matters worse, the blade is imbued with post-mortem will. Though the intensity is not particularly striking, for a non-user, it's still an unsettling presence. For a moment, Biscuit couldn't help but wonder why Morrow had taken a liking to this executioner's blade. At that moment, the auctioneer on stage finished introducing the blade and announced in a slightly excited tone, starting bid at 50 million. Bidding begins now. As soon as the words left his mouth, the lights in the auction hall brightened. From the seats, someone raised their hand, fingers pressed together, a gesture indicating a double bid. The auctioneer glanced at the bidder and called out, Bidder 56, 100 million. Bidder 71, 120 million. Bidder 89, 170 million. Bidder 122, 180 million. Bidder 71, 230 million. Bidder 122, 330 million. Bidder 56, 340 million. The bidding escalated rapidly. Before Morrow could even place his bid, he watched as the price tripled in moments. He rubbed his forehead in frustration. It was just a 13th century executioner's blade. Who would have thought there'd be so many bidders, and with such reckless spending, as if money meant nothing to them? With a budget of just over $1 billion, could he even afford this blade? If not, he'd just have to remember the winning bidder's number and find an opportunity to touch the blade later. That way, he could get what he wanted without paying a single penny. Speaking of free rides, he wondered if the auction house's warehouse management department was still hiring. If they were, maybe he could obtain a hunter license and define a new professional role, warehouse management professional hunter, specifically tailored for the job. Morrow mused to himself. By now, the bidding had reached 600 million. Morrow glanced at the heated bidding war unfolding in the seats and suddenly began doubting his own judgment. He knew that most people here had some degree of collecting obsession, but this was just an executioner's blade drenched in the blood of countless victims. Was it really worth such fervor? Then again, he recalled how even fossilized feces had once sold for hundreds of millions at auction, and his confusion eased. As he resigned himself to the situation, he watched the price climb relentlessly and ultimately decided against bidding. Instead, he resolved to memorize the buyer's number and find a way to borrow the blade later. Soon, the bidding for the executioner's blade surpassed $1 billion. In the end, the initial bidder, Bidder 56, secured it for $1.82 billion. Morrow was left speechless, gaining a newfound understanding of the world's wealthy elite. As the second auction item took the stage, the bidding frenzy resumed. In the hours that followed, none of the remaining 13 auctioned items were non-imbued objects that Morrow desired. Non-imbued objects always have a certain elusive quality to them. Morrow patiently waited as the auction items took turns on the stage. It wasn't until the 19th item was presented that Biscuit, sitting behind him, placed a bid. The item in question was a heart-shaped ruby, roughly the size of a baby's fist. Biscuit was determined to win it, stubbornly driving the price up to 8 billion before securing it. Hey, don't look at me like I'm some kind of idiot. Spending money on something you love is only natural, you penniless loser who can't even afford a lousy knife. Noticing Morrow's gaze, Biscuit immediately brandished her fist threateningly. Morrow silently turned away, unable to refute her. After Biscuit claimed the heart-shaped ruby, the next auction item was none other than the game Greed Island. As expected, Bat-Terra won the bid with an astronomical 35 billion. Shortly after, Morrow watched as Bat-Terra, Sesgura, and their group stood up and headed straight for the exit. Their departure drew the attention of nearly everyone in the room. Clearly, the renowned tycoon had come solely for Greed Island. With Bat-Terra's group gone, the 21st auction item was brought on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the famed poultry scarlet knife from the 7 Chef's Knives collection. Carved from rare scarlet luorite ore, it boasts astonishing strength and flexibility. A masterpiece by the late 16th century artisan Sarrow. The auctioneer's melodious voice introduced the blood-red, crystal-clear poultry scarlet knife. Morrow's attention was instantly captured. Around the crimson knife swirled a wispy, smoke-like white aura. Yet, this chef's knife involuntarily reminded him of the boning knife wielded by that gourmet hunter he had encountered in the dense forest, also forged from a blood-red ore. However, compared to the boning knife, the poultry scarlet knife on stage was noticeably longer and wider. So it's part of a series. The urge to bid for it surged within Morrow. Not just for the aura enveloping the knife, but also for its functionality. Morrow had personally witnessed the sharpness and durability of such knives. Of course, he wasn't planning to buy it for cooking. It would serve as a handy weapon. Once the auctioneer finished the introduction, hands began rising one after another for bids. Compared to the previous items, however, the enthusiasm for this chef's knife was noticeably tepid. If not for its classification as a kitchen tool, it might have drawn more interest from the collectors present. Despite the lackluster bidding, the price still climbed to 500 million. Morrow decisively raised his hand. Bidder number 68, 530 million. The auctioneer glanced at Morrow with a sweet smile. No further bids followed, and the blood-red poultry scarlet knife was secured by Morrow for 530 million. Lowering his hand, Morrow allowed a faint smirk to curl his lips. Behind him, Biscuit leaned over the back of her chair like a specter, studying Morrow's profile with keen interest. Seems you've got a thing for nen-infused items, huh? Hearing her voice by his ear, Morrow didn't deny it and simply nodded. Oh. Biscuit's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Time passed slowly, and the auction gradually neared its conclusion. During this period, Morrow lacked the means to bid for any other nen-imbued items that appeared, so he could only memorize the bidder numbers of those who won them. Lot 56, Lot 102, Lot 189, Lot 254. For nen-imbued objects in total. One of them was an executioner's blade entwined with post-mortem will. Morrow immediately stood up and left his seat, leaning against the wall near the exit while silently observing the seats below. As the buyers gradually departed, Morrow carefully memorized the appearances of those 4 particular buyers. Biscuit quietly approached Morrow's side, deliberately adopting a sneaky posture as she whispered, "What, planning to just snatch them by force?" Of course, Morrow's intentional act of memorizing the buyers' appearances hadn't escaped Biscuit's notice. "You're still here." Instead of answering Biscuit's question, Morrow subtly conveyed his intention for her to leave. Biscuit immediately placed her hands on her hips and raised an eyebrow. "You want me to get lost?" 92, so you can do exorcism too. Morrow was momentarily at a loss for words. If circumstances allowed, he really wanted Biscuit to get as far away from him as possible right now. He hadn't expected her to pick up on some clues. Being older really did come with experience. Morrow sighed inwardly, then feigned a puzzled expression and was about to speak. Biscuit glared at him, turning away before he could even open his mouth. She had already guessed what Morrow was going to say. It was bound to be that same old opening line, "Someone as cute as you." Words that should have delighted and intoxicated her instead made her skin crawl like poison when they came from Morrow's mouth. Watching Biscuit walk away, Morrow exhaled slightly in relief. Then, guided by the staff, he went to pay for and collect the poultry scarlet knife he had just won in the auction. "Whether or not I absorb the aura is up to me." Perfect. Gripping the poultry scarlet knife in his hand, he felt its solid, weighty heft. More importantly, he didn't have to worry about the tree ring's ability automatically absorbing the aura from the blade. Though unverified, Morrow believed that a knife imbued with aura would be sharper. Since he intended to use it as a reliable weapon, he had no intention of absorbing the aura from it. Really nice. Morrow swung the poultry scarlet knife once, reluctant to put it down. But remembering his main task, he sheathed the blade in its specialized scabbard, made from wyvern hide. After securing the knife, Morrow headed straight for bidder number 56. Bidder number 56 was an elderly man with graying hair, who appeared spirited and vigorous. Beside him stood a young man around Morrow's age, his face stern, exuding an air of solemnity from head to toe. "Hello." Morrow approached the old man. Just as the old man was about to speak, the young man beside him cut in first. "What do you want?" His tone was cold, radiating an unmistakable aura of rejection. Morrow glanced at the young man but ignored him. Instead, meeting the old man's questioning gaze, he said solemnly, "The executioner's blade you purchased carries the resentment of the deceased. If an ordinary person touches it, their mind and body will suffer harm." "Oh, you're an exorcist." The old man raised his eyelids slightly, surprised. Morrow was taken aback. Right. Those unfamiliar with Nen often attributed the eerie phenomena caused by post-mortem Nen to spirits, and Nen users with exorcism abilities were referred to as spiritualists or exorcists in their eyes. "Yes. If you don't mind, please allow me to purify the resentment from the executioner's blade." Morrow quickly affirmed his identity, afraid the old man might refuse. He added, "It's free, and it won't take much of your time." The old man hummed thoughtfully. The young man beside him frowned, barely suppressing the urge to shoo Morrow away. After a moment of consideration, the old man nodded at Morrow. "Then I'll trouble you for your help." Hearing his grandfather agree, the young man's eyes widened slowly in disbelief. How could someone who looked about his own age possibly be an exorcist? A short while later, the three moved to a guest lounge. Soon after, at the old man's request, the auction house delivered the executioner's blade. At close range, the chilling aura emanating from the blade was palpable. Just looking at it from a distance was enough to make one uneasy. "Please." The old man gestured for Morrow to proceed. He wasn't a Nen user, yet he could perceive resentful thoughts and similar phenomena. Though not clearly, just hazy black mist, shifting between solid and ethereal. So when Morrow mentioned the lingering resentful thoughts on the executioner's blade, he was inclined to believe him. Under his watchful gaze, Morrow suppressed his excitement and approached the blade, placing a hand lightly on its surface. With a single thought, the dark aura clinging to the executioner's blade was abruptly drawn into the tattoo on the back of his hand. At the same time, Morrow's mind was forcibly flooded with fragmented memories of repeated beheadings, accompanied by the victim's lamentations, despair, resentment, and fury. Yet none of these emotions compared to the visceral experience of the executions themselves. To Morrow, this was nothing new. He withdrew his hand and glanced at the energy bar on the back of his hand. It had risen from 26% to about 34%. Earlier, he had exhausted himself scouring the bull market for 5 Nen-imbued objects, only to gain a measly 6%. But now, the post-mortem Nen from this single executioner's blade, despite appearing weak, had given him an 8% boost. As expected, post-mortem Nen held far greater energy. A smile tugged at Morrow's lips before he turned to the old man and said earnestly, "There. I've purified the resentful thoughts from the executioner's blade for you. Even if they chased him out as a fraud now, it would still be worth it." But to his surprise, the old man looked astonished. "Incredible. This is the first time I've seen an exorcist purify resentful thoughts so effortlessly." The young man beside the old man had been fuming, ready to lash out at Morrow, but his grandfather's admiration left him dumbstruck. What was wrong with Grandpa? Had he gone senile? He'd seen exorcisms before, none were ever this simple, just a single touch and done. Shock and disbelief churned inside the young man. Morrow ignored him entirely, instead studying the old man with mild surprise. "You can see resentful thoughts. Only someone who could perceive them would know he had truly purified them just now. But this old man was clearly an ordinary person." "I can see a little," the old man admitted with a slow nod, his gaze now filled with respect. "Might I have your contact information, sir?" 10 minutes later, the old man and the young man left with the executioner's blade. Alone in the room, Morrow couldn't suppress his grin. What an unexpected windfall. Not only had he gained a massive influx of tree rings energy for free, but the old man had insisted on paying him 100 million as compensation. More importantly, the old man was the curator of a private museum and had promised to seek him out for future exorcisms. This was practically handing him a stable channel for collecting tree rings energy. Glancing down at the 34% energy bar on his hand, Morrow mused that after dealing with the death threshold, he might take up this line of work, easy money and energy charging in one. Creak. The door to the guest lounge swung open. Biscuit stepped inside, eyeing Morrow with undisguised curiosity. Seeing her, Morrow rolled his eyes, a rare display of exasperation. This woman. Her earlier dramatic exit had just been a smokescreen, all so she could secretly observe what he was up to. And with her skill level, if she wanted to hide, he'd have a hard time detecting her. Unless, of course, she ever directed killing intent his way. Biscuit looked at him in astonishment. "So you can perform Nen exorcism too, and even post-mortem Nen at that. TSK, you seem pretty relaxed right now." "Not relaxed at all. During the exorcism, it felt like being beheaded 10,000 times. Morrow sighed softly. Hearing this, Biscuit immediately gasped, then looked at Morrow as if he were some legendary rare creature. Nen users with exorcism abilities were already extremely rare, and exorcists capable of purifying post-mortem were even fewer. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, Biscuit wouldn't have believed that a Nen user as young as Morrow could possess the ability to cleanse post-mortem Nen. Limitless potential. Thinking this, Biscuit took out her phone and said with a grin, "The reason I came to find you is that I suddenly realized we hadn't exchanged contact information. Am I disturbing you?" Morrow glanced at the door that had been casually pushed open earlier and sighed softly. 93. Don't even think about escaping. 93. Don't even think about escaping. Before attending the grand auction, Morrow could never have anticipated crossing paths with Biscuit like this. He had once envied Gon and Killua for receiving Biscuit's guidance. Yet he never imagined that his freeloading of the executioner's blades post-mortem then would lead Biscuit to proactively exchange contact information with him. Though he found her sneakily persistent harassment somewhat overwhelming, formally befriending such a master of the Shinjin Ryu style was an incredibly fortunate opportunity for Morrow at this stage. Perhaps he could even seek her advice in the future. After exchanging contacts, Biscuit hurried off with a quick, "Let's talk when you're free," clearly preoccupied. The unheated emerald she'd obtained from Axel still awaited carving, and it had been weighing on her mind. Her sole purpose in attending tonight's auction had been to bid on that heart-shaped ruby. Had she not encountered Morrow at the venue, she would have left immediately after securing the gem. Shortly after Biscuit's departure, Morrow received a transfer of 4.2 billion from the auction house. This was the proceeds from several auctioned items tonight, including the Scarlet Eyes, after deducting the 5% commission. The remaining sum still exceeded 4.2 billion. Now, Morrow's net worth had surpassed 5 billion. But compared to the aggressively bidding buyers tonight, his 5 billion was likely just pocket change to them. Exiting the guest lounge, Morrow thought about the 3 other buyers who had acquired nen-imbued objects. However, they had already left with their purchases. No big deal. With money, he could simply purchase intel from the Hunter website. Investigating the identities of a few buyers was child's play. He'd just have to trouble Kanzei again. With this in mind, Morrow stepped out of the Southern Peace auction house. In less than a week since arriving for the auction, his tree ring's energy had surged from 19% to 34%, and his wealth had quintupled. Given these results, he'd definitely return next year. Leaving the auction house, Morrow hailed a taxi straight to Lingen Airport in the outskirts of Yorknew. With matters settled, he saw no reason to linger and planned to catch a flight out tonight. Yorknew City was a model of urban prosperity, yet beyond its borders stretched an endless wasteland, a stark, desolate landscape. Across this barren expanse, only scattered cacti, clusters of withered yellow grass, and jagged red rock formations broke the monotony. The only nearby airport, however, was built in the distant outskirts, a full 90-minute drive away. This was only feasible due to the highway-quality road connecting Yorknew City to Lingen Airport. The taxi cruised along the road. Tonight was cloudless, the full moon hanging brightly in the sky, its silver light blanketing the earth. Perhaps due to the clear visibility, or simply because the driver was a chatterbox, he kept trying to engage Morrow in conversation. Morrow responded with absent-minded hums. Yet the driver, oblivious to his disinterest, rambled on undeterred. The thought of enduring this for 90 minutes filled Morrow with resignation. "Young man, let me tell you Mid-sentence, the driver suddenly spotted a streak of fire streaking toward them. From the back seat, Morrow's eyes sharpened, instantly recognizing the projectile's true nature. A rocket. Without hesitation, he smashed through the car door and lunged onto the wasteland beyond the road. Boom! The next moment, the taxi was struck by a rocket, exploding violently and erupting into towering flames. On a rocky hill not far away, Mosquito tossed aside the empty rocket launcher and smirked. "Handy. Really handy." With that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and leaped down from the hill, heading toward the burning wreckage. At the same time, on the desolate plains beside the road, Morrow stared at the taxi engulfed in flames, his gaze gradually turning icy. Screech. From the road behind them, leading toward Yorknew, came the sharp sound of brakes. Several black sedans, having spotted the explosion from a distance, slammed to a halt, stopping in place. Further back, a few more cars could vaguely be seen coming to a stop, likely buyers who had come to Yorknew for the auction. This was the only road leading from Yorknew to Lingen Airport. Anyone planning to leave that night had to take this route. Even those who arrived on private airships had to dock them at Lingen Airport for storage and necessary pre-flight preparations. The aura around Morrow's right hand sharpened as his cold gaze fixed on the black sedans in the distance, initially assuming they were pursuers. But when Sesgura stepped out of one of the cars, he immediately dismissed that assumption. Sesgura also spotted Morrow, his expression flickering with surprise. His eyes shifted to the blazing wreckage and the scattered car parts littering the road, his brow furrowing slightly. Morrow quickly averted his gaze from Sesgura, tensing up and entering a state of full combat readiness. Suddenly, Morrow sensed a threat of killing intent. By the time he reacted, the sound of earth splitting open came from behind him. A bizarrely built man wearing nothing but underwear burst from the ground, swinging a fist at the back of Morrow's head. Without turning, Morrow pushed off the ground with his toes, using gazelle steps to dart forward and evade. Swish! Worm's punch met empty air as he landed steadily, his murky yellow eyes flashing with surprise as he stared at Morrow, who had retreated a safe distance. "You dodged it." His voice carried a unique tremor, laced with astonishment. Ambushing his target by striking when their attention was diverted. This was his signature move, one that had never failed him. In coordinated operations, no one had ever managed to evade it. Yet tonight, his prey had dodged it as if foreseeing the future. Morrow coldly assessed the newcomer. Shadow Beast Worm. Oh, quite knowledgeable. Worm didn't press the attack. Instead, he scrutinized the aura around Morrow, gauging his strength. Morrow, too, silently evaluated Worm's Nen level, somewhere between LV.45 and LV.50. During this brief standoff, a man with a slanted fringe and a leather jacket approached from behind Worm. Morrow glanced at him and instantly recognized another shadow beast, Mosquito, whose aura was slightly weaker than Worm's, likely around LV.40 at minimum. Seeing Mosquito in position, Worm spoke in his distinctive trembling voice, "Since you know who we are, don't even think about escaping." Morrow remained silent, the aura around his palms growing even sharper. On the distant driveway, Sesgura stood by the car, reporting to Bat-Terra inside. "It's that young Nen user we encountered in the hotel lobby yesterday, along with Worm and Mosquito from the Shadow Beasts. It seems they're targeting him." Bat-Terra remained calm, appearing completely indifferent. Sesgura could read Bat-Terra's attitude. Even if Bat-Terra had other thoughts, he would immediately dissuade him. When it came to the 10 Dons, it was best not to get involved unless absolutely necessary. 94 Mosquito, Worm, what are you doing? The moonlight was like silver. Burning cars illuminated the surrounding ground like bonfires. The fierce wind on the wasteland twisted and distorted the thick black smoke, filling the air with an acrid burnt smell. On the distant road, one car after another was blocked by the explosion. Many people got out of their vehicles, watching with varied expressions as Morrow and the Shadow Beasts faced off on the wasteland. Perhaps because they all had bodyguards, giving them an unusual sense of security, they didn't immediately distance themselves. However, some cautious individuals had their drivers turn around and leave. Under the gaze of many eyes, killing intent was exposed on the wasteland. There was no need to ask why. From the moment Worm burst from the ground to attack, both sides were destined to fight to the death. Mosquito, who had just arrived at the scene, didn't even say a word before suddenly launching an attack against Morrow. His body emanated aura like a torrent as he charged toward Morrow, naturally extending his hands forward. Just as Mosquito made his move, Worm suddenly bent down, pressing his long, pointed head against the ground. Then his smooth, hairless body began to rotate strangely at high speed like a drill, and in the blink of an eye, like a real worm, he quickly burrowed into the ground. One attack visible, one hidden. This was the standard tactic when other Shadow Beast members coordinated with Worm. Morrow's gaze passed over Mosquito, glancing at the hole left behind as Worm burrowed into the ground. Attacking from underground, or directly dragging someone into the ground. This was Worm's consistent attack method. However, compared to his attack style, Worm's concealment technique before striking was the real threat. Only Nen users with exceptionally developed hearing like Melody could detect his heartbeat when he approached without using N. In a one-on-one situation, using N to counter Worm would be no problem at all. But now he was outnumbered. Using N would be like exposing his vital points to Mosquito. What made it more troublesome was that the starlight from Starlight Convergence couldn't penetrate the ground like N could. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Morrow retreated to create distance, buying time to release his shooting star. Deceptive shooting star. The sharp aura on his right hand instantly condensed into a phosphorescent green star. Whoosh! The star shot straight up into the sky like a rocket. Mosquito looked up at the star soaring skyward, unable to immediately discern Morrow's intentions. Despite this, his speed charging toward Morrow didn't decrease at all, displaying his immense confidence. Seeing this, Morrow could only think that this was indeed the same person who, in the original story, believed the Phantom Troop wasn't all that impressive even before fighting them. These Shadow Beasts all possessed a kind of mysterious self-confidence. This was probably the influence that came with their status. In the air, the phosphorescent green star suddenly burst and split, falling downward like a meteor shower. It targeted friend and foe alike. A flash of confusion crossed Mosquito's eyes, but he determined that after splitting, the stars couldn't have much attack power, so he charged into the attack range through the meteor shower of Nen bullets. At the same time, the split star rain Nen bullets bombarded the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Beneath the ground, Worm, who was waiting for the right moment to strike, suddenly froze. Underground, he located enemies by sensing vibrations on the surface. These sudden, dense vibrations undoubtedly disrupted the accuracy of his earth listening, interrupting his imminent attack. Is it coincidence, or was I detected? With the ground vibrations chaotic and unceasing, Worm temporarily couldn't locate Morrow's position. He could only remain still while trying to get accustomed to these vibration frequencies, gradually developing a filtering logic. On the ground, Morrow used the split stars to interfere with Worm's positioning method, then shattered the aura around his body into countless star points. Starlight Convergence. Star points like the Milky Way circled around Morrow. At this moment, he had only a thin layer of aura protection, and the star points couldn't penetrate underground, so if Worm attacked him now, he could basically kill him instantly. Undoubtedly, this was a risky move, but Morrow's precise judgment of Worm's sensing method directly reduced this risk to zero. Mosquito stepped into the attack range, simultaneously entering Morrow's starlight domain. This is. Face to face, Mosquito wasn't certain about the function of these light points, but he noticed that the strength of Morrow's aura had become very thin, so he decisively attacked. When still more than a meter away from Morrow, his extended fingers suddenly elongated rapidly, piercing toward Morrow like sharp spears. However, Morrow used the star points to instantly extract information about the rapidly elongating fingers. First, he sidestepped to avoid Mosquito's left hand's sharp fingers, then leaped into the air to dodge the right hand's attack. After evading twice and finding himself airborne, Morrow quickly retracted Starlight Convergence, returning his aura output to his body at maximum speed. Then he burst aura from both feet, propelling himself backward. This move directly extinguished Mosquito's intention to pursue while Morrow was suspended in the air. Morrow landed steadily from the air while simultaneously raising his hand to release another star into the sky. Mosquito looked up at the ascending star and finally understood why Morrow was doing this. This guy is using Nen bullets to interfere with Worm's positioning method. He figured this out just after dodging one of Worm's attacks. Watching the star burst and split, falling again like a meteor shower, Mosquito was secretly alarmed. However, he understood Worm's ability and knew this interference method could only work temporarily. Just as humans in darkness can gradually enhance their visual sensitivity to slowly distinguish surrounding objects, Worm could also adapt to gradually locate his true target. And what he needed to do was create a 100% hit opportunity for Worm. With this in mind, Mosquito suppressed the turmoil in his heart and once again charged toward Morrow through the star meteor shower. Morrow stood his ground, carefully observing Mosquito's body movements. Starlight Convergence. The galaxy-like starlight spread outward again. As Mosquito stepped into it, every movement he made was read by the star points. He attacked. But instead of retreating, Morrow advanced, matching Mosquito's step frequency and force, evading the piercing fingertips. When he rushed to Mosquito's face, he suddenly deliberately stomped harder, then leaped backward into the air. This strange behavior surprised Mosquito, though his movements didn't stop as he raised his hand toward the airborne Morrow. Piercing mouth part. His sharp fingers pierced through the air, directly targeting Morrow. Just then, the ground beside Mosquito suddenly exploded as Worm burst out, throwing a punch at Mosquito. Mosquito's heart jolted, and by the time he reacted, he had already been hit by Worm's punch. Bang! Under the tremendous force, Mosquito's face suddenly deformed, and his entire body flew sideways, bouncing on the ground several times like a ball. Worm, what are you doing? Mosquito flipped up from the ground, half his face already deformed, looking at Worm with disbelief. Worm was still maintaining his punching posture, surprised, with a drop of sweat sliding down. He mimicked your step frequency and vibration intensity. Worm realized the reason he had mistakenly struck his teammate and couldn't help but look at Morrow, who had landed from the air, unable to hide his shock. When Mosquito heard Worm's explanation, he angrily said, "Stop making excuses. How could that possibly be done?" But he did it. Worm's speech naturally carried a trembling tone, but this time, he was truly trembling. 95, I won't miss again. The massive tremors caused by the star rain and bullets impacting the ground were like noise flooding his ears, making it difficult for Worm to pinpoint his target. However, after a brief period of adjustment, bolstered by his Nen, he had already managed to overcome the interference caused by the Nen bullets. He was confident. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Having the utmost trust in one's own abilities often allowed those abilities to perform at their peak. But when faced with an opponent who defied common sense, that same confidence could lead to rare, negative consequences. To perfectly mimic Mosquito's footstep vibrations in such a short time, it's hard to believe, but it's the truth. Worm was absolutely certain. Just as he dared to strike blindly based solely on the information received through Earth listening, without worrying about accidentally hitting an ally or walking straight into an enemy's fist. Both his personality and his ability were rooted in an unshakable self-assurance. It was precisely this self-assurance that led Worm, after emerging from underground, to marvel at Morrow's strange ability, without ever considering exchanging intel with Mosquito. Mosquito, on the other hand, had initially trusted Worm's ability completely, which was why he had done his best in their coordinated attack to create an opening for Worm to land a decisive blow. This was the standard dynamic among the shadow beasts. But that trust was built on the premise that Worm would not miss. Worm's earth-shattering punch had not only shattered Mosquito's face, it had shattered his trust as well. So when Worm confidently asserted that Morrow had managed to replicate Mosquito's footstep vibrations in such a short time, Mosquito naturally took it as an excuse for his mistake. Nen abilities could amplify the strengths of one's personality, but they could just as easily amplify its flaws. In the heat of battle, Worm and Mosquito had no intention of truly communicating. But in the end, the root cause of all this was that Morrow's countermeasures had exceeded their understanding. The ability Starlight Convergence allowed Morrow to read every movement of his enemies, converting them into information that was directly transmitted to his brain's processor. This information became real-time combat intelligence. Using this intel, Morrow could respond precisely to his enemies' attacks. At the same time, the digitized processing method allowed Morrow to perceive subtle details in his opponent's movements, such as their force exertion techniques and habitual actions, with unprecedented clarity. It was like using a magnifying glass to reveal the tiniest details. This was how Morrow had managed to replicate Mosquito's footstep vibrations in such a short time. 3 times. Morrow landed from the air, steadying himself as he silently counted the number of times he had dodged Mosquito's attacks through Starlight Convergence. The condition for generating a star mark was the number of successful dodges, and the number of dodges required depended on the difference in aura output levels between the two sides. Against Kalito, whose level was below 20, only one dodge was needed to apply a star mark. Against a target of the same level, 4 dodges were required. For every 10 levels above his own, the number of dodges doubled. In other words, given Mosquito's aura output level, which exceeded LV 40, Morrow would need at least 8 successful dodges to mark him. Let's see how you two handle this. Morrow drew the poultry scarlet knife, gripping it in his right hand, showing no intention of taking the initiative. He simply stood in place, watching Worm and Mosquito. Starlight Convergence was more of a counter-attacking attribute, primarily manifesting in defensive retaliation. Moreover, using this ability made him more vulnerable, so when outnumbered, the last thing he wanted to face was a Nen user like Worm, who specialized in ambushes. Now, he had already used strategy to make Worm and Mosquito taste defeat, planting the seed of tactics won't work in their minds. As long as Worm abandoned his tunneling tactics, Morrow could use Starlight Convergence without hesitation, securing victory. There was also an unexpected gain. The combat trust between these two shadow beasts wasn't as solid as he had anticipated. Morrow waited for Worm and Mosquito's reactions to determine his next move. Just a second or two passed. Worm hesitated but ultimately made his decision. Confidence in himself drove him to burrow underground again, leveraging his ability's advantage. It was just one failure. If he tried once more, he was confident he could learn from his mistakes and succeed in one strike. I won't miss again. Before tunneling underground, Worm didn't forget to reassure Mosquito. Mosquito's expression shifted. Wait. He stretched out a hand, but Worm had already swiftly disappeared into the ground. Damn bastard. You failing once is no big deal, but I'm the one who gets hit. Mosquito cursed inwardly but had no choice but to continue cooperating with Worm. Morrow watched as Worm burrowed underground again. Still stubborn, no matter. My mastery of reading and replication will only grow sharper. Morrow remained expressionless as he tossed a shooting star into the sky. It ascended, then split apart. A rain of Nen bullets descended once more. Mosquito gritted his teeth and charged at Morrow. Yet that dazzling, galaxy-like starlight flooded his vision again. The moment Mosquito moved, Morrow also dashed toward him, piercing mouth part. Seeing this, Mosquito activated his ability, extending his 10 fingertips to seal off all of Morrow's escape routes. Having failed twice before, he had learned his lesson, this time spreading his fingers wide to create a near-area lockdown attack. Morrow didn't have much aura to reinforce himself, but he held a Nen-infused blade purchased from the auction. Its abnormal hardness gave it the ability to block attacks. Clang! Morrow used the poultry scarlet knife to carve a path through the 10 fingers. At the same time, he leveraged the collision force to disrupt Mosquito's footing. Amid this, the star rain Nen bullets struck the ground one after another, kicking up plumes of dust and water. Morrow didn't leap into the air this time. Instead, using the Starlight Convergence ability, he retreated safely, matching Mosquito's previous step frequency and force. At the same moment, amid the dense barrage of Nen bullets, a familiar sound of earth breaking mixed in. Worm emerged. Worm threw a punch. Mosquito's face twisted in horror. Don't. Bam. Mosquito was struck in the face, sent flying sideways like a ball, bouncing several times on the ground. Worm froze in his punching stance, a bead of sweat rolling down his stunned face. Seeing Mosquito stop his rolling, Worm opened his mouth with difficulty and said, "Give me one more chance. I know what to do this time." With astonishing willpower, Mosquito flipped himself up from the ground. Both sides of his face were swollen like a pig's head, and more than half his teeth were gone, yet it didn't stop him from radiating an aura of fury. "Chance your motherfucking ass." 96. Don't even think about escaping, those were your exact words. On the road, a crowd had gathered to observe the situation. As regular attendees of the York New auction, they were all too familiar with the reputation of the Shadow Beasts. So when they witnessed this battle, they assumed it was simply the Shadow Beasts carrying out the Ten Dawn's orders to eliminate some enemy. But after watching for a while, something seemed off. Why are the Shadow Beasts killing each other? Someone voiced the question on everyone's mind. This was the most baffling aspect for most of the onlookers. Only Nen users of Tsezgura's caliber could discern the truth. Impressive. Tsezgura murmured to himself. He could tell that Morrow had employed some technique to mislead Worm's judgment. With just this one move, he not only neutralized Worm's troublesome cooperative combat ability but also redirected the damage back onto the enemy. Though his aura strength was average and his technique slightly lacking, his tactical instincts were outstanding. Tsezgura couldn't help but view Morrow in a new light. Aura strength and technique were limited by age. Given time, they would naturally improve. But refining tactical instincts was a systematic and complex process, requiring battle after battle to cultivate. Unless one possessed exceptional talent, with thinking and awareness far beyond the norm, it was like playing a game. Most players needed time to learn the ropes, slowly improving through repeated matches until experience honed their instincts. But some grasped it immediately, compensating for technical shortcomings with surgical precision in their decision-making, allowing them to surpass most players from the start. That was the difference in mental acuity and innate awareness. In Sesgura's eyes, Morrow was fighting the shadow beasts purely by relying on his astonishing instincts to bridge the gap in combat experience. Sesgura, it's rare to hear you praise someone like this. From the back seat of the car, Bactera glanced up at Sesgura outside the window. Among all the Nen users he had recruited, Sesgura was the strongest in overall ability. Aside from Sesgura's own subordinates, the other Nen users were relatively unremarkable, or at least, they failed to inspire much expectation in Bactera. So when Sesgura, the standout among them, praised a Nen user as impressive for the first time, even if that Nen user was just a seemingly inexperienced young man, Bactera couldn't help but take interest. Hearing his employer's words, Sesgura nodded. That young man excels in certain areas. He'd actually be a good fit for Greed Island. He wasn't just being polite. One of the core mechanics of Greed Island was its spell cards, each with unique effects. A Nen user like Morrow might not be the strongest in direct combat, but he would excel in a support role, using his sharp instincts to strategize in the blink of an eye, activating the right spell card at the perfect moment. Inside the car, Bactera felt a stir of excitement. To clear Greed Island, he was willing to spend his entire fortune. Thus, he valued every potential asset. Then invite him to join the clearing team. Bactera was always decisive. The moment he had an intention, he made a decision in an instant. Sesgura glanced at Bactera and reminded him, extending an olive branch to him might offend the 10 Dons. So what? Bactera's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, perfect. Let's see what he's capable of. Seeing that Bactera had made up his mind, Sesgura said nothing more. Although Morrow's mastery of Nen was relatively poor, Sesgura still hoped he would join their team to break through the challenge. On the wasteland, Mosquito, having been struck twice by Worm, could no longer conceal his anger. If it had only happened once, he might have let it slide. But he had already been reluctant to endure the risk of being hit by his teammate, yet Worm had stubbornly insisted, giving him no chance to refuse. Now, once again, he was suffering the consequences of Worm's mistake. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly agree to Worm's demands again? That hurt like hell, damn it. Mosquito felt a burning pain on his face, the swelling from the blood congestion even slightly affecting his vision. Worm remained silent. His ability required more coordination from his teammates. Now that his teammate refused to cooperate, he couldn't recklessly make decisions on his own again. Let's attack together. Realizing Mosquito wouldn't give him a third chance, Worm had no choice but to resort to conventional teamwork tactics. Perhaps out of guilt for the 2 previous misfires, Worm took the lead without hesitation, charging straight at Morrow the moment he stated his stance. Seeing this, Mosquito, despite his resentment, quickly followed suit. From this reaction, it was clear Mosquito was still a reliable teammate after all. Morrow had been waiting for Worm and Mosquito's response. Now that Worm had stopped burrowing underground, Morrow slightly lowered his gaze. The aura surging around him shattered like bubbles, transforming into dazzling starlight that encircled his body. Starlight convergence. Confident in his imminent victory, Morrow stood at the center of the radiant starlight, as if positioned at the very heart of the universe. It was hard to describe the sensation he felt at this moment. It was like reaching the mid-game in a match of Go, where the situation suddenly became clear only a single, overwhelming move was needed to swiftly bring about the endgame. My heartbeat is speeding up, and my blood feels like it's boiling slightly. I need to suppress it. I can't get too excited, or it'll destabilize Starlight. Morrow could clearly sense the fluctuations in his emotions. To maintain the stability of Starlight Convergence, he had to forcibly suppress the surging excitement in his heart. When using Starlight Convergence, his emotions had to remain rational and calm. This psychological limitation meant that if Morrow felt negative emotions like fear or panic during battle, Starlight Convergence would instantly collapse. The essence of the Starlight ability was akin to walking a high wire without any safety net or room for error. But even Morrow himself likely never anticipated that the true risk from this psychological limitation wouldn't stem from negative emotions like fear or panic, but from his own excitement, even exhilaration, when overwhelming his enemies. Morrow steadied his emotions, entering a state of perfect tranquility. Worm, seeing the starlight swirling around Morrow, abruptly slowed his pace, releasing aura and dispersing it into points of light. I don't sense any threat, but there must be some kind of ability hidden within. Worm grew wary and, in an eerie motion that didn't hinder his movement, bent down to scoop up a handful of gravel from the ground. Wrist rotation. Worm adopted a posture resembling a pitcher's throw, his remarkably flexible arm drawing back before his wrist, and then his entire arm began spinning at an unnatural speed. The moment Worm bent to gather the gravel, Morrow immediately understood his intention. Prepared for this, Morrow suddenly charged toward Worm the instant he assumed the throwing stance. This move was like stealing a base before the pitch, seemingly forcing Worm to abandon his ranged gravel attack. At this distance, there's no way you can make it in time. Seeing Morrow's response, Worm decisively swung his arm with full force. In the next instant, his rapidly rotating wrist hurled the gravel toward Morrow. Whoosh! The shards, wreathed in aura, shot toward Morrow's vitals like high-speed buckshot. Yet at almost the exact same moment, a galaxy of dazzling starlight enveloped Worm just as he released the gravel. Morrow had compressed the range of starlight convergence directly ahead while charging, effectively pushing the starlight from behind him forward. This expanded the normally 5-meter radius of starlight convergence to 10 meters or more in an instant. This ability to freely alter the form of his N, similar to the cat's eye ability, was what Morrow employed now. But fundamentally, it was because controlling the starlight aura particles was far easier than manipulating N. After all, mastering N required extreme difficulty. Its release speed and stable form typically demanded prolonged training, far beyond what Morrow could currently manage freely. By advancing the starlight convergence's range and preemptively charging at Worm, Morrow succeeded in drawing Worm into the starlight's reach at the exact moment the gravel was thrown, all while maintaining the initiative. This was the true purpose behind his stolen base maneuver. The prerequisite for his ability's activation was now fulfilled, like a pair of merciful giant palms gently cradling Worm. But one step remained. Within the starlight, Morrow's eyes gleamed with celestial light. Using gazelle steps to shift his position, he swung the poultry scarlet knife to slash through the incoming buckshot-like gravel. Crack! He carved an opening through the hail of stones. Then Morrow weaved past the remaining projectiles. SSSK. His clothes split at the shoulders, waist, and legs, revealing faint bloodstains on his exposed skin. In starlight convergence state, Morrow's offensive and defensive aura capabilities were vastly mismatched. Thus, even when gravel didn't directly hit him, the aura enveloping each piece extended like invisible blades, mercilessly slicing through Morrow's pitifully thin protective aura. This still counted as landing hits. Yet the number of gravel pieces Morrow dodged far exceeded 10. Seeing the gashes left by the gravel's residual force, Worm prepared to press his advantage. But just as this thought formed, the starlight aura particles surrounding him suddenly adhered to his body, transforming into faintly glowing golden chains. Huh! Worm startled. A counter-type binding ability? The moment this speculation surfaced in his mind, the star chains binding his body suddenly shattered and dispersed. A restraining strength that didn't even last a second? Worm was slightly surprised, then immediately noticed the scattered starlight particles visibly seeping into his own aura, quickly condensing into a cross-shaped star mark pattern at the center of his chest. The brief restraint from the star chains had also given Morrow some room to maneuver. Of course, with his limited aura, he couldn't possibly launch an attack against Worm during this window. But he didn't retract his ability either, instead sweeping the starlight convergence before him toward another direction. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At that moment, the sound of something cutting through air suddenly erupted. A sharp, elongated finger wrapped in solidified aura stabbed toward Morrow. It was Mosquito arriving to assist. He had seen the starlight chains appear on Worm's body and hastily activated his ability, his sole thought being to help Worm break free. Yet a doubt flashed through his mind. Why hadn't he been bound by starlight-formed chains like Worm when he attacked Morrow earlier? Amidst this fleeting confusion, his extended fingertip pierced through the dense starlight. Just as predicted. A glint flashed in Morrow's eyes. This was precisely why he hadn't immediately retracted his ability and retreated after marking Worm. Earlier, he had used strategy to dismantle Worm's combat advantage, indirectly affecting the battle trust between Worm and Mosquito. Even so, when Worm charged forward as the vanguard, Mosquito, despite being struck twice by his teammate, still suppressed his anger to immediately follow Worm's combat rhythm. This proved that Mosquito prioritized battle results over personal emotions. Based on this, Morrow predicted that when the star chain ability targeted Worm, Mosquito would likely rush to assist. Hence his prepared countermeasure. The drifting starlight particles were scattered by the sharp fingertip as Morrow shifted positions, evading Mosquito's piercing mouthpart strike. Then Morrow feigned a stumble. Mosquito's original intent was to relieve Worm. Seeing Morrow lose balance while dodging, he instantly swung his arm horizontally in that split second, driving his sharp finger toward Morrow. With his ability, simply piercing Morrow's flesh would allow blood extraction. But after several exchanges without landing a hit, he treasured every attack opportunity. Amidst the whistling air, the aura-enhanced fingertip swept toward Morrow. Morrow promptly steadied himself. That's enough repetitions. The next instant, Morrow leaped airborne, narrowly dodging Mosquito's sweeping strike. Though this was a repeated tactic, Mosquito had anticipated it. Would he really let Morrow disengage again via and then burst from his feet? Thus his follow-up strike was swifter and fiercer. Yet, the drifting starlight particles instantly coalesced into star chains, restraining Mosquito's body. What? Mosquito's pupils contracted sharply as the chains halted his pursuit. Unhindered, Morrow deactivated his ability. The swirling external aura gathered back to him like a vortex as he descended, landing firmly. After touching down, Morrow observed the star marks on Worm and Mosquito. No longer needing to wait for reactions, he paced sideways, subtly adjusting his stance. This positioned Worm in front while Mosquito stayed behind. Though I could predict your every move, your level of coordination still surprises me. Alright, it's time to end this. Morrow raised his hand, condensing a fluorescent green shooting star, his tone calm as he declared the conclusion of this battle. Without paying much attention to Worm and Mosquito's reactions, Morrow casually released the shooting star behind him, placing the final, decisive piece on the black and white chessboard. Amid the surging aura fluctuations, the shooting star shot from his hand, pausing and expanding 100 meters away. The next moment, the enlarged shooting star reversed course, streaking past Morrow's side, the gust of wind it raised fluttering his hair and clothes. Now twice as fast, it carved a trajectory through the air. Thanks to the reversal, Worm and Mosquito had enough time to react. The target is me. Watching the shooting star hurtle toward him, Worm had no time to consider the effect of the star mark on his body. He had to dodge. Yet in the next instant, he saw the shooting star veer away on its own, heading toward the rear. Worm immediately realized the true target was Mosquito, his expression shifting slightly. A Nen bullet with tracking capabilities and immense destructive power. As Worm processed this, the curved shooting star homed in on Mosquito. Mosquito had also initially assumed Morrow's primary target was Worm, so by the time he noticed the shooting star changing direction, he had little time left to react. Damn it, I have to tank it. With the shooting star closing in, Mosquito mustered all his aura, concentrating it on his raised arms. His pupils reflected the shooting star's fluorescent green glow. Then, the speck of green light in his pupils burst like fireworks. His eyes, dyed entirely by the light, trembled for an instant, revealing sheer terror. The next moment, Mosquito was engulfed by a storm of shooting stars. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the relentless explosions, Mosquito's body was riddled with holes. When the explosions finally ceased, his corpse, like a torn sack, collapsed into the settling dust, dead on the spot. Witnessing this, Worm's heart pounded violently. He had already guessed that the star mark on him was the source of the tracking ability. Then, Morrow's earlier words, "Predict your every move," resurfaced in his mind. Fragmented details from the earlier battle pieced themselves together like a shattered mirror restored, confirming Morrow's claim. This guy, the moment he dodged my first attack, he already had this interlocking battle plan in place. The shock in Worm's heart slowly spread across his face. This plan accounted for both his and Mosquito's abilities, traits, and instinctive reactions. And the moment it was set into motion was the instant he abandoned tunneling underground. Everything had been orchestrated to ensure those starlight-like patterns were stamped onto both him and Mosquito in one decisive strike. Is it the number of times? Worm suddenly grasped the condition for the star mark's activation. It was precisely because the ability was tied to a count-based trigger that Mosquito had remained unharmed through several waves of attacks. Had he realized this sooner, he wouldn't have wasted time testing with scattered debris earlier. What should have been a limitation of the ability had instead become its most crucial factor. After quickly sorting out his thoughts, Worm's gaze toward Morrow changed, shock now mixed with fear, as if he were staring at a young monster. At that moment, Worm lost all will to continue fighting. If I just burrow underground, I can escape him. Abruptly, Worm dove headfirst toward the ground in a motion resembling a dive, plunging into the earth. Just as half his head had broken through the soil, he heard Morrow's voice. "Ha, don't even think about running. Weren't those your own words?" Though the remark carried no particular mockery, it now weighed on Worm like a crushing force, pressing down on his body. But whether it was shame, anger, or unwillingness, none of it mattered. I can't let it slow me down. That bastard must be trying to provoke me with those words, which means my choice is the right one. As he swiftly burrowed deeper, Worm consoled himself with this thought. Above ground, Morrow calmly channeled his aura, condensing a basketball-sized shooting star of fluorescent green energy in his palm. But he didn't release it immediately. Instead, he compressed it further while continuously drawing more aura from his body and pouring it into the Nen bullet. Under this process, the originally basketball-sized shooting star visibly shrank, until it was only the size of a fist. Pop. Suddenly, the violently compressed Nen bullet destabilized and exploded without warning. The force sent Morrow's arm jerking backward, and he staggered several steps. Not as easy as I thought, but this should be enough. After the compression failed, Morrow immediately gathered his aura again, condensing the shooting star down to fist size once more. Then, he lightly tossed it into the air. The shooting star rocketed upward like a missile, freezing in place 100 meters above. The next second, like a shark scenting blood, it plummeted toward the ground at an even faster speed. From a distance, it resembled a meteor, trailing a dazzling yet deadly streak through the night sky. Boom! The shooting star struck the ground and, propelled by its doubled velocity, pierced through the soil, homing in unerringly toward Worm. Deep underground, Worm, who had been tunneling forward at high speed, suddenly sensed an intense tremor. No way! In an instant, he realized what was happening and looked up. The pitch-black soil above him was torn apart by a violent force, and blinding light engulfed his entire body. Kaboom! The ground trembled violently, splitting open with deep, jagged fissures. LV.33 LV.35 LV.38. Morrow glanced at the cracked earth, then at the shifting characters of the rings on the back of his hand, confirming Worm's death. If I want to level up quickly, I really need to target higher-level opponents. With the battle concluded, Morrow allowed his emotions to surface, a faint smile creeping onto his face. But beneath that smile lurked an impatient, seething killing intent, directed squarely at Nolan. First, an assassin from the Zaldik family, then 2 shadow beasts. At this rate, even more troublesome arrangements might follow. Let me think. Morrow raised a hand to his chin. Neither Argo nor the Hunter website could help him locate Nolan. That left only Kalito as his remaining hope. With his current 5 billion in savings, it should be enough to persuade him to turn on his employer. And with that star mark still active, it would be even easier. Morrow suddenly lowered his hand and turned around warily toward the driveway. He saw Tsezgura and Bactera walking one after the other, followed by several men users dressed in yellow military uniforms. They were Tsezgura's companions. To prevent Morrow from misunderstanding while still ensuring Bactera's safety, Tsezgura had no choice but to keep his companions at a distance. Originally, he hadn't considered bringing all his companions, believing he alone was enough to protect Bactera. But the outcome of this battle completely overturned his initial assumption. I'm really regressing, to think I'd hastily judge a Nen user's combat ability based solely on aura intensity and technique. At this moment, Tsezgura's heart was anything but calm. The young man before him had given him a vivid lesson. I've worked hard to translate and publish the battle chapters on the same day, so you don't have to wait. So power stuns. 97, Kalito, a battle. Tsezgura's perception of Morrow had completely changed. From Morrow, he saw a terrifying potential. Defeating the strong with the weak was nothing unusual in Nen battles. Because actual combat strength depended on various factors, current physical condition, environment, differences in combat experience, mental fortitude. Sometimes these factors were more important than aura strength and Nen techniques. But in the battle Tsezgura witnessed, none of these factors played a role. In fact, the two shadow beasts, who were in peak condition and had superior aura strength, had even initiated the attack with the advantage of striking first. Yet despite this, Morrow had achieved a complete victory against the combined forces of Worm and Mosquito while being outnumbered. It must be understood that a complete victory and a hard-fought victory were two entirely different concepts. Had he not seen it with his own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine such a thing possible. Standing behind Bactera, Tsezgura was doing his best to suppress his emotions, yet his mind remained unsettled. All because this reality was too shocking. The other Nen users standing nearby, Tsezgura's companions, were also experiencing overwhelming waves of emotion. While watching the battle, each of them had imagined themselves in Morrow's place. Yet their anticipated conclusion was that they wouldn't even make it past the burrowing technique. So strong, yet so contradictory. The Nen users in yellow military uniforms secretly observed the aura surrounding Morrow. Really, with just this level of aura. Had they not witnessed the battle earlier, they would have been certain of one outcome if they faced Morrow, victory. Bactera had only heard Tsezgura's evaluation of Morrow and wasn't aware of the deeper, terrifying truth behind it. Nevertheless, Bactera still showed Morrow the utmost respect. Stepping past Tsezgura, he approached Morrow and extended an invitation personally. I am Bactera. Currently, I'm recruiting experts to clear Greed Island. The reward is 50 billion. Would you be interested? No pleasantries, straight to the point. Morrow was somewhat surprised. His peripheral glance caught the tension in Tsezgura, who stood behind Bactera, temporarily acting as a bodyguard. Not interested. Turning his gaze to the solemn Bactera, Morrow rejected the offer almost without hesitation. While Greed Island was filled with Nen users, including high-quality prey like the bomber, the existence of spell cards introduced too many variables into combat. As far as leveling up went, it was far from an ideal place. Seeing Morrow reject him so decisively, Bactera knew further persuasion would be pointless. Recalling Tsezgura's earlier assessment, he couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Here's my card. If you change your mind, please contact me anytime. Unwilling to give up so easily, Bactera handed over a business card he carried with him. After a brief consideration, Morrow took the card and casually slipped it into his pocket. Watching Morrow accept it, Bactera placed a hand over his chest and gave a slight nod. I hope we meet again. With that, Bactera turned and left, passing by Tsezgura as he walked toward the car waiting on the distant road. Tsezgura turned sideways, silently glanced at Morrow, then quickly caught up to Bactera. Morrow merely watched Tsezgura and his group turn and leave before shifting his gaze toward the wilderness. The road behind him was the only route from Yorknu to Lingen Airport. But the sudden attack by the shadow beasts had altered Morrow's plans to go to Lingen Airport, making that road unnecessary now. I'll go find Kalito directly. Walking across the desolate and silent wasteland, Morrow muttered to himself before taking out his phone to send the taxi driver's name and license plate number to Argo. He recalled the chatty driver who had rambled endlessly about his family. Though the man frequently complained about the burdens and frustrations of being the breadwinner, the happiness he inadvertently revealed couldn't be hidden from outsiders. For the misfortune that had befallen the driver, Morrow could only offer silent apologies in his heart before instructing Argo to transfer a sum of money to the driver's family, enough to secure their future. If he told Axel, whom he had been on decent terms with before Death Rewind, about this gesture, he'd probably be mocked for it. But Morrow didn't care about others' opinions. Some things, he only sought to do with a clear conscience. Putting away his phone, Morrow gradually moved away from the road, arriving at a barren stretch of land. Around him stood towering red cliffs and low, withered clumps of grass. Morrow effortlessly climbed to the top of a rocky outcrop and extended his hand, palm facing upward. With a slight thought, the aura swirling around his palm rippled like flowing water before stabilizing into the shape of a disc. Shooting star. Morrow flipped his hand. the disc-shaped shooting star descended to the ground. He stepped onto it. In the next instant, the otherwise stable disc-shaped shooting star suddenly shot skyward, as if pulled by an unseen force. Looks like they're on an airship. Morrow sat cross-legged on the disc-shaped shooting star, using his aura to stabilize himself. The shooting star's ascent meant Kalito was most likely aboard an airship. What remained unclear was when Kalito had boarded it and where in the skies it was now. Morrow could sense whether the star mark was still on his target, but he couldn't pinpoint the exact location of the marked individual or the distance between them. The broad framework of his ability was already established, with the star mark's binding, locking and long-range strike functions serving as its core components. Adding a tracking feature would only strain the carefully constructed framework, unless he invested significant time and effort into expanding the ability's scope. For now, Morrow had no need for that, so he had no intention of wasting resources on it. However, the resentful thoughts he had absorbed from the corpses in the tomb had, for some reason, become part of the shooting star. Unfortunately, during the earlier battle, ensuring a decisive victory had left him no room to test the ability's limits. After all, fighting two opponents alone carried too much risk. There was simply no margin for error. But testing his ability could be done anytime. As Morrow pondered this, watching the clouds draw nearer above, he briefly considered using Kalito to test the vitality extraction effect of the shooting star. The thought came and went just as quickly. Not out of concern for Kalito's life, but because it would hand over his ability's details directly to Kalito. Above the clouds, an airship flew at a steady speed. It was late at night, and most areas of the airship were as quiet as slumber, except for the bar. Inside a VIP cabin, Kalito was not asleep. Or rather, he didn't need much sleep, because only then could he free up more time for training. This was also one of the Zaldik family's training philosophies. After all, this was a terrifying family capable of subjecting newborns to electric shocks. Kalito had long grown accustomed to such things. Run. Kalito closed his eyes, focusing intently as he released the maximum amount of aura possible. Still not strong enough, must work harder. Morrow's figure involuntarily flashed through his mind. The surging aura around his body suddenly became unstable. Kalito slowly opened his eyes, his brows tightly furrowed. This was a child who appeared taciturn on the surface but harbored an intensely competitive nature deep inside. Born into a monstrous family like the Zaldiks, it was hard to say whether such a temperament was good or bad. His competitive drive prevented him from retreating in the face of the family's hellish training, yet at the same time it was a form of self-torment. Yesterday's defeat at Morrow's hands, followed by being spared as if out of pity, had dealt a heavy blow to Kalito. Even though a day had passed, it still weighed on his mind, to the point of affecting his daily training. Just you wait. Kalito clenched his fists tightly, then slowly relaxed them, taking a deep breath to steady his disordered emotions. Unlike Miluki, who had been holed up at home for 6 years, Kalito, as the fifth son of the Zaldik family, possessed an ambition far beyond his years. But it was precisely this ambition that could inadvertently amplify the pressures placed on his body and emotions. Pressure could sometimes serve as fuel for human progress, and other times it could crush a person entirely. To combat the pressure closing in from all sides, Kalito had his own secret method of self-regulation. Realizing that his emotional turmoil was severe enough to disrupt his training, he naturally couldn't continue like this. As he withdrew most of his aura, he closed his eyes and indulged in fantasies of what he believed would happen in the future. For example, after relentless training, he would finally possess the strength to trample Morrow beneath his feet. The corresponding scene played out in Kalito's mind. He stood over Morrow, his face hidden behind a paper fan, looking down at Morrow's humiliated, darkened expression. Then, in a tone dripping with condescension, he said, "Don't worry. I have no interest in crushing an insect." Ha ha ha. Kalito's lips curled into a grin, his furrowed brows gradually relaxing as he felt a surge of motivation. This wasn't delusion. This was a future that would absolutely come to pass. All he needed was to grow stronger. For a moment, Kalito felt his entire body brimming with energy, as if he could train for several more hours. Outside the cabin's circular window, Morrow crouched on the outer ledge, watching as Kalito inside alternated between scowling and gnashing his teeth, then grinning in satisfaction. Finally, Kalito radiated a dazzling aura of determination, muttering something about not being interested in crushing insects. Is this some kind of special training method? Morrow stared at Kalito with a strange expression, noting the changes in his aura, from visibly erratic to gradually stabilizing. At this thought, he glanced down at the slightly ajar window. Initially intending to push it open and enter directly, he now hesitated to disturb him and decided to observe first. Inside the cabin, Kalito's spirits had fully revived, and he was brimming with energy. Morrow. He suddenly opened his eyes, his tone resolute as he was about to utter the next words, "Just you wait." But before he could speak, a somewhat familiar male voice came from the window. "What is it?" Question mark. Exclamation point. Kalito's expression shifted like a kaleidoscope, first confusion, then disbelief, and finally sheer terror, all within a single second. After the initial shock, Kalito instinctively leaped backward, pressing himself tightly against the corner of the wall, his dark purple pupils trembling violently. You. Never in his wildest dreams would Calato have imagined that the bastard he had just been mentally tormenting would appear out of thin air like this. 98. Is this really possible? Why is this bastard here? This is, after all, on an airship. And Calato was certain that before the auction began, Morrow had been in Yorknew the entire time. But the airship had departed early in the morning. Could it be? Calato's thoughts were in complete disarray, all traces of his usual calm gone. Yet his mind flashed back to the alley battle yesterday, connecting the dots between the tracking Nen bullet, the image of Morrow stepping on the Nen bullet to chase after him, and the star mark he discovered on his body while bathing last night. In the end, he arrived at what he believed to be the most improbable answer. This bastard flew all the way here by stepping on Nen bullets. He flew like that out of the United States of Suharta's borders, all the way to this airship currently over the ocean. Is this really possible? Even Grandpa Zeno wouldn't be able to do something like that, right? Yet only this answer could explain the reality unfolding before his eyes. Even in his shock, Calato's mind raced wildly, but the more he thought, the more terrified he became. Morrow pushed open the window and jumped into the cabin, looking strangely at Calato, who was trembling all over. You suddenly called my name just now, so I figured you must have noticed me, and so I did. I scare you? Calato snapped back to reality, his eyes trembling violently, and he blurted out, how did you get here? I flew here. Morrow replied casually. So it was true. Calato's heart surged with shock and disbelief. Did that mean if he didn't find a way to remove the star mark on his body, this bastard could track him down any time? No, what's even more troublesome is not knowing when or from which direction a Nen bullet might suddenly come flying. And the distance was at least half the span of the Yorbian continent. What a terrifying ability. Suddenly, Calato remembered something even more important. Setting aside the potential threat of the star mark, he asked nervously, when did you get here? Morrow raised a hand to his chin, estimating the time in his head. About 20 minutes ago. So you saw everything. Calato felt the strength that had filled his body moments ago rapidly draining away. Morrow nodded. I saw. He had just witnessed the changes in Calato's training, how he could so quickly stabilize his chaotic aura. He wondered if it might be the Zaldik family's unique meditation technique but thought it inappropriate to pry. Speaking of which, the Shinjin Ryu style's training methods also place great emphasis on meditation. Calato had no idea what Morrow was thinking. At that moment, he was instantly engulfed by an indescribable sense of shame, then slumped to the floor as if all hope was lost. The secret he least wanted exposed had been seen by this bastard. At this thought, Calato's eyes turned bleak, feeling worse than if he had died. If he had known it would come to this, why hadn't he just killed him yesterday? Watching Calato's reaction, Morrow thought to himself that the Zaldik family's hellish education was indeed terrifying. Just having an outsider witness the changes brought about by his meditation technique felt like a monumental secret had been uncovered. Don't be like that. I can keep it a secret. The expressiveness during Zaldik meditation training. Then go die. That's a bit much. I only saw a partial aspect, after all. Unclear about the specific application of that meditation method. Partial aspect. Even if it's just a partial aspect, it's still not acceptable. Calato struggled to suppress the shame in his heart, his mind fixated on a single thought. Only the dead can keep secrets. But then, considering the gap in strength between himself and Morrow, he couldn't help but feel a wave of despair, once again slumping hopelessly against the wall. Watching Calato slumped on the ground, Morrow could only sigh once more at the terrifying education of the Zaldik family. This could be considered the fundamental reason why the Zaldik family has always stood firm. Not intending to continue the previous topic, Morrow suddenly asked, the one who hired you to kill me is Nolan Gambino, right? Calato merely glanced up at Morrow before slowly averting his gaze, pressing his forehead against the wall, looking utterly resigned to his fate. Seeing this, Morrow shook his head slightly and continued on his own, I've looked into it. You're an assassin from the Zaldik family, but what I'm curious about is, once a Zaldik assassin fails a mission, what follow-up measures are taken? I didn't fail. Hearing the family name and the mention of the mission, Calato snapped back fiercely, as if revived by a last surge of energy. Morrow raised an eyebrow. Calato glared at him and said, the mission I accepted was to find you, and I completed it yesterday. Oh. Morrow was taken aback and asked, then why did you attack me? That's because. No comment. Fine, if you won't say, then don't. Morrow didn't press further, instead voicing his true intention, but I never expected the Zaldiks to have a people-finding business. So, do you have an ability for finding people? Calato remained silent. If you don't answer, I'll take it as a yes. A faint smile appeared on Morrow's face. Since you've already completed your previous employer's mission, there's no further connection between you and them, right? What exactly are you trying to say? After a few exchanges, Calato gradually regained his usual composure, frowning as he looked at Morrow. Morrow said seriously, I want to hire you to find someone. Of course, this is a formal commission, and the fee will be based on your asking price. Moreover, I can guarantee not to reveal the secret I just saw. Hearing this, Calato gritted his teeth hard. Is this about revealing the secret? It's about you, this bastard, having seen it. Though he thought this, when it came to a family commission, Kalito had to force himself to adjust his mindset. 10 billion. So expensive. That was Morrow's first reaction upon hearing the price. But the importance of finding Nolan Gambino far outweighed those 10 billion. Agreed. Morrow paused only briefly before agreeing to the price. Who are you looking for? The moment Kalito entered business mode, he instantly returned to normal, as if his earlier hopeless demeanor had been nothing but an illusion. Nolan Gambino. Morrow stated the target with a light laugh. Kalito's eyes slowly widened. Noting Kalito's reaction, Morrow raised an eyebrow and asked, "What, can't you take it?" "Humph." Kalito snorted coldly, not bothering to respond to the question, and simply said in an icy tone, 5 billion deposit. Deal. Morrow took out his phone, about to transfer the money, but suddenly thought of the Zaldik family's true line of work and couldn't help but probe, "If, on top of the search commission, I also want to hire you for an assassination, how much would that cost?" "That depends on who you want killed." Kalito had completely regained his composure by now. Morrow thought for a moment and asked with interest, "Nolan Gambino is definitely surrounded by plenty of mafia members. I want you to kill as many as you can, or just take out Nolan Gambino directly. If your target is solely Nolan Gambino, then provided you withdraw the search commission, you only need to pay 3 billion to hire me for this job." Killing Nolan Gambino would be quite challenging for him. After all, the target was the son of one of the 10 Dons, the shadow leader of the Menu organization, commanding a large armed force and multiple men users. As for the potential consequences of assassinating Nolan Gambino, the Zaldik family had no need to worry about such things. So, given the difficulty of the assassination, a quote of 3 billion wasn't unreasonable. Of course, if it were just some common local mafia boss, 1 billion per person would suffice. Deal. Morrow's eyes gleamed as he agreed without hesitation. Fortunately, he had made tens of billions at the York New auction, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the funds to pay the commission fee. It felt like money came easily and went just as easily. But thinking about those wealthy bidders at the auction casually throwing around huge sums, tens of billions didn't seem like much. In reality, though, it was extremely difficult for a NEN user to earn that much money. "However, I have 2 small conditions." Completely unfazed by the impending loss of 3 billion, Morrow smiled and raised his index finger. Kalito pursed his lips and said coldly, "You can state them, and I can refuse." "Naturally. First, I'll join you on the mission to help reduce the difficulty of the commission." Morrow chuckled as he made the suggestion. Kalito narrowed his eyes slightly, then heard Morrow continue, "But I require you to eliminate all enemies encountered during this assassination. If you find it too difficult, that's fine, you can leave the NEN users to me." "I don't understand." Kalito looked up at Morrow and asked, "What's the point of you doing this?" "For fun." Morrow casually tossed out his usual excuse without a second thought, then added his second condition without waiting for Kalito's reaction. "Also, if your family has no taboos, help me disguise myself as one of your family's assassins, anyone will do." Hearing Morrow's 2 conditions, Kalito wasn't foolish and immediately grasped the purpose behind these seemingly unnecessary steps. From his perspective, considering these conditions, the real beneficiary was still him. After all, he wouldn't have to worry about issues like exposing his identity. "Fine, I agree." With that thought, Kalito consented. When the time came for action, he could just hand all the NEN users over to Morrow to deal with, while he only needed to kill Nolan. It was a very cost-effective deal. "I'm not good at disguises, but I can provide you with a photo." Kalito suddenly took out his phone and pulled up a picture. Hearing this, Morrow leaned in to take a look. In the photo was a woman with a high-piled hairstyle, wearing an electronic eye device on her face and dressed in a black kimono. "Isn't that your mother?" Morrow paused for a moment, barely holding back the urge to say it outright, his gaze slowly shifting to Kalito's face. Kalito, feeling uneasy under Morrow's stare, said, "Didn't you say anyone would do? Pick another." Morrow smiled faintly. Kalito shuddered abruptly and quickly pulled out another photo. Morrow glanced at the photo. "This one was fine. I'll release a bonus chapter later." 99. The ingenious use of starlight convergence. The second photo Kalito produced was of Illumi. This was exactly what Morrow wanted. As a transmigrator, he naturally knew some of Illumi's distinguishing features, but he had to let Kalito make the decision. It was akin to obtaining permission. "This one." Morrow immediately settled on it. Seeing this, Kalito suddenly scrutinized Morrow's facial features and realized, to his surprise, that this bastard bore some resemblance to his elder brother Illumi. Especially the nose and mouth, they were strikingly similar. Only the eyes were completely different. Illumi's eyes were larger and far colder. In contrast, this bastard's eyes were relatively softer. Age-wise, they seemed only 4 or 5 years apart. Still, with just a few similarities, some light disguise and a pair of sunglasses should suffice. Wait, why am I even worrying about this? He's the one at risk of exposure, not me. I just can't figure out what he's thinking. On one hand, he doesn't want his identity exposed, yet on the other, he insists on meddling in an assassination operation. Kalito found himself lost in thought before he realized it. "There's something I should warn you about." Suddenly, Calato recalled Nolan's true purpose in asking him to track Morrow's location, as well as the two Shadow Beasts members he had encountered while relaying the message. Noticing Calato's suddenly serious expression, Morrow asked curiously, "What is it?" "Nolan is hunting you down, and two extremely powerful nen users are involved." Calato spoke gravely, "Even though you've already left the borders of the United States of Sahurda, to be safe, it's best we avoid contact before your disguise is ready. We don't want unnecessary complications." He had agreed to take on the assassination mission against Nolan because he was confident in his nen-based tracking ability, allowing him to patiently wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. Thus, when executing the assassination, he would never resort to a frontal assault. But with Morrow's involvement, the nature of the operation shifted from waiting to proactive. Now Calato had to consider the possibility of unnecessary complications. At the very least, before the operation began, he didn't want any avoidable trouble. Morrow instantly understood Calato's concerns and smiled. "Then we'll do as you say. But these two powerful nen users you mentioned, are they Shadow Beasts members?" "Yes." Calato nodded, then suddenly realized something and frowned. "You've already encountered them?" As he asked, his gaze involuntarily flickered to the sharp tears in Morrow's clothes. Considering how Morrow had crossed nearly half the country to board this airship, he began to piece together the reason. Before leaving Yorknew, Calato had been in close proximity to those two Shadow Beasts members and had witnessed the peculiar way one of them appeared. Was it Worm? At the time, he hadn't sensed even a trace of aura. With such a method and coordinated tactics, even if Morrow was strong, he would have a hard time gaining the upper hand against those two Shadow Beasts. So Morrow must have realized he was outmatched during the encounter, then used his ability to escape while simultaneously tracking me down, intending to use money to neutralize Nolan's kill order and resolve the issue at its root. Calato quickly figured out the reason without waiting for Morrow's answer. His brows relaxed, and his tone unconsciously carried a hint of glee as he said with schadenfreude, "Oh, so you ran away." "Huh?" A question mark popped up over Morrow's head. Calato lowered his eyelids, hiding a trace of smugness while failing to notice Morrow's reaction. He continued speaking to himself. "Those two Shadow Beasts members were indeed very strong. If you fled because you couldn't defeat them, it couldn't be helped. For our next moves, we'll have to be wary of those two Shadow Beasts, especially that one exhibitionist." "No need to worry. They're dead." Morrow suddenly interjected. Their abilities, what do you mean dead?" Calato's words abruptly halted mid-sentence as he jerked his head up, staring blankly at Morrow. Morrow replied calmly, "I killed those two Shadow Beasts members. There's no need to consider them anymore." The smugness in Calato's eyes receded like a tide, replaced by shock and bewilderment. How is this possible? As someone who had lost to Morrow, he acknowledged Morrow's strength. But compared to those two Shadow Beasts members, there was still a clear gap, especially since one of them possessed a powerful synergy-based combat ability. How could such an obvious disparity be overcome at the mere cost of a few torn clothes to kill those two Shadow Beasts members? Seeing Calato's dramatic reaction, Morrow slowly said, "It's fine. Schadenfreude is a child's nature, but it's not a good habit. Try to change it if you can." "I wasn't gloating." Calato retorted angrily, though his eyes involuntarily darted away. Naturally, Morrow didn't dwell on the matter and didn't press the topic further. Instead, he pulled out a paper fan from his person. "Here, your fan." Calato silently stared at the fan Morrow handed over, making no move to take it. Seeing this, Morrow had no choice but to shove the fan directly into Calato's hand. Snapping out of his daze, Calato snorted coldly before turning his back. His mind was anything but calm. He knew there was a gap between his strength and Morrow's, but he hadn't expected it to be this vast. Could he really catch up to Morrow in the future? Could he really trample Morrow underfoot one day? Before his path of struggle had even properly begun, he couldn't help but doubt whether he could achieve it. Then he desperately tried to imagine how Morrow had killed those two Shadow Beasts members. Damn it, if only I hadn't left. I really want to know how this bastard pulled it off. Was it because of that Starlight Convergence ability? At this thought, Calato suddenly remembered the Starlight Convergence pattern this bastard had left on him. One more thing. He spun around abruptly, fixing Morrow with a deliberately fierce glare. Morrow asked, "What?" "Since we're in a cooperative relationship now, shouldn't you remove this mark from me?" As he spoke, Calato tugged open his kimono, revealing the Starlight Convergence pattern between his collarbone and shoulder. Morrow glanced at the exposed star mark, and a sudden idea flashed through his mind. Of course. He agreed with a smile, though inwardly, he was already calculating. Calato felt a surge of delight. While he could have sought an exorcist to remove the Starlight Convergence pattern, that would have taken time. If he could get rid of it immediately, he wasn't about to pass up the chance. "Then hurry up," Calato urged impatiently. Morrow replied, "Don't rush. There's a condition that needs to be met to lift the ability." "Speak." Calato's eyes narrowed with focus. Morrow spoke unhurriedly, "Should I first explain the conditions for forming a star mark?" "No need. I already know." Calato gritted his teeth. Morrow nodded. "All right then. The condition for removing the star mark is that you must be within the range of my ability, and under the premise of not fighting back, you must dodge 3 of my attacks. At this point, Morrow suddenly emphasized his tone, warning. And during this process, you cannot be hit even once. Otherwise, the count will reset. If you fail too many times, it will reinforce the star mark's hold. By then, even I won't be able to remove it. Understood. Kalato's expression was grave. Back then, within that field of starlight, he had merely missed Morrow once, and that was enough to form this starlight convergence pattern. Now, to undo the ability, he had to dodge 3 of Morrow's attacks within that same starlight. It made sense. However, it also required the cooperation of the ability user, so in a way, the difficulty of shaking off the starlight convergence was still quite high. Shall we start now? Eager to remove the starlight convergence as soon as possible, Kalato pressed immediately. Let's go. Morrow smiled as he released his aura. Starlight convergence. In an instant, the spacious VIP cabin was enveloped in a dazzling expanse of starlight. Kalato stood within it, yet he had no mind to admire the breathtaking radiance so close at hand. Morrow's body was wrapped in a thin layer of aura as he raised his index finger, channeling what little aura he had left to condense a non-locking, marble-sized shooting star at his fingertip. Seeing the shooting star on Morrow's finger, Kalato tensed like a soldier facing imminent danger, his focus razor-sharp. Here comes the little shooting star. Morrow gave a playful warning before flicking his finger, sending the tiny shooting star flying toward Kalato. Kalato's gaze locked onto the shooting star, thinking its speed was nothing to worry about. But the next moment, the shooting star abruptly split into dozens of slender, needle-like strands of aura, spreading out to envelop Kalato. Kalato's expression shifted. Instinctively, he wanted to take a step back to evade the barrage of needle-like aura, but the condition forbidding him from leaving the starlight convergence's range instantly suppressed that impulse. In the split second his thoughts wavered, the dozens of needle-like strands were already upon him, striking his body like raindrops, though they left no visible impact. Why didn't you dodge? Morrow asked, puzzled. Kalato took a deep breath before grinding his teeth. Are you mocking me? Not at all. I thought you'd jump to avoid it. Morrow shook his head slightly, his tone utterly sincere. Kalato nearly bit through his teeth. True, jumping would have barely sufficed to dodge. But the problem was that he was accustomed to never putting himself in precarious positions. So when faced with such an attack, his instinct was to avoid leaving himself airborne, lest it give the enemy an opening to follow up. Kalato took another deep breath before enunciating each word. I don't mind dodging a few more times, but please, don't make this more complicated than it needs to be. Got it. Morrow acknowledged before condensing another utterly harmless shooting star at his fingertip. However, Kalato's trust in Morrow had plummeted to rock bottom. Despite giving a stiff reminder before the second attempt began, he still anticipated Morrow might continue his mischief. So when Morrow's fingers showed signs of exertion, Kalato didn't hesitate to use the Zaldik family's footwork technique, rhythm echo. This was a movement technique that manipulated the rhythm between steps to create afterimages and confuse the enemy. For Kalato to resort to it now showed just how cornered he felt. In an instant, Kalato darted back and forth within the range of starlight convergence, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. Yet every single movement he made was unknowingly being read by the scattered traces of aura. Having achieved his goal, Morrow casually flicked the shooting star from his fingertip. Whoosh! The shooting star pierced through one of the afterimages, striking the cabin wall and leaving only a faint scorch mark. Dodged it. Kalato's eyes lit up, his spirits lifting. But he didn't dare let his guard down, maintaining his use of rhythm echo. Within the 5-meter radius of starlight convergence, the space was nearly filled with his numerous afterimages. Morrow lazily flicked out a second shooting star. As expected, it hit another afterimage. Dodged it again. A faint smile tugged at Kalato's lips, his excitement growing. Merely evading 2 shooting stars within the confined range felt like winning a championship. What a poor kid, driven to this state. Had Morrow known about Kalato's mental shift, he might have felt a twinge of guilt. Third shot. Morrow deliberately paused for a moment before leisurely flicking the third shooting star. Once it passed through an afterimage and flew beyond the range of starlight convergence, Morrow promptly deactivated his ability and remotely dispelled the star mark on Kalato. To remove the mark, all he needed was a single thought, none of those extra conditions were necessary. Making Kalato struggle so much had only been to gather information on rhythm echo. Unaware of this, Kalato, seeing Morrow withdraw his ability, barely contained his victorious glee as he hastily pulled open his kimono to check his shoulder. The starlight convergence pattern was gone. Perfect. With the mark removed, Kalato felt significantly lighter. He picked up the paper Fen Morrow had returned, spreading it to cover half his face and hide his uncontrollably delighted grin. Morrow played along, giving Kalato a thumbs up before casually dropping a "see you at the party" and walking straight out of the cabin. Still oblivious to the trap he'd fallen into, Kalato's young mind remained immersed in his moral victory. I can do this. I've got this. I'll win next time. Kalato had finally regained a shred of confidence. Meanwhile, in the airship corridor, Morrow used N to scan for an empty cabin, then entered and locked the door behind him. The Zaldik family's signature footwork, rhythm echo. Standing in the dimly lit room, a glint flashed in Morrow's eyes. Then, slowly shifting his stance, he began replicating Kalito's unique force application technique under the guidance of the gathered data, gradually settling into that distinctive rhythm of pauses and bursts. Morrow wasn't in a hurry. Moving at several times slower speed, he let his body steadily absorb the information and adapt to the technique. Little by little, after images began to flicker into existence within the cabin. Success. Having replicated rhythm echo, Morrow was satisfied. Starlight Convergence is a counter-type ability, with its focus lying in evading attacks. This makes strong support from footwork techniques essential. The gazelle steps I previously stole from Callista were somewhat useful, but in terms of skill, they weren't as refined as the Zaldik's rhythm echo. Often, gazelle steps required more aura reinforcement to overcome the stiffness in power application techniques. Rhythm echo, however, had no such flaws. While it still needed aura to strengthen muscles and bones, the burden was far less noticeable. After all, it was an inheritance mechanism from an established family, undoubtedly refined through countless improvements to achieve its current perfected form. And now, it's mine. 100 Fingers X Tree Hollow. The early morning after the York New auction concluded, Nolan received news of Worm and Mosquito's deaths. The moment he heard the report, the composure that had been ingrained in his bones for decades shattered in an instant. The muscles in Nolan's face twitched violently, his eyes narrowing into a twisted, ferocious glare. The rapid contortions of his features clearly revealed both fury and bewilderment. Why had it been Worm and Mosquito who died? His innate confidence in the Shadow Beast squad made it impossible for him to accept this reality at first. Long ago, Nolan had witnessed the Shadow Beasts in action firsthand. Ruthless, brutal, swift. These were the traits he had observed in them, so mesmerizingly beautiful that they intoxicated him. It was then that he became obsessed with the so-called power of Ko, and the idea of creating his own Shadow Beast squad took root in his mind. But such a thing was far easier said than done. The Shadow Beasts were the 10 strongest gang members selected from across the territories under the Ten Dons' control. Despite pouring over a decade of effort and resources into the endeavor, Nolan still fell far short of matching the Shadow Beasts in terms of core strength. Moreover, whenever the Shadow Beasts lost members, they could simply recruit new ones from the 6 continents and 10 regions. If no suitable candidates were found, they could even select from the Nen users who served as personal guards to the Ten Dons. But for Nolan, every Nen user under his command was irreplaceable. Once lost, they were gone for good. Replenishing their ranks wasn't something money alone could solve, it required time above all else. Because beyond strength, there was an even more critical requirement: loyalty. In the dim, spacious room, it took an unknown length of time before the ferocity finally faded from Nolan's face. Yet his index finger continued tapping rapidly against the armrest of the sofa, producing a sharp, urgent rhythm. This alone betrayed the turbulence beneath his seemingly calm exterior. The only sound left in the room was the relentless tapping of wood. Much later, the crisp noise gradually slowed before finally ceasing altogether. Expressionless, Nolan rose from the sofa, snatched his buzzing phone from the nearby coffee table, and strode toward the closed door. Creak. As the door swung open, bright light flooded in, dispelling the darkness. Nolan left the room and descended to the first-floor hall. Beneath the grand chandelier, seated on a white leather sofa, was an old man with a sinister, cruel demeanor. His hair was slicked back meticulously, and he gripped a cylindrical cane planted firmly before him. Noticing Nolan's approach down the stairs, the old man turned his head slightly, casting an icy glance his way. Nolan immediately quickened his pace, stopping before the old man with his head bowed and eyes lowered. This old man represented one of the pinnacles of the global underworld in status, and in relation, he was also Nolan's own father. Thus, no matter the circumstances, Nolan had never dared to show even the slightest disrespect in his demeanor. The old man was none other than Gambino, one of the 10 Dons. His cold gaze fixed on Nolan, who had deliberately adopted a submissive posture, as he spoke slowly. "Your audacity knows no bounds. I turned a blind eye when you researched viruses for the Kaken royal family, that matter was settled. But now, you've even dared to use my name to mobilize the Shadow Beasts. Father, I know I was wrong." Nolan lowered his head further, offering no excuses and admitting his mistake outright. Gambino clicked his tongue, his expression hardening with a trace of severity. "Remember, there won't be a next time." His voice dropped abruptly, carrying an undeniable finality. With that, Gambino slowly rose to his feet. As he moved, a stern-faced bodyguard beside the sofa stepped forward, reaching out to assist him. But Nolan was faster. He extended his hand to support Gambino's arm, lifting slightly to help him stand with ease. Gambino didn't reject Nolan's assistance. This small gesture reassured Nolan somewhat, easing the tension in his chest. Yet he also understood that his father's warning just now had been the gravest he'd ever given. After seeing his father off, Nolan returned to the hall and sat on the sofa, clasping his hands beneath his chin, his gaze icy. The incident involving the 2 Shadow Beasts members had been mitigated by his father stepping in, so the immediate consequences were no longer a concern. But the most pressing matter now was eliminating the threat once and for all. Come here. Nolan suddenly lifted his head. At his call, a subordinate emerged from the side room and stopped before him. After a moment of contemplation, Nolan spoke coldly. Send word to the fingers, tell them to return. Understood. The subordinate acknowledged the order and left. Nolan lowered his eyes, murderous intent swirling within them. The fingers were the 5 strongest Nen users in his organization: thumb, index finger, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger. This team had been created specifically to rival the shadow beasts. Given that the menu organization's operations spanned multiple continents, Nolan typically stationed the fingers to oversee major regional enterprises. Among them, Thumb Retona had been responsible for the virus research lab near the Kukinu Kingdom border, leveraging the area's most lucrative smuggling trade to funnel immense profits back to the menu organization. But the virus research lab had been destroyed, and even Thumb Retona hadn't survived. In the aftermath, Nolan lost the trust of a major client and forfeited vast territorial profits from the Kukinu border region. And the one responsible for all this had now killed 2 shadow beasts, nearly exposing Nolan to the wrath of the 10 Dons. On top of that, an assassination contract targeting another culprit had also ended in failure. This made Nolan realize that if he wanted to resolve things decisively, he couldn't rely solely on others. After careful consideration, he decided to recall the remaining fingers and settle this matter once and for all. This decision, however, would likely destabilize business operations across various regions and might even invite opportunistic attacks from competitors. But there was no other choice. Back then, his ambition had been too great. Before fully consolidating his power, he had eagerly stretched his reach beyond his father's jurisdiction. Though he had successfully planted roots elsewhere, the rapid expansion had forced him to disperse his core forces across different territories. Now, recalling the fingers meant facing certain risks. But compared to those risks, removing the obstacles in his path remained the priority. Nolan's killing intent was absolute. September 15th, 5 days after the Yorknew auction concluded, Morrow and Calito boarded the returning airship, heading back to the United States of Saherta on the Yorbian continent. Because Nolan Gambino was somewhere within the United States of Saherta, and since Morrow had intercepted Calito mid-flight over the ocean, they naturally had to return to the United States of Saherta. By the time they landed at the airport, Morrow had already completed his disguise. Following Calito's suggestion, he wore a tracksuit from Illumi's favorite brand, put on a wig, and donned a pair of sunglasses that covered his eyes. Originally, Morrow had considered wearing an outfit studded with bead-head needles, but after hearing Calito's advice, he realized that Illumi in 1996 hadn't yet adopted the fashion style he would have years later. Leave your forehead completely exposed, but let one strand of hair hang down. Calito made sure to remind him of the finer details. Morrow followed the advice obediently, adjusting himself according to Calito's suggestions. Well, does it look convincing? With a single strand of hair falling over his pale forehead, Morrow turned to Calito. Calito studied Morrow, now wearing sunglasses, and for a moment, he felt a strange sense of disorientation. With the most distinctive feature, his eyes, hidden, dressed in the same tracksuit Calito often saw, and with memory playing tricks, Morrow now bore at least a 60 to 70% resemblance. If not for the slight differences in height and build, the likeness might have been even stronger. It's enough. Calito averted his gaze, no longer looking at Morrow's face. With Calito's approval, Morrow felt confident that the disguise would suffice. But before anything else, there was one more thing to take care of: finding a place to temporarily store the poultry scarlet knife. Calito, are you sure this Tree Hollow organization you mentioned is reliable? Standing by the roadside outside the airport, Morrow glanced sideways at Calito beside him. Tree Hollow, according to Calito, was an unofficial organization that stored any item for a fee. As long as the storage fee was paid, they could even preserve something like a pile of dog excrement for 100 years, all while ensuring information security. When Calito first mentioned this organization, Morrow had been quite surprised. But the world of hunters had many similar groups, like the Senji Guild, Longstride. If Tree Hollow specialized in storage, then Longstride handled deliveries. And the Senji Guild was a middleman organization, connecting Nen users with jobs or commissions. These civilian organizations didn't have the same prestige as the Hunter Association, but they undeniably existed in every corner of the world. Among them, whether operating openly or in the shadows, nearly all were closely tied to Nen users. Hearing Morrow question Tree Hollow's reliability, Calito responded indifferently, "I've told you everything. Whether you believe it or not is up to you." Fair enough. Without hesitation, Morrow shoved the poultry scarlet knife, wrapped in black cloth, into Calito's arms. The sudden action made Calito stiffen. Frowning, he asked, "What are you doing?" "Help me store it at Tree Hollow. You know the ropes better than I do." Morrow said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Calito nearly threw the knife back at him but restrained himself. 10 minutes later, a rental company employee delivered a car to Morrow and Calito. Once the employee left, Morrow opened the passenger door and got in. Calito stood beside the car, still holding the poultry scarlet knife, staring blankly as Morrow comfortably settled into the passenger seat. Inside the car, Morrow rolled down the window and urged, "Get in." Kalito's lips twitched as he freed one hand to point at the driver's seat inside the car. He didn't speak, but his meaning was clear. "You bastard, you want me to drive?" What nearly made Kalito lose control of his expression was how Morrow seemed to understand his silent question and actually nodded at him in response. Kalito took a deep breath, his face impassive. Seeing this, Morrow asked, "Can't drive?" Kalito remained silent, simply staring coldly at him. Recognizing Kalito's refusal to comply, Morrow had no choice but to abandon his plan to train in the car. He opened the door and moved to the driver's seat. Only then did Kalito open his own door and take the passenger seat. Why go through the trouble of renting a car? This isn't some backward rural town, taxis are available anytime, Kalito asked icily as he rolled up the window. Morrow started the car and replied softly, "Because it's convenient." Over an hour later, following the location Kalito had researched, Morrow drove to a pawnshop. The three-story building was unremarkable compared to the rest of the street. If not for the pawnshop sign hanging on the wall by the entrance, outsiders would likely mistake it for an ordinary residential building, unaware of the secrets hidden within. After parking the car, Morrow didn't get out. He simply watched as Kalito, carrying the poultry scarlet knife, entered the building, a pawnshop on the surface but secretly a tree hollow outpost. Kalito pushed open the pawnshop door. The interior resembled most pawnshops, with only two counters separated by a glass partition reinforced with security bars, leaving just a small window for transactions. Kalito walked straight to the counter and uttered a single word, "Tree hollow." The woman behind the window, hearing this, immediately opened a metal door beside the counter. Kalito pulled the door open and stepped inside. Beyond it was a narrow, enclosed corridor about a meter wide. At the end of the corridor stood another metal door. As Kalito approached, the door automatically swung open, revealing a staircase leading downward. He descended the stairs into a candlelit basement. The walls were lined with cabinets, and in the center stood a long table. Behind the table sat an elderly man wearing reading glasses. The old man was also a Nen user, his aura flickering faintly like the candlelight around him, appearing deceptively weak. Kalito, however, didn't dare underestimate him. He approached, placed the poultry scarlet knife on the table, and added a special tree hollow storage coin beside it. The old man pocketed the tree-engraved gold coin, then unwrapped the black cloth covering the knife and inspected the blade. After verifying the item's condition, he set the knife down and pulled a numbered copper coin from a drawer, handing it to Kalito. Kalito took the coin and turned to leave. Not a single word was exchanged during the entire storage process. Yet, as Kalito began ascending the stairs, the old man gave him a lingering glance, seemingly surprised to see someone so young using their services for the first time. As Kalito stepped out of the basement and back into the enclosed corridor, the metal door ahead swung open. A young woman with short pink hair, a curvaceous figure, and confident emerald-green eyes walked in. In the corridor, the two caught sight of each other and tacitly averted their gazes before passing by shoulder to shoulder. The pink-haired girl hurried to the basement and pulled a copper coin from the pocket of her denim shorts. Just as she set it down, her eyes were drawn to the poultry scarlet knife on the table. "Huh!" The girl let out a surprised sound and reached directly for the poultry scarlet knife. Yet in the next instant, a blur of motion flashed by, the candle flame on the table flickered violently, and the poultry scarlet knife vanished without a trace. The girl's eyelid twitched as she turned her gaze to the old man seated behind the table. The knife was already in his hand, safely sheathed in its leather scabbard. "Old man, let me take a look." Her eyes fixed on the exposed hilt of the poultry scarlet knife, she shifted her outstretched right hand toward the old man. The old man snorted through his nose. "Menchi, you know the rules. Don't be stupid." The pink-haired girl narrowed her eyes. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow plus bonus for the power stones. 100 chapters milestone.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.